Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good day, everyone. I hope that you are all having a lovely, lovely time. I have created an absolute cables nightmare on my desk that I meant to resolve this afternoon, and then I slept through my entire afternoon. I am very annoyed with myself over this one. I have been having... As I complain about all the time, I am a person of low sleep skill. Would be a polite way to put it. I am unskilled, I am incompetent at getting a good night's rest. And this has been manifesting particularly obnoxiously of late, where I am sleeping for something on the order of 3 hours. At a stretch. I can sleep for 3 hours at a stretch, and then I am up for a totally unpredictable quantity of time before I completely crash. It is extremely annoying. My camera's also tangled. And there we go, that should be better. I am not pleased with this. This is not a change in the world that pleases me. Hopefully I am able to get over it soon. I believe a substantial factor is that my workout schedule has been pretty disrupted, has been a little bit irregular, and I hope that as I get regular at at working out, that will cause my sleep to become more regulated. But I am still getting that back on track, I think, until I get up to, like, at least 20 kilometers per week. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. I'm still working on getting those numbers up, still pumping those numbers up. And so, that is where I am at right now. That is where I am at right now. But yes, that is just some minor complaining. I should talk about some of the nice stuff happening, right? That's what people are here for. So, have been catching up on getting things into my Goodreads. Have been catching up on getting things into my Goodreads, have been catching up on, hello. I'll get the hellos in a few minutes. It's still early days. I've been working on getting not just my Goodreads caught up, but also catching up on some books that I've been working my way through. So I'm up to like 3 books finished this week. Like, no, 4 books finished in the last like week and change. Last like week and a day or so. So pretty quick pace on actually finishing things off. Not necessarily on getting reading done, though. The last day and a half I read an entire book, which is pretty fast for me. I don't tend to treat reading itself as a critical end. Also, my internet's being very weird. I hope that my stream is not dropping like crazy. Let me take a look at stats. Stats look smooth. Stats look smooth. Okay. I will take that. I will take that as a W. I can see myself paying the consequences already. I can see that there have been some messages in chat that did not survive to make it to the live screen. Reading is a process. Reading is something that I do for its own sake, and when I read, I tend to like to read relatively slowly. I don't tend to read, I apologize if I misphrased that. It's more a matter of I don't tend to treat reading as something I like to do quickly. Reading is a way of gaining information. Reading is a process. It's a way of gaining information. It's a way of gaining enlightenment. I don't tend to treat it very much as a thing where I am trying to see how many books I can finish in a given year. And also, hello, Vex. Let me give a shout out to Miss Vexencat. For a while, I wanted... Oh my god! Sorry, why is bot being bad? For a... Oh, I know why it's being bad. For some reason, my command list was purged. No, the bot's fine, actually. The bot is fine, but the command list is purged. I was going a little bit nuts about this. So let me go into my... I'm going to fix that one because I know I'm going to use it multiple times today. But yeah, I was testing it earlier, and like, my bot's doing things fine. Like, as of today, my bot is doing things fine, but my... Yep, create command. I don't know why they all died, but... Cooldown. Command cannot be empty. Oh, hello. See, I didn't... hello, Gringotts Underwriter, and hello, Zepathun. I heard small things. Okay, let's see if that doesn't... Sorry, I'm going to test it out again on you, Vex. I know that you don't like having this done to you. There we go. Okay, I fixed that one. I fixed that one. But yes, what I've been reading... So, the books that I finished recently were The Cheese and the Worms, which I kind of just struggled across the finish line on. Let me pull up my books spreadsheet. This is... See, I try to be a very organized man. Not because it comes to me naturally, but because if I'm not organized, everything falls apart. Oh, that is a new one. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I understand what you mean here. Oh, Ubik, my bias gets on the last train, The Cheese and the Worms, Greek Lessons, and The Raven Tower. The Raven Tower by Anne Leckie, My Bias Gets on the Last Train by Jix C, Greek Lessons by Han Kang, and Carlo Ginzburg, of course, very famously wrote The Cheese and the Worms. Hello, Taimichi. Bad news, all of those other than Greek Lessons get 2 stars. I wonder about The Cheese and the Worms. I do wonder if I am being fair to that one, and I might want to think a little bit more deeply about that. I do want to think about that one a little bit more. Greek Lessons I might be underrating as well. I might be underrating Greek Lessons at a 4 out of 5. 5 is something I'm very sparing with. I did not give a 5 to her Human Acts, which I think is her most popular and famous book. Did give a 5 to The Vegetarian. The Vegetarian is like legitimately an absurdly good book, but Raven Tower I finished today. I finished earlier today. And I started it yesterday, and so this is one of those things that I always think is kind of a funny thing. It's like, I read The Raven Tower in, like, basically 2 sittings. Like, I just blasted through it. And I mostly don't think it was very good. Like, I'm sure that there are people here who would like it a lot more than I did. Because it very much fits into the type of book that a lot of the people around me like a lot more than I do, which is to say it's a pretty it's a fairly traditional fantasy story that includes some higher concepts. There are some interesting higher concepts in the Raven Tower. The Raven Tower is narrated entirely. people keep on emphasizing it's second-person narration, but legitimately it's actually a first-person narration novel. It's just from the perspective of one weird character. It isn't actually doing that much that's like truly unusual second person. It is it's more in line with like Don Quixote. I don't think so, Christopher. I do not think so. I think that's actually exactly where it fails, is on its own merits. The fantasy-esque element of it is that this is a world with gods, and these gods are substantially more powerful than like ancient Greek gods, but substantially less powerful than the god of Abraham. The gods in this, they have domains, but those domains are actually not super... They seem to be able to exceed the size of their domains pretty readily. The gods in this setting, they have this thing where if they say something, it becomes true, and if it's too powerful for that god to enact, it just kills the god. Right? That's how that works, is that, like, gods have a... whenever gods say something, it becomes true, and if it's too powerful, it backfires on the god. And the story is relayed to us from a god called Patience of the Hills. I'm describing a book, Ion Omnitia. I am describing a book called The Raven Tower. So everything is relayed to us via this god called Strength and Patience of the Hills. And Strength and Patience of the Hill, like, I believe they use he pronouns for this god. There's a god of mosquitoes called the Myriad that they consistently use she pronouns for. Strength and Patience of the Hill, they pour the worshippers of this god, give small offerings, and he tends to give pretty small, cautious blessings. He's a very cautious, very circumspect kind of god with very little pretense or ambition. He has very low ambitions. His main thing is that he wants to be able to look at the stars. He is a rock. He is a rather large stone that is oddly shaped, and he wants to be able to look at the stars. He's a monolith, right? We've got a monolith on our hands, a monolith god. And most of the story is him telling the story of a man named Aolo, and that man is involved in a mystery succession dispute in a small kingdom. And so the story kind of swaps between these perspective elements where Strength and Patience of the Hills, Patience, as I got used to calling him, very down-to-earth god. Yeah. Patience is describing in second person, right? To like he is narrating the story to Aolo. The story is basically being kind of narrated to Aolo. And he is telling Aolo, this is what I saw you do, and this is what I suspect you were thinking. It's interesting that's very circumspect about, like, always, like, being careful about saying what they think Aolo might be thinking about, or noticing, or paying attention to, or intending. Because obviously, like, as the god, he doesn't actually know. He does not actually know, and so if he says, oh yeah, you must have been you were worried about this, then that becomes something that requires his power, right? It becomes true, and that might be outside of what he can manage. And then, so that's like very essential to this, right? That's a very essential element to the story, is this is the big structure. And then the other chapters, it alternates those chapters with chapters where Strength and Patience of the Earth is describing his own history. And it's a series of very wide, time-spanning vignettes that go through ultimately how the two of them, how he became interested in Iolo. Like, it ultimately gets to the point where it's like, what is the connection between Iolo and Strength and Patience of the Earth? Because it's not obvious. And there are two critiques that I wind up with on this. One is that the conceit that gods, a major constraint on a god's power is that if they say something that creates a paradox or that contradicts their domain in some way, it can kill them. Like, the gods have this incredible power, and that power can backfire on them extremely strongly. It has a thematic resonance with, you know, hubris in the broader story, and that's all fine and good. This is weakened considerably by the fact that the gods also basically have a mana system, and that seems to be the actual limitation. It's just that carefully, it's just that phrasing your statements carefully, when you are a god, when you are basically casting spells, makes them more efficient and safer and less likely to implode you and to use your mana more safely. Your actual limitation is your mana. And that's kind of lame. You just kind of have MP, and MP gets restored by worshippers, and it undercuts pretty considerably the most interesting things going on in it. The other part is that it's largely the story about the intersection of these two plot lines between Strength and Patience of the Hills and Iolo. And the Iolo parts are just not very good or interesting. Instead of being a kind of non-linear plot where I get invested in how the non-linear segments interact with each other, it's just kind of two separate stories, and one of which is one where I just kind of was trying to rush through to get back to the part of the story I cared about. There's just kind of an A plot and a B plot, and the B plot's just more interesting than the A plot, and that's just what it is. So I was actually pretty disappointed. Especially because, like, I wound up comparing it to Anne Leckie's other works, you know, Costifer, to talk about does it succeed on its own merits, is that the fundamental structure is this, like, you have a suprahuman being. You have this massive alien suprahuman being, and then it is interacting and intersecting with a much more mundane human scale mystery plot. And this has been Anne Leckie's MO. All of the Ancillary series is like that. All of her Ancillary books are fundamentally about a superhuman intelligence as the main character and how it interacts with regular humans. And she did a much better job in the Ancillary series than she did in Raven Tower. Oops. And as I say frequently, I am willing to forgive pretty much any ridiculous premise if it's executed on well. I do not trouble myself very much with, like, is this so sad? Is this so happy? Is this, does this have this, that, or the other trope? I recognize that when I encounter certain tropes, I am more likely to be forgiving than I am for something that has less of those. But that is not the same thing as like that being the standard by which I'm rating. And like I said, yeah, it's just it was just like okay, right? It was just okay. Yeah, the Ancillary series is pretty good. This is not who I'm actually, like, strongly recommending. I am strongly recommending Handcamming. Read Handcamming. Handcamming is, like... Handcamming is so good that I looked at... Like, she won a Nobel Prize, and it feels like... it feels like that makes the Nobel Prize look so much stronger that she even bothered to accept it. That is the level of quality that Handcamming is on. Handcamming is like a top of the century, top of the next century, top of top of all, like one of the best of all time. Handcamming is one of the best writers of all time. I don't think it's remotely controversial. I have not read her White Book. I have not read the White Book by her. I've read Greek Lessons, The Vegetarian, and Human Acts. And good lord, Greek Lessons I might just like start rereading like almost immediately. Like Greek Lessons is incredible. Greek Lessons plot is about a Korean woman who has a quite troubled life, and she lives in Germany and is taking classes just kind of on her own free time on ancient Greek. And she is mute for psychological reasons. She does not have a physical disability that prevents her from speaking. She has a psychological disability that prevents her from speaking. And she is being taught Greek by a Korean man, also living in Germany, who is going blind. He has a degenerative illness that is causing him to gradually lose his eyesight. And while it is about how the two of their stories intersect, it is very much about how they got to be the types of people they are, and the ways in which their lifestyle and disabilities and, very notably being Koreans in Germany, have isolated them, and how that isolation intersects and plays with learning and studying a dead language, and who would study and learn a dead language and why, it's a very powerful, very powerful story on that front. It's the two of them have very interesting intersections and interesting ways of being in the world and interesting philosophizing. There's a really excellent segment on it where two of the characters, not these two in particular, but two characters in the story have an argument over the form of dissolution, the form of the Platonic forms, and can there be forms that are themselves forms of impermanence? What would it be for something to be the form of sleet that melts into mud? It's a really fascinating series of questions, and it tells us a lot about those two characters in particular. Wonderful story. Wonderful story. Easy to recommend. Greek Lessons. Actually, I shouldn't say easy. Greek Lessons is a little bit challenging to recommend because Greek Lessons is a very metaphor-heavy story. It is not a very straightforward story. It's a story that is that demands a lot from the reader. And like I said, I might go back and reread it because I'm not entirely sure that I got everything I was looking for in it. That said, I think it may be time for me to get in my hellos. Hello to me. Hello to Almantas. Hello to Seribot. Hello Quinn of Paper. Hello Sugiyama Magawa. Hello Wyo Cryptid. Hello Vexing Cats. Hello Costifer. Hello Gringotts Underwriter. And hello Zep Hathun. And hello to Tayamichi. And hello Ion Omnitia. And hello to Mega Mighty. And hello, Dark Lisa 22, and thank you for the follow, Dark Lisa 22. And hello to Dulcet ASMR, and hello, of course, to Vine. And last but not least, hello to the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. All of you make a difference in me making my dreams a reality. I love being here, and I only get to love being here with your assistance, and that assistance can be chatting, it can be clipping, it can be subscribing and donating, and it can just be lurking. If you lurk and, you know, just sit through the ads, or you know, simply do not close the tab when you hit the ads, that helps me out. That does help me out. So thank you all. Thank you all. And a quick shout out to Vine, who was of course playing Peak, because that is what they do. But yes, Gringotts Underwriter, a mute main character, and she, it is interesting. Handcamming is unsparing about these things. She has had other characters who have extreme and unusual behaviors. You're just playing Abiotic, you just didn't stream it? Oh no. This is, again, the vegetarian is entirely about this, right? The vegetarian is entirely about a woman who just decides that she wants to stop eating meat. And it turns out that hold on, let me try to lurk. There we go, fixed it. Literally fixed it right now. And it turns out that her family is so fragile and so weak that a single person deciding to change a pretty innocuous habit is enough to destroy the entire extended family. Everything unravels in multiple directions from the single decision to just not eat meat. It is fascinating. It is fascinating how upset people are over her decision to do something that is, again, I've been vegan for 15 years. It's just not a big deal. It's just fine. Like, it's really not a big deal if somebody is vegan in your life. The greatest Granby book. I don't recognize what the term Granby means. Granby, Colorado? I have no idea what this means. Gatsby? I don't recognize Gatsby either. Gatsby. I mean, I know what the Great Gatsby is. Ion, as far as I know, I am literally the most obnoxious one on the planet. So you're in what? I hope you like them. You're with one right now. As far as I mean, the thing is, like, my experience is that I actually know very few vegans. I know very, very few vegans. The vegan who I know the best is Capable Mabel. Like, out of all of the people I've ever met in my life, I've met so few vegans, which is ridiculous given where I live and my demographics. But somehow I've met so few of them. Well, and the thing is, Gringotts, like, my family's actually very heavy into meat eating because I've come from a freaking American Midwestern family. My mom's a farmer. Like, I think that she literally once said that she doesn't care what I do with my life as long as I don't give up cheese, and I've given up cheese for like decades. And Like, we're just fine. It's just not a big deal. It is not so much that this family is so centered about meat eating, it's that any instance of a woman standing up for herself is the actual problem. The content of it being meat eating in particular is relatively minor. The actual issue is that it's so patriarchal of a family that any woman saying their actual desires and standing by those desires in a deliberate fashion is enough to cause everything else in the family to fall apart. The entire family was reliant on a series of patriarchal norms that women cannot have an opinion. And it's a pretty fascinating novel. It's a pretty fascinating novel. I really enjoyed The Vegetarian. I really, really did. I found Yongseo to be a deeply sympathetic character. I found the dysfunctions of her family members to be unique and strange and kind of fascinating. And yeah, I loved it. I love it still. It's one of my favorite novels. I might just go reread it. Like if I wasn't streaming, it's like, oh god, I'm like talking myself into rereading it right now. But yeah, Greek lessons extremely worth reading. I was thinking more about Raven Tower because I finished it today, and it's a little bit easier to talk about. Whereas Greek lessons is kind of hard to talk about because, again, I'm not entirely sure that I even got all of it. It's this slow-paced, highly philosophical book. It's a little bit Pinchon-esque, right? It's got a little bit that Pinchon to it. It's wonderful in that sense. I love that. I love that. I love that. And it's... Oh, there we go. And... taking a big old stretch here. I didn't find cheese hard to give up at all. I'll be completely honest, that was not a challenge for me. That was very easy for me. I had no trouble with that. I hear people say that all the time, and it's... I don't know. Maybe I find giving things up to be easy. No. Was any of it hard? No. No. Going vegan was... I thought, pretty easy. It did kind of help that I was fairly substantially similar. I had a fairly similar diet to veganism at several other parts of my life, just from being broke, right? Like, if you are broke enough, you wind up on a vegan diet. And I just, at various points in my life, I have converged on functionally a vegan diet just from, like, needing to save money. And so it wasn't something I was unfamiliar with. I thought it was going to be really hard, and then once I did it, it was actually very simple to stick to. Some things have been more difficult than others. My options for formal wear are quite a bit more limited because the default type of formal wear for Westerners is a wool suit. And so finding synthetic and linen blend suits that are acceptable to other people for formal situations has been a bit of a challenge. It doesn't usually tend to have cost me too much more than it would be otherwise. And if I can't tell if it looks any better or worse because I actually hate suits. I kind of think suits are deeply unflattering on my figure and make me look really weird and lumpy. I don't think they look good on me. I think that they can look good on other people, but I think that they're very unflattering on me in specific. I definitely know people who look good in suits, but I am just not one of them. I think suits are a kind of... Suits to me feel like a kind of narrow type of dress rather than like a broad spectrum type of dress that makes lots of people look good. I think they make some people look very good and some people not so much. And I think that's true of a lot of types of clothing, but yeah, suits have landed on a vision. Suits have landed in a place where I think they make me look really weird and gross. I think they make the stuff that I am most self-conscious about in myself worse. So I am, yeah. RG Noir! Hello, Noir! Hello, Noir! Hold on. Hold on, RG. Noir is great. Noir is a whip smart lady. I tend to say people's full names, but I will probably end up saying Noir for you because that's how I was introduced to you. You know, that's how I was introduced to you. I'm going to express a little bit of pride here, Noir. That's ink art model that Miks sent to you. I was the one who told Miks. I was the one who found it. Taking a little bit of pride there. I think it suits you extremely well. I think that ink art style, I want that as well. But the customizable one doesn't look anything like me. And I still haven't actually pulled out my next model. My next model is still, we are still doing some back and forth on the rigging on my next one. And the, yeah, we're still doing some back and forth on that. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. You're getting an iPhone soon as well. Good luck, good luck. The iPhone has not tracked well for me. That's why I use... thank you for the 9 months, Matthew. 9 whole months with Matthew Raceseeker. And this is going to be a mini painting stream when I get around to it. This is going to be a mini painting stream. You've shown up on time to watch your favorite stream category that I do. Yeah, sub baby. Yeah. I am using a webcam and I'm not the most happy with it. I just found that, the iPhone that I have, like, really does not like me. It just really does not like me. I'm like the only person... I've met like one other person who has as much trouble with iPhones as I have, so I don't think it's entirely just me having a bad iPhone, but it does appear to be very, very rare. It does appear to be very, very rare. And I think it's because my theory is that it is either my facial hair or, and this could be exacerbating, the facial hair could be exacerbating this, or my body temperature being too low, because iPhones use IR tracking. They don't use UV vis. They are not, I think they might use some viz tracking, because it's not like that's like a hard line. There are some very important things that start happening when you start working with IR, and I'm actually a little bit curious about how they're getting past one of the major limitations of IR. But IR has some limitations in what it can accomplish, and some strengths. It has a lot of strengths. And I think that because my body temperature is lower than what the iPhone is expecting a human to be, I'm usually like 95. For my body temperature is usually around 95. And so the tracker, I think, thinks I'm dead, or not human. And so it just crashes constantly. Like when I've tried to do face tracking via iPhone, it's just tracking constantly. And see, that's my theory. That's my theory, because it just crashes constantly while looking at my face. It just crashes all the time while looking at my face. That's the part I really know. Thank you for the almond. Yeah, almond corpse. Yep. Almond corpse. That's good. That's good. I am curious a little bit. Yeah, that's an advantage of the nut. That's an advantage of the nut, is that of Almantas, is that I worry about that a lot less. Actually, a cat. I never hear that one. People. I never get people accusing me of being cat-like. I get accused of being dog-like all the time. All the time. People are constantly like, "Oh my god, this guy is such a dog. This guy's like a human golden retriever specifically. Yeah, retriever specifically comes up a lot. I am, and this is like the fact that you are catching on to that, Vine, despite having never met me in person, is a grim sign for me. Is a grim sign for me, because usually the big citation is that I'm very physically affectionate. That's usually like the big one that people bring up as like the evidence that I am very golden retriever coded, is that I am extremely physically affectionate. I find it extremely easy to give people hugs and to give people signs of affection. I think the whole dog hardware cat software is poisoning people's perception of me. I will say, Noir, you, I can see the cat. I can see the cat. I can see it. It's your, line delivery. It's your, it's your general vocal cadence. You're being punished by God. See, that's a very cat-like thing to say right there. That's a very cat-like way to phrase this. That's very, very cat-like of you. But yeah, no, Matthew just came over and I gave him several types of cookies. There's quite a few. I greet people with hugs, like even people who I barely know. I'm a very huggy, very affectionate person. Anybody who hung out with me at for more than a little bit at Off Kai certainly saw me being incredibly affectionate with folks. Oh my goodness, thank you, Anonymous, for the gifts up to Noir. Thank you for the gifts up to Noir. I mean, Mega Mighty, different people have different ideas about how much physical space they need and how much contact they need, and I come from a family where people hug each other like every single day, like multiple times. I come from a very affectionate and open family, and I have carried that forward in my life. But it also makes a lot of people uncomfortable, right? That's one of those things, if you're a huggy guy like me, if you're and particularly if you're masculine, right? Particularly if you're very masculine. Okay, thank you, Anonymous, for the gifts up to Mega Mighty. I don't know who this Anonymous is, but you're being very, very generous. That's very kind of you. Though I will say, please be circumspect with your use of gift subs. We are about 2 weeks away from me starting subathon. We are about 2 weeks away from me starting subathon. So if you are sitting on a pile of subs you want to throw at me, please save them for the subathon, because I have some pretty good rewards planned, and I want to make the best of it. Yes, this is true, Noir. There's definitely a gendered element here. There's absolutely a gendered element here. That's what I was kind of getting at, right? Is that there is a strong gendered element to this, where masculine affection can be seen as much more threatening, and that's just something that you kind of have to live with as a man. That people, I think reasonably, right? I think it's reasonably. I think it is fairly reasonable that people are more wary of highly affectionate men than they would be of highly affectionate women, because of, you know, witnessing how things happen in reality, right? Because of being able to pay attention to the rest of the world and see that men often use physical affection in ways that make particularly women and feminine people uncomfortable, and the history of using that's for, you know, basic physical affection as a lead in to more unwanted forms of touch. And I think ultimately and most bluntly, and I suppose I should say importantly, maybe primal, I think is actually the word I'm looking for here. At the most primal level, right? At the most primal level, being touched, being approached and then touched by something that is bigger and stronger than you is much scarier than being approached and touched by something that is smaller and weaker than you. I think it's kind of about it, right? I think that that's kind of about... I think that's actually like one of the most important factors here, is that when you are a man, the chance that you are stronger, and you give a random person a hug, the chance that you are stronger than them is quite high. Is quite high, and it could actually be by quite a bit, because of some fairly crude differences in how testosterone affects muscle growth and height, right? It's fairly crude on that front. It's not guaranteed, right? It's not guaranteed. I've met some very, very strong women in my life, and obviously some very, very weak men, right? These are things that happen. But you know, the broader tendency. Yes, Noir, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me that that's a being 6 foot tall as a woman is going to change things quite a bit. Is going to change things quite a bit. Hello, Alexander Luna. And I think that there's a similar thing going on. I actually kind of hate this, right? This is the thing that I actually kind of hate when people do critique. And don't tell EG I said this, even though I've said this to EG directly. That I kind of hate the use of character design to emphasize internal psychological states, and the emphasis that people put on that, which, you know, again, EGS, literally their profession is that. So oops. And I worked, that's part of the reason why my model looks the way that it does, is that my model reflects, I think, a more profound inner truth about me than you would ever get by looking at me in real life. I think that this is more what I look like inside my mind's eye than what you would see, than what I see in the mirror. And so I'm a bit of a hypocrite on that front, right? Yeah, hugs from big strong equals wary for most. It's true. And it's not universal, right? It's not remotely universal. I know that I am certainly on a level here where I find you feel a lot. Yeah. I can see that, Noir. That makes sense. I feel like your visual presentation of your character model actually works phenomenally for your persona. And it is interesting to see the way that different people interact with it in the VTubing space. Mirabelle kind of famously does not give a shit. Mirabelle made a model that reflects visual design motifs that she thinks are cool. And I can think of a couple of VTubers, I'm not going to say their names, because I don't know how public they are about this, who they just look like their models. Like, their models just like them. I'm like, oh, like, I like meet them in real life and I'm like, oh, this is the same person. The funniest one, of course, being Bodega Rat, who somehow looks more like Bodega Rat than Bodega Rat does. It's very strange. It's very strange in Bodega's case. Bodega's VTuber model is more like, and her streamer persona are less streamery and less VTubery than she is in real life. It's actually crazy. It's crazy. Bodega is like 150% of Bodega Rat. It's so strange. What an amazing lady. It rocks. It's so good. It's so good. But yes, so it's there's a couple other people where it's like very striking. I'm not gonna say those ones because I don't know if they like people knowing that. Detuning the rat for stream. Oh, and see Noir. Noir. The way that I did mine. Hold on, I'm just gonna do the quick shout outs for this one. The way that I did mine was that I talked to my model artist. I made a very big presentation about it. I made a big presentation in Google Slides that described all of the things that I wanted emotionally from my model. And Sensational and I talked it through, and we looked it over, and he came up with something. Yeah. People. That Twitter thread was like, yeah. No, that Twitter thread made a fairly large percentage of all of the growth I have ever experienced as a VTuber was from a single Twitter thread, and that was the Twitter thread in question. Yeah. So that one, I mean, and it is a small world, to be honest. It is actually a very small world. That was the thing that was kind of striking to me about Offkai, was realizing that I could, at any given minute, see a pretty large percentage of all of my peers. Very strange feeling. Very strange feeling. That said, we are going into ads. I am going to put us on the BRB screen while we are in ads, and I'm going to get my desk space set up for miniatures. We are going to come back and hopefully be doing miniatures. I think I will try to figure out which models I want to paint. I do have so many Romans left to go through, but I might take a break from the Romans and paint something non-Roman for a change of pace. So we'll be right back. Well, funny. Oh, hold up. I'm blocking my camera entirely. There we go. Funny you should ask that, Mega Mighty. Funny you should ask that. So I am looking at it right now. I am trying to decide right now as we speak, and as part and parcel of the process, I have pulled up my models. I'll probably still do a Roman because, because I've got so freaking many of them. But I'm looking at the other miniatures I have. I am looking at the other miniatures that I have. I have a fair number of historical, some of which are already assembled and primed. Thank you to Matthew for that generosity. Thank you for Matthew for that generosity. I don't have any robots at the moment. What I've got is currently I am stocked up. I arguably have a robot, actually. Nor, I do arguably have a robot. This is arguably a robot. I do have a forklift. I am leaning towards doing one of the ones that's less memey today. Got some Trench Crusade miniatures. Hold on, let's get the light over here a little bit better. Got some lions. Got a lion of Jabbar. I am not actually. I am not forklift certified. I have done a lot of things in my life, but I never got forklift certified. I got a little goblin guy who I think needs a little bit of cleaning. Got a little goblin assassin-y guy. Got a zombie. Got a classical little zombie, which I'm not feeling the zombie. I'm not feeling the zombie. The zombie is not speaking to me. An actual Trench Crusade guy. An actual guy of the Crusade. Of the Trench Crusade Nazab. And let's take a look what else we got around here. Blazing Bull. We are definitely not doing the Blazing Bull today. Definitely not doing the Blazing Bull today. That is that guy needs to get washed. What that guy needs. A seal. Yeah, I got box of random bullshit. I will confess that I got a rat. Just a rat. I will confess that I am actually what's kind of speaking to me more among my... These are not. So, hold on a second. Forklifts are from reality. Rats are from reality. Seals are from reality. This is a historical Bedouin. This is a historical Bedouin soldier, so that's from reality. This is a generic fantasy miniature, so is the zombie. But these guys are from Trench Crusade. These guys are all from Trench Crusade. Which is a setting, right? That is a setting. So some of these are from the same setting, but many of them are not. That said, I am leaning... I am leaning toward... I'm feeling historical, right? I'm feeling historical. I have some Landsknects. I have some early modern Landsknects guys, and I might go with these guys. After I do a Roman, I might do one of these. So I'm gonna see if I can get through 2 models. Actually, I'm gonna do one of those today. I'm just gonna do one of those today. I'm gonna put away all of this random bullshit. Oh yeah, I actually like doing the build part. So I tend to actually like doing the build on stream. I've done the build off stream a couple of times, and I just kind of feel like it's being time efficient in a way I don't care about. If I'm honest, it's just kind of like trying to save time on something where I just don't really care about saving time on. Yeah. And let's see. So I kind of want to do a halberd guy. It's a little bit tricky. I kind of want to do a halberd guy. Well, first of all, let's grab a head. Can send many fun hats. Yeah. I am working on it. My dexterity is something that I am actually pretty comfortable with. In general, as people have seen here, right? I do calligraphy on stream. Let's get. I do calligraphy on stream. I feel pretty comfortable with my capabilities at doing things at a fine level of detail. I'm just gonna start cleaning these guys right now. I think I need to change my camera focus because the camera's really blurry in exactly the range where I need it to be clean, so give me a second. Let's try this again. There we go. See, I do kind of wish this thing had manual focus, but I mean, mini painting suits me in a lot of ways, right? Like, I don't know. I always try to tell people, like, just because sometimes it seems like people feel bad that they have some sort of limitation or difference, right, that makes following a given hobby or skill set less appealing to them. Like they owe me an apology for not approaching the world the same way I do. And let me get out my lenses and my hat. That's and you really don't. You really, really don't, right? Like, people... I might actually do one more thing here. Like, you really, really don't. Let's see how much that helps the camera. I actually can't look at the camera and keep the headlamp on. I can't look at my output and look at the model with the headlamp at the same time, so I can't actually tell if that helps. It helps me a little bit. You still do Gunpla with all the quirks as well? Yeah. That's fair. I mean, so Gunpla does not scratch an itch for me, which is I actually like the paint part the most, much more. I like the assembly all right. I like doing assembly all right. But I really like the painting. But yeah, oftentimes people feel like they seem to need to apologize to me for not feeling like they are capable of doing calligraphy. And no. There's a million and one things I cannot do. And a lot of them tend to be visual, right? Visual and auditory. I am a terrible singer. I'm a truly terrible singer. You know, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying other people's singing. Well, I mean, I'm actually bad enough that part of the problem with a large problem facing me as a singer is that my hearing is not up to the task. So, you know, my hearing is not up to the task of telling when I'm off key or not. Oh, I'm a horrible singer, Noir. It's real bad. It's really, really bad. Singing is not anywhere near near a strength of mine. How many figures have I painted on stream? A bit under 20. No, over 20. Over 20. I've painted 17 Eldar, 10 17 Eldar, I believe. No, hold on. I'm trying to do this. 12 Eldar Guardians, 1 Elder Warlock. I'm sorry, 1 Eldar Farseer, 6 Eldar Jet Bikes. So that's all the Eldar I've painted. I believe I've painted 3 or 4 Conquest minis, and 8 Ancient Romans and 1 Azap. So yeah, I can remember the process that I did. I'm struggling to actually count for that. So it's like actually close to 30. The cleaning, so I'm not scratching away a layer. I'm not scratching away a layer at the moment. What is happening is that I don't know if you can tell from looking at the screen. So these things are injection molded plastic, right? These things are injection molded plastic, which means that there is a seam. There is a seam on the model from where the mold connects with itself. And so I am sanding away the evidence of the seam, and as Noir said, the nubs. The model itself, so like the model is on here, right? It's on a sprue. And so the plastic points where the model connects to the sprue, those have to be cleaned down a little bit. That's what I'm talking about with cleaning. I am cleaning up the injection and molding lines. These ones are pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Like this is there's the Roman minis I have from Warlord Games have much more obvious seams. These are pretty clean. Have a good night, Matthew. Have a good night. Yeah, I have a file. I have a file. Ion, food arts is actually the one art form that I am... cooking is like the art form that I am by far the most confident at. I think I am a much better cook than I am a writer or a public speaker. Certainly than I am a calligrapher. I think I'm a much better cook than I am a calligrapher. I am very confident in my abilities as a cook. I need to learn some vegetable decoration. That's a skill that would be fun to learn on stream. The art of vegetable decoration, of vegetable carving. It's entirely possible. Yeah, Gringos has a good point there. I mean, you know, I don't know. I feel like my calligraphy is fine. I am also much more personally invested in food than I am in any of the visual arts. All right. Let's think about this one. Let's think about this one. This is actually pretty tricky. Right, this kit is actually pretty tricky. Also, I should DM Matthew and ask him where he got this. This was a gift from Matthew. This whole thing was this sprue was a gift from Matthew that he just kind of had like he just had extras of. And I want to know where he got it from. Be like rather like it, but it's actually pretty small. Turns out good form only goes so far. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's funny. I actually had very little. Yeah, Chinese brush. I mean, I learned. I've had formal instruction in brush calligraphy, but I've actually never had formal instruction in black letter calligraphy. I've gotten critiques from people who are like better in the field than me, so I feel like my self-teaching has gone pretty well. But I am self-taught. Okay, let's. Let's. Yes, these little nubs is the part that needs to be really cleaned off. There we go. Let's get in here a little bit more. Okay. Oh, that's goofy. I mean, I understand where they're coming from because it's such a like movies belief. Right, it's such like a movie's belief. I think part of it is a belief that people want to have as a society that violence is a more demanding and therefore intrinsically better skill set. You know, there's a similar thing going on right now in that we see all the time in America, where people tend to act as if knowing how to program means that you are a genius unparalleled in all fields. And again, not entirely untrue, right? Hello, Jazzahall. Hello, Jazzahall. If people want the funniest example of people doing the cut to another person doing things, my favorite one is in The Next Generation. There's an episode where Picard learns to play the flute, and it turns out that the actor, what's his name? Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart has no idea how to play, the flute. So when they needed to have him playing the flute, they had another actor doing it. So there's this incredible scene where Picard's playing the flute, and they pull up like he's on the screen, and then there's then he's playing the flute, right? He's holding a flute in his mouth and blowing into it, but the hands that are holding it are just somebody else's hands entirely. It's just extremely obviously not Patrick Stewart's hands. It's so good. It's so good. Okay, now I need to figure out which. This is the part that's going to stress me out the most. Is I need to figure out which of these arms matches up with this arm. There's going to be a left arm that matches this right arm, and looks like there's a couple of options here. Oh wait, no, these are all shield arms. These are all shield arms. I think it's going to be this arm, because the other puffy coat arm goes with some sort of firearm. This one has a hand. That rocks. That rocks. I mean, I'm gonna just link a tweet, as I often do. I'm going to do something very goofy. And hello, Eclipse Fun. Whoops, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. This is really good. This is really good. This is like my favorite. I'm not nearly as much of a TNG guy as I am a DS9 guy, but this is definitely my favorite Riker moment. Let's get in here a little bit. Look at this. Yeah, exactly, Mega Mighty. Like that dog is so happy, then all of a sudden the dog is just confused. The dog is like, you can see the soul leave that dog's body. That dog got reset by that. Okay, hold on. I'm just seeing. Okay, so this is the right one. Or not? I am actually imagining, to be honest, Noru, I am actually imagining that they did that take like 10 times in a row, and Jonathan Frakes was just really tired and annoyed. like Frakes was basically pranking the director. Okay, I think this might actually be the wrong one. No, this might be my, like, weird kind of optimism, where, yeah, that's why we got the legendary line read from Al Pacino, yeah. This might be my kind of, like, weird optimism, pseudo-optimism, where I just kind of assume that, if I don't understand why somebody did something, the answer is because they were doing a bit. That's kind of like my like silly baseline is like, nah, this is just a bit. People know what they were doing. They were just doing a bit. Which winds up being very funny when, oh, hello Blue. which winds up being very funny in like historical context where people are like, ooh, like what was the deeper meaning of this? And I'm like, I think the guy thought it was funny. Like, I think they just thought this was. I think they were amused. Okay, we're gonna start priming. So for people who are less familiar with mini painting, paint won't stick to this kind of surface cleanly at all. So you have to put down a surface layer of primer, which is like a paint, but not really. That makes it is that, you know, basically roughens the surface and makes it possible for the acrylic to stick. And I have two primers. I've got white and black. I have white and black primers. And given that what I'm going to be doing with this model, I absolutely have to go white. There's an advantage to doing black primer, which is mostly in speed. Mostly in speed. That if you use a black primer, the dark parts will be black, which means that if you can't reach a part of the model, or it's like too deeply recessed, you don't need to figure out a way to get in there. You can just paint around it, and it looks like ambient occlusion is doing its trick, right? It just looks like a shadow. And for these peripheral parts, I tend to be pretty sloppy about my initial layer of primer, because a bunch of it's going to come off later anyway, and I will need to come back and redo it. Once I've glued them together. I'm probably not going to glue things for a minute. I'm going to get some amount of painting on the base model done before I glue together the subcomponents. I'm not going to finish everything, but in particular because this pike, this halberd, is going to cross over his chest, it'll be really, really annoying to paint his chest once everything's glued together. So I'm going to get a little bit of work done there first. And let's see. I'll start on this one. Base code and finish codes. Yeah. It's this chest part here that's actually pretty detailed. That's going to be the real, like, I don't want to do this once I've glued everything together. Oh, these guys paid attention. This guy's got a big cod piece. And the truth of the matter is that it's better to prime with a airbrush, but because of space limitations, I don't have anywhere I can safely airbrush, so I don't own an airbrush. That would be the better thing to do if I didn't have space and ventilation considerations. So it's not even that demanding. It's just all right, Noir. If you need to head out, head out. Otherwise, I mean, if you want to stick around while you're reading, don't worry. I you know, I appreciate people sticking around. People stick around while co-working all the time. But it was lovely to have you here. It was lovely, lovely to have you here. House of Leaves, you mean that Doom WOD? I have not played that Doom WOD. Second. Oh, okay. I missed a couple of messages there. I just missed a couple of messages there. You've been falling in love with it all over again. Yeah, I haven't read it since it came out. Well, I think I read it like 2 years after it came out. I did have fun with it. I like experimental novels, right? I am a real sucker for experimental novels. I know some people have pretty negative opinions of it, and I thought it was, I don't know, I thought it was fun. I thought it was really fun as an experimental format. I kind of enjoyed how much it was about the kind of like dudes rock sort of thing of just like, I found a hole. I'm going to go crawl into hole. I got to see how big hole is. Time for hole. We got to get deep in there. Yeah, I think I probably read it around like 2008. I think when I read it. Let's see. Let's see. A little bit sappy. Interesting. 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 Like I said, I liked it as an experimental format novel. I'm a sucker for big footnote. I'm a big sucker for big footnotes. I am somewhat... I have read so much 18th century, right? And those 18th century guys, they love a big footnote, folks. Hold on, I haven't gotten my painting palette out yet. Hey. Palettes acquired. I think it's important to acknowledge when these sorts of things have a really big influence on us. I think it can be easy to get a little bit, like, jaded and detached. I think that that's easier and, frankly, a little bit more embarrassing. Was it the, I'm kind of curious, because, like, I'm thinking about elements of it that I really remember, and, like, the elements I really remember are, like, Well, for one thing, the horniness of it. Like, geezy Pete's. I'm usually pretty bad at noticing that, but... Yeah, no, what's up? What's up? I mean, I did know that you were dying. I could tell that you were dying. I could, in fact, tell that. Because you're not responding to your fucking DMs. Because you're not responding to your DMs. That's how I could tell. Not for me. Not for you and me, homie. Just gotta check something. Okay. There's a lot of the discussion surrounding personal demons and the way the house represents more than just physical space. Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Sorry, I'm playing around a little bit with the lenses. I've got a whole headset, and I'm trying to figure out a set of focal lengths where the foci actually. You know, I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll put away the 2x. I'll just use a 3x. Okay. Because RIP, yep, that happens. Mega Mighty, have a good night. Alright, so... I mean, you said that you wanted to finish reading, so go ahead and do that. But if you want to go on and on and on for hours about your relationship with the concept of personal space and how horror media interacts with that, I am actually pretty comfortable with that. That's fine. That's totally reasonable. Alright, so I am going to do... Gotta get out my paints. We're going blue and yellow. We're going blue and yellow. Where's my... Not Thunderhawk blue. Not Nagaroth Knights. Where is it? There we go. Macraga blue. You got like 3 hours of sleep? Oh no, that's pretty rough. That's an unpleasantly small amount of sleep to get. Okay, this is my number 4. Okay, tell me if I'm on or off screen, right? Tell me if I'm on or off screen. That's a pretty good layer right there. Hold up. My grip is not good. Oh, absolutely, Nora. I hope that your arthritis starts to treat you a little bit more kindly. I am sorry that is giving you such a bother. My hands are not being as steady as I would like them to be today, but I think I'm just doing something wrong with my grip. It's getting colder, it happens. Ah, okay. It's still quite hot where I am. It's still quite hot where I am. It is, we are above the temperatures where I feel remotely comfortable. I'm a cold weather guy. I'm a cold weather guy. Let's get that ink. Let's get that out of there and let's reload it. Because you don't want paint to sit too long. My paper towel. Vitals always keep a paper towel on hand while painting. Oh, I just realized how... okay, the pressure changes. Yeah. Oh, you're in Michigan. Yeah, yep. I know Michigan quite well. I've spent quite a bit of time in that. I would say great state, but I think blighted state's actually more accurate. I actually kind of like Michigan, but my affection for it as a traveler and as a tourist, I think, should not be weighed that heavily against the actual practical realities of the living in such a poorly managed state. And, you know, as they say, the Midwest simply has more weather. Just has more total weather than the East Coast. Doing a little bit of spatial logic here to figure out what I'm looking at. Okay. Yes, it's this one I want. Nope, I'm wrong. Merda. Merda, it's this one I wanted. This is going to be a kind of painful mistake to deal with. Because painting yellow over blue is going to take a lot of layers to... Dang. Okay. And... Amarillo Lunar. Okay, let's... This one should be yellow. Okay, actually the opacity on that is pretty strong. It's a lot stronger than I expected it to be. I was expecting this to be a lot more painful. It's going to require, like, a couple more layers, but I'm comfortable with doing that. I'm not trying to do anything quickly here, so So right, you should buy a shitty energy drink. Imagine spending money on good energy drinks. I say as a man who never spends money on energy drinks. The person who has like the least skin in the game imaginable on the energy drink game. I wonder when the last time I had like an actual like normal energy drink was. I think the last one I had that was like a normal, like considered an energy drink was a Balls in like 2006-ish. No. Let's not do that to him, Blue. It's still quite early. Still quite early. Let's get a little bit. I had a roommate who was a fan of wet palettes because they save paint because so much less of your paint dries out. And it remains such a surprising consideration to me, since my experience is that I end up losing so much paint by like washing brushes that the amount of paint I put down at the palette at any given moment is actually like the majority of it, I think, gets washed out. I think we'd have to look up a reference though for this, because I'm not sure what to do with the collar on this. Would the collar on one of these be the same color as... Would the collar be the same color as any of these, or is it going to be a third color? That's what I'm really not sure about. Alright, this part I'm just going to have to accept that I'm going to be painting over some yellow. Yeah, and I'm just okay with it, to be honest, Blue. I'm just like, yeah, it's just what it is. The form of paint waste that I really try to avoid is drying in the bottle and spills. Those are the two that I'm really worried about. Like I can lose, like I have lost in the past. I have lost like 80+% of bottles of paint by just the paint getting dried out in the bottle. Which is mostly a factor of Games Workshop pots being really bad. Nagi convinced me to get some tubes. So I do have some tubes of like proper, like good acrylics. The tube men, the tube women. The tubes. I never quite get over the fact that there was a lengthy period of Warframe's history where the tube men of Til Rigor was the best written part of the game. Like a fairly long stretch of time. All right. All right. Let's take a look here. Yes. But yeah, no, I've got some actual like artist tube paint that I want to do some experiments with. I kind of want to do some of that experimentation when she's here. Because I did want to like, because I don't have any painting instruction, right? Like, I have so little actual instruction in this. I have so little understanding of color theory. Like, I think I just like need to take some community college courses on color theory at this point is like where I'm at. Like I just two paints are astronaut food. Incredible choice. Okay. Need that a little bit drier. Try looking online first. Yeah. Okay, we're in ads. We're in ads. All right, folks. Gonna put on the BRB screen, and I'm going to use the bathroom and look up a Landsknecht reference sheet. So we'll be back in a minute. All right, we're back. So I did look it up. While I was up. So what I've been concerned about is this kind of collar region up here. And this kind of collar region, I've looked at a couple of different recreations and sources about of Landsknechts, and normally they would have I should say many of the references they have a gorget. However, many of those the breastplate is over the in many of those references the gorget is over the jackets. Sorry, the breastplate is over the jackets, whereas this guy's got his padded quilt on top. And in those cases, sometimes it's a third color, but sometimes it's one of the colors of the jacket. And so I'm inclined to go with the jacket color because it looks, to my eyes, more materially similar, though it actually looks like there's another layer underneath that I might do in an off-white. Here's the question is what skin tone should I give this guy? Like, we have such an image of these guys being associated with Germany that that my mind initially goes to making him pretty pale, but I think just as a matter of like what I care about and what I and like how I like to paint, I think I'd like to make him a bit darker than that. Maybe not like the blue blacks that I love to work with so much. But I think I can mix together a somewhat ruddy color, right? I think I can mix together somewhat ruddy color and get something that I can be pretty happy with. So that's going to be really light skin right there. That's going to be really light skin. That's substantially more yellow than red. So this is going to be a very light skin tone right here. Oh, nope, forgot the red concentrates up really strong once I get it mixing. This is very pink here. And let's get this out of here. I made a very smart decision that I've never made before, which is to, instead of filling up my paint cans in the sink and then carrying them to the studio, I just filled up a really, really big bottle of water. I just filled up a really, really big bottle of water first. And let's do a very, very tiny amount of blue, and then just drag that in. Hello? Hello, Niano.
There we go.
There we go, yeah. I should show what's happening to the audience, even if it's not very good. Yes, I am doing a little bit of palette mixing over here.
Oh, he's mixing the palettes. You know, Tupperware contain. Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah,
I know the Tupperware. That's one of them. That's one of them. They're like Rubbermaid, glass bottom, plastic tops.
Yes, exactly. It's really good.
Yeah, I use them all the time. They're my preferred.
My preferred is the Rubbermaid plastic bottom, plastic top, the bright line.
I thought you were supposed to be vegan.
Hmm?
Plastic is dinosaurs, dog.
Not predominantly, but arguably. God, if I had to avoid all petrochemicals, that would actually be a real challenge. Hello, Kara.
Hey, man. You want to be consistent?
I feel like you're demanding a lot. It's not reasonable. I think that you are.
I'm not demanding a lot. Excuse me. I'm not demanding a lot. Your woke ideologies. I can't even finish this.
My level wokisme.
Wokisme, what does that mean?
It means what you think it means. It's la French for low woke.
I don't believe you.
I don't even know if it's real. I think it might just be like Twitter user making fun of. Okay, I think this is the color I want. I think this is the color I want. Right
See,
here.
the reality of a given statement is completely irrelevant to me.
I know. This is why you're a wizard, and I'm not.
All that matters is if it's funny.
This is why you're a wizard, and I'm not.
This is true.
And actually, Blue,
I'll make it real.
I did originally use this this Tupperware container for food. I originally bought it actually for sourdough, and it turns out it sucks for sourdough. Dog shit for sourdough. Pro tip, folks, if you've wondered why people keep on using the same types of jars for sourdough, it's because they're the right types of jars for sourdough. You do still want it to be relatively, you want it to be both wide, you want to have a wide mouth and be taller than it is wide. Those are
Wide people
features.
happy.
Hmm?
Wide people happy.
Yeah, wide people happy. Yeah. That's the place where you want to put your sourdoughs. Don't just use like a big wide open container.
Exactly. You know what you need to use?
No, I
You
don't.
need to use the interior of a frog.
The poor froggy.
No, the frog likes it.
Have you seen Amphibia?
Is that a movie?
It's a TV show, so no, you haven't.
What's it about? I'm assuming it's about amphibians.
It's a Western style isekai. It's very much like the Owl House. I can actually, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm reasonably sure that the creators of it knew each other and had been spitballing ideas, and then they both kind of just took a divergence on the same idea because it's so similar.
I've never watched the Owl House.
Fair enough.
I just know there's a lot of Yuri posting about it.
Oh yeah. Knights of Guinevere. This is a Landsknecht. This is a Landsknecht. But yes.
There's Landsknecht?
Yeah. What about it? It's a word.
She's not here. So Amphibia.
Amphibia is about a Thai-American teenager named An Bun Chui who gets isekai'd to a fantasy world where everybody is amphibians.
Including her?
No, she's a complete freak because she's a mammal.
Wait a minute, I think I've seen an advertisement for this.
People in that world think she's absolutely disgusting.
I see what's going on with this. I'm picking up what they're putting down.
I think it's pretty delightful. No, thank you. I think Amphibia is pretty delightful. I've only watched the first season. There's apparently 3 seasons, 3 entire seasons. And I had forgotten about it. 'Cause I watched the first season when it came out. I was like, oh, that was really good, and I didn't really think about it for a long time.
Okay, but what about woman-sized insects? Are those okay?
Hello, lesbian cat. Okay, yes. I don't tend to look super hard at upcoming releases. And frankly, I feel extremely vindicated for this. I remember the Duke Nukem Forever hype cycle. I'm actually pretty regretful that this guy has so little skin showing because I'm actually really happy with the skin tone.
So little skin.
Digital Circus is really good. Digital Circus I like a lot.
I do like Digital Circus quite a bit. It is pretty good.
Very happy with Digital Circus.
I have an idea. I have an idea that I think I fully understand exactly what's going on.
Oh?
Yeah. Are you fully caught up?
I have watched through episode 6.
So is that a yes?
I mean, assuming they haven't released episode 7 in the last, 2 weeks. Or the last 48 hours.
I mean, it'd be kind of remarkable if they did.
It would be remarkable. It'd be very surprising. I would actually be kind of flustered because I
Bamboozled?
I was hoping to have some time to sit with what they've done so far.
Or would bemused be the proper word? I think bemused would be a good word.
Bemused is actually a pretty good one for this one, yeah.
That word has actually fucked me over at least 12 times in my life.
Oh my god!
Because I keep on thinking it's
related to amused.
Yes, but it's not.
It's not. It's not. It's really not.
It pisses me off.
It's closer to vexed. Or chagrined.
Yeah, vex is such a good word, by the way.
Vex is a great word.
There should absolutely be a VTuber who's like a tiger who's vexed. Yeah. That'd be crazy.
And possibly even vexes other people sometimes as well.
Oh, this is true. Oh, dude, her model looks so fucking good. Have you seen?
Oh my god, I have. Yeah, I've seen it. It's so good. It's so good. It's.
And I hope she's not here because I'm barking like a dog.
We're Jazzahol. We're referencing vexing cats.
No. That's the gecko.
When did Zenfreya come up?
You know what? I'm running on 3 hours of sleep. I don't think I can explain my thought process to you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We're
except for the fact that's Vex, which rhymes with Gex, and Gex is a gecko, and Gex is in a video game. Therefore, I should drink more energy. Yeah.
Honestly, unfortunately, this is the meanest thing I can say about an era of art. Gex was ahead of his time. Gex was ahead of his time. If Gex had come out 4 years later, would have been would have displaced Mario.
I don't know about that.
If it had come out just 6 months before the first Avengers film, it would be over. There'd be more furry porn of him. That would also help, yeah.
At that point, it's not furry, but I'm not going to get into the specifics because it reveals that I know too much.
I'll trust you on that one because I don't know that much.
I mean, I don't. I'm two shots of tired equivalent.
That is very rough. I'm gonna actually trust Kirill on this one. That Kirill understands the taxonomy better than either of the two of us.
Listen, Ion. Okay, there's this repeating pattern that I've noticed, and it's that if you're literally a cat, people bring up furries around you unbidden. It pisses me off. Every time. It doesn't matter. So if your goal is to have a unique VTuber design, if your goal is to have a unique design whatsoever, you know what? Just go with Gen shit. Just go with the most basic bitch fucking anime boy, anime girl, whatever thing. Kemonimi, just do whatever. Don't be a literal cat because people will make terrible jokes at you all the time. And it vexes me.
I think this was a failure of you going with cat specifically, though, I have to say. Because seriously, do people make fetish jokes about Geop?
Rock hard, baby.
True. So true. I think he's okay with that one. I think that one's fine.
Well, that one, see, that's funny. That's funny. But whenever you have like people popping into chat and go like, "Hey, did you know about cat penises?"
Set up a bot that
It's
says, set up a bot that times people out for that one.
Well, it actually doesn't happen all that often, but I'm being hyperbolic.
I can tell. I can tell.
Except for the fact that it does happen, and I'm distraught, destroyed, disabused.
And the thing is, like you can come up with so many bad counters for that.
Dude, absolutely, you can.
I do, Sharkra, you have reminded me of an image that I've been hunting for the last day or two, and I really should have saved it somewhere. Where somebody was describing like different, like you can tell where somebody learned how to draw their dogs, like what fandom they were in. You can tell what fandom person was in by how they draw a dog, and they only had 3 things, and it was normal, furry, and homestuck.
That's brutal.
And, like, the homestuck dog is pretty distinctive. It's like, yeah, I can see how this would be like one of those things that just like stands out to you immediately. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if you're a talented artist that is taking comms, you're going to get comms for furry stuff. I fully expect that somehow people are going to try to comm me for, like, furry calligraphy somehow. Yeah.
Would that just be like just gothic, but ooh speak?
I was thinking more like somebody might comm me for like an entire furry erotica done gothic style.
Okay, so hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
If someone paid you to write their horrific, well, not even horrific, but someone paid you to write, like, to transfer their fetishistic, like, erotica
sorry, I just realized I did this. I got the model backwards.
into into a folio or into an illuminated manuscript. Mm-hmm. How much would you charge?
Oh God, I mean, so illuminate is going to be. I'm going to have to make that like a bit tougher, right? Because I actually don't know how to illuminate. It's a very specialized skill, and I don't know how to do it yet.
Okay, well,
so
just ignore that then. Just regular ass, handcrafted, super nice, handwritten.
I figure probably about $3 a word.
$3 a word.
I think I'll charge standard.
Honestly, $3,000.
I think I charge standard for that. Yeah, just $3 a word. I think I charge standard. Hello, Mix.
Yeah, all right. Where's Mix? Oh, there he is.
Oh, Kirill asked for a book recommendation. I wasn't paying attention.
Ooh.
Mishima's Confession of a Mask, but by less of a freak. Okay. But less freaky, I thought, was what you were trying to go for. And I was like, well, then, like, what's the point? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, the whole point of engaging with Mishima is that he's such a freak. Or at least, like... Freak. Well, he's also very funny. Confession. I actually haven't read Confessions of a Mask. I know Mishima more from the nonfiction side, where he leaves a distinct impression. You know Mishima, right?
He's the... Okay.
I have to talk about this guy. Like Kirill's brought him up, and I think this was mostly an excuse.
He was the dude who died in the 1940s, right?
Nope. 70s. Hello, Beeple.
So he wasn't the dude who did a murder-suicide?
He did just a suicide.
Oh.
You don't know the guy?
No, I don't know the guy.
Okay.
The only Mishima that I know is, like, from Tekken.
Fair enough. So
no, it's not. That's terrible.
So Mishima was a
Mhm.
gay Japanese ultra-fascist in the 70s.
No, I do know this guy. I do know this guy.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of guy you would know about.
What?
What?
What does that mean?
He's very funny. like this is this is an extremely funny historical figure. Like this guy's insane.
Okay.
like this guy's just a wealth of incredibly funny stupid stories.
Carry on.
The way that he dies is he tries to throw the dumbest coup of all time against the Japanese government that has like no backing and no support from anybody. It's all just absolute clown shoe stuff. He just kind of like occupies a random building and shouts from the rooftops, and everybody goes, "Okay, that's cool," and then he stabs himself in the stomach.
Okay.
But the story about him that like I always remember because it's so insane. Vibes base coup. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. The story that I really remember from him
one of those off?
was from a guy that he had sex with in the 60s because he was gay. Very, very gay. And the way that they had sex was they simulated seppuku, right? They simulated the act of committing suicide by stabbing yourself in the stomach. Like, role played out the whole thing. Of Mishima, of Yukio Mishima stabbing himself in the stomach. And this caused Mishima to have an orgasm.
Oh no.
Complete no contact orgasm.
You know,
that's one of the most just
you know,
purely from the role play of it.
You know what I think? How famous was this dude for this? Like in the broader Japanese cultural sphere? I'm about to drop the hottest take of all time.
He was already a pretty famous author. He was a pretty established and well-known author.
Okay. But that particular story that you just told, how common is that knowledge?
Medium to low common, to the point of being potentially apocryphal.
Okay. But do you think that weird, artistic types who happen to work in the Japanese video game industry would have heard of that?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. 110%. Yeah.
All right. Then I know exactly who is the inspiration for all of the evil big bad JRPG bosses who want to wipe out all life, and it's that guy.
Yeah, no, obvious. That feels
because almost all of them act as if they get some bizarre form of sexual pleasure from Omnicide or whatever.
Yeah, Hideo Kojima is a known fan. Sephiroth feels pretty inspired.
No, Sephiroth is just pure Freud. I'm sorry.
I don't think Sephiroth is pure anything. Sephiroth is so
He's
goofy.
pure shit.
He's pure shit. He's pure shit.
I'm sorry, I'm spicy. I've been flip-flopping on my opinion of Final Fantasy VII over the past several years.
Okay. I know that Mix is a known hater. Just a known unambiguous hater. Which is an unusual take. I have watched other people play it, but have not actually gotten very far in it myself because of I don't know, there's something about JRPGs that last longer than 20 hours where it just causes my brain to shut down. Even at a pretty early stage, they structure when you've got a JRPG that's going to be a true epic JRPG, they structure everything from beginning to end in a way to be epic in that fashion, and it kills my interest at a very early stage. So
what do you mean? What do you mean by epicness? Are you talking about just scope? Or are you talking about?
So I'm talking about scope. I'm talking about scope from an experiential standpoint, not scope as in the scope of the plot, but scope as in scope of the how long you're expected to play it and how much progression you're supposed to make.
Okay.
Once you get above the level,
if they divide it up into say 15-hour episodes that come out every year, would you be more amenable to that?
Maybe, I don't know. This is I am so it's worth pointing out that I'm not starting from like the standpoint of having a principle about this thing. I am trying to divine from looking at my own reactions what might be the common threads between my reactions. Like,
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just kind of like, I've been in the background kind of experimenting with like different ways to distribute like RPGs to make them more palatable.
Well, I think there's a lot of things about
considering.
like audience differences, right? Like different audiences want different things because like the sort of things that get people into Final Fantasy VII and honestly Final Fantasies after 6, right? Like there's something about the Final Fantasies after 6, well, after and Tactics being an exception, where they're just like they're super long and they start super slow. And I thought this was just a problem of JRPGs, but then when I replayed Chrono Trigger, you did not miss a Mishima-related one because I'm actually not entirely sure what you're looking for in Confessions of a Mask. That like you want. I think of Mishima as mostly very funny and insane, and so I don't really know enough about the formal attributes to know exactly what you're looking for. If that's really, I did give a very funny Mishima story, Kirill, that you've probably heard. But I apologize. I think I flubbed that book recommendation.
Bizarre. It's a bizarre. Yeah, the official. No, listen. Okay, the official translation of Final Fantasy VII is fantastic because Barrett has some funny lines.
Okay, so I do want to point out something that's really cool is that the Tim Rogers, the best gamer, did a very long 14-part series on the.
Tim Rogers?
You know Tim Rogers. Action Button. We've talked about him before here, man. You know. He did a 14-part series on
I believe you.
The original English translation of Final Fantasy VII.
14 parts?
Yep.
Hold on, I'm going to YouTube. I'm following this guy immediately, unless he's a chud.
Tim Rogers? No.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
No, Tim Rogers is cool. He worked for Konami in Japan.
Action Button.
So like his bona fides on actually speaking Japanese decently are unassailable.
Oh my God, he never uploads anymore.
Yep.
I'm subscribed to him.
Yep, I knew you knew who he was.
What if I watched my? Okay, I think I forgot about him because he hasn't posted anything in like several months.
Yeah, no, his videos take a long time. The Cyberpunk video is
good.
Insane.
Good. That's fantastic. I love that shit.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. Yeah, he did a 14-part analysis of the translation of the English translation, and
the translation of English translation or the English translation of Final Fantasy VII?
The English translation of Final Fantasy VII. I'm also just annoyed by the fact
that
I think I did these in the wrong order. I should have started from the back instead of going to the front first. I'm gonna redo this a little bit, and the gist that I kind of got out of it is that the Final Fantasy VII translation was quite rushed.
Yes, and you are correct, actually. I could speak in detail about this.
But the part that really struck me was that, like, in the Japanese, Barrett just speaks like a dad.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the, like, kind of racist-seeming black scent. That was a decision made by the American localizer. Yes, that is correct. And that's like really striking to me, right? That's.
Well, I can tell you this. If you, let's go to Tactics for example. You probably know this already.
Yeah.
But Final Fantasy Tactics, it's not like written in a particularly like Elizabethan or old style Japanese. It's just written in modern Japanese.
Yep. This is why
it was the choice of the translators to make it older sounding.
It was a choice of the translators of the War of the Lions translation, which is, I don't like the War of the Lions translation. It's like one of my least popular takes, is I think the War of the Lions translation is inferior to the original translation. for this reason.
Well, I think they retranslated it for the remake.
They're doing another retranslation of it for the next one, yes. And I'm not a super fan.
Yeah, and I think it's out today. Let me check.
Same day as Silk Song. Oof.
The final. Oh, no, that comes out the 30th of the month. Okay, cool. That gives me some time to...
I have no intention of buying it. I still have my OG copy.
I probably will.
I still have my OG copy of Final Fantasy
I will
Tactics.
for one reason alone, to signal to Square Enix that they should make more Final Fantasy Tactics games.
I don't know if they'll take that lesson, though. They might take the lesson they should make more remakes and make less originals.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I can never tell with Square Enix because they're just so fucking stupid.
This is the problem. It's like it's just total clown communication with them. Yeah,
dude. It is beyond clown to clown communication. I swear to God, it's like you know that gargantuan like aspen colony that's like in Colorado or something. It's like 1,000 square miles or whatever.
Okay, sure, if you say so.
Yeah, it's like that. I swear to God, there's like one dude whose brain is in a jar that is cyclically linked to every single like massive Japanese studio who's directing them to be as stupid as possible. It's the only way. It has to be brains in a jar.
But yeah, I actually really like the original translation of Final Fantasy Tactics. I think to the extent that there are flaws in it, I think there's just like some inconsistencies and some awkward lines. But I think like the core of it is very good, and I think that doing it in modern English is the right move. I think flat out that is the superior move. Non-trivially, because they're... Sorry, go ahead.
I think that my problem with it... with the War of the Lines translation is that there are some pretty banger lines actually that they managed to knock out in that one. The problem is that I don't think they used Elizabethan English properly.
No, that it bothers me. It's so distracting. That's like why I can't handle it. It is not like people are like, oh, it's supposed to sound old school. I'm like, it doesn't sound old school. It sounds like a fan fiction writer who has heard of sounding old school.
Yeah, it sounds pretentious.
Really distracting. Yeah, it's really pretentious sounding. It really gets on my nerves. Especially because like I've read, first of all, like most Americans have read actual Elizabethan. Like, come on.
Yeah, Shakespeare.
Like, come on. You guys know what it sounds like. Second, it's...
Yeah, it sounds surprising. It sounds surprisingly modern.
Yeah. It sounds like what it specifically sounded like to me was a 19th century aristocrat's romantic vision of what they wished the Middle Ages had sounded like.
Actually, you know what? What? That's actually based. Hear me out. Because the entire like framing device of Final Fantasy Tactics is a revisionist history put out like 300 years later.
That's true. I will say I actually do wish they had gone more into that framing device because I think it's really fun.
Me too.
And in case people, I'm just going to spoil the whole fucking plot.
We've spoken about this.
Yeah.
Like, having like a funny little thing where like if you lose a battle, it goes, oh wait, that's not how that happened.
Yeah. Well, so here's like the biggest thing that I would want from a Final Fantasy Tactics re-release that is not going to fucking happen, and it's so unlikely to happen, I'm not even bothering to research. Would be better mod support.
Better mod support. Well, I can tell you this right now. There probably will be considerable mod support for this game. Not like officially, but like...
Yeah, the Final Fantasy Tactics modding community is actually pretty robust.
Oh, that's fantastic. I didn't know that. So
some
really good ROM hacks?
Yeah, there's some really good ROM hacks. I really recommend Celdia's Complete Patch version 2.0. I really recommend that one. That one's really good. It is a gameplay overhaul. It does not affect the plot at all. It's not like a rewrite. It's all gameplay. But she makes some insane decisions with the gameplay that are amazing. Did you know?
All right.
Did you know, Niano, that 0 HP and unconscious are actually different?
In the game?
Yes, in Tactics.
No, but from like a programming perspective, it makes sense.
Yeah, you can remove the dead status effect without giving anybody HP. So you just have people walking around at 0 HP.
Are they like invulnerable at that point, or
No, it's actually. Oh, hold on. We got Folka. We got a raid. We got a raid from Folka Zauber. Let's give this shout out to Folka. At Folka. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. Sorry, I'm just double checking to make sure I spell your name correctly, and I almost spelled it incorrectly. How is Lives of P? How's Lives of P? For the
Dude, I'm gonna give you the auto shout out thing that I have. I'm gonna give you the auto shout out thing that I have in Streamerbot.
I don't like doing it auto. I like doing it manual. It feels better. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I do a lot of calligraphy, but today I am painting a miniature. Hopefully 2 if I don't fuck up. I will finish 2 today. How was the Lives of P? How was the Lives of P? Yes, Folko Zauber is a bear that is also a wizard.
No way.
Yes way.
Nuh-uh, I don't believe that.
Sorry, man. It's true. The bears are coming for your jobs.
No fucking way. This rules. Finally. More X who is also a wizard. I'm so happy that people started taking my advice. Even if you've never heard of me before, you took my advice. No, are you kidding me? I don't battle up with other wizards. We collaborate to cause as much, mischief and, misery as possible.
But yes, I should also clarify for the Raiders. I am joined today by my friend Neanomancer, who we were mostly just shouting about Final Fantasy games. Wizard the Hedgehog and Hedgehog, who is also Wizard. Is that where hedge mages come from?
Yes. Oh my god!
Yeah? What's up?
I just figured something out. I need to get a loan of approximately $1 billion from a bank.
Okay. What are you going to do with $1 billion?
Buy every number, every possible combination of the Powerball and win.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's now worth it to do that.
Oh my god, that's a dire state of affairs when the expected value of playing the lottery goes positive.
It's $1.7 billion, dude.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be so. You know what's the most annoying part?
Mm-hmm.
Is that you know exactly which person is going to do that.
Yeah, me.
You have $1 billion today?
No, but I could just call up SoftBank. They're willing to throw money away.
You know who has $1 billion today and would do this and would think it was really funny and would put his name on the newspaper over it?
Starts the knee.
Yep.
No, he wouldn't do it.
He would. He would.
Anyway, I'm buying a couple of tickets.
But yes, I should also obviously Folka Zauber, thank you for the raid. Thank you for trusting your community with me. I am painting a little Landsknecht today. I am painting a little bit of a Landsknecht today, and and if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I'm glad that you had a nice time with Lies of P. I have unsurprisingly not played Lies of P. Seems hard. Seems like a difficult game to me, and I am bad at video games.
Blue. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. After taxes, if you take the cash payout, which is $770 million, right? You would have $485 million left. The government can take $300 million. I don't give a shit.
The trouble is getting the loans and paying those back.
No, true. But, I'm a wizard. I'm going to manipulate probability, and I'm going to win off of one number.
Okay, that's a different question. Yeah. Blue.
Are you going to pay back the bank, though? With the lottery winnings, of course.
There is a very funny option, depending on which type of loan you use for this purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Of just declaring bankruptcy.
Okay, so I personally win the lottery. I then transfer all of the investments into offshore accounts. Then I declare bankruptcy, and then I'm okay.
I mean, if you want to get involved with offshoring, you just flee the country.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to go to MagFest.
True, you would not. It's worth pointing out that like this exact kind of question, is exactly why there's a line in there's a thing in banking where if you owe the bank $1 million, that's your problem, but if you owe the bank $1 billion, that's the bank's problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason why, like, for truly rich people, like, they can't go to, like, Bank of America. Like, they go to, like, sometimes I guess they do, but, like, truly rich people have to go to, like, Deutsche Bank and stuff. Yes, please sleep well, MikksUAV. Thank you for rating. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate you trusting your fellas with me as I paint a tiny little fella.
Have a good night, folk.
Yes, and you've
Fellow
made Nano very
wizards,
happy.
stay strong.
Yes, you've made this wizard very happy. You've made his night. Unlike me, who has made his night.
You have.
Yes, I have
Who?
degraded. I have made your night bad. I have degraded your night.
No. You're waking me up, actually. Although it could just be my meds and the caffeine.
So true.
We'll see. You
But
guys
no,
should build a tower.
So what I was saying, I want to be one of in miniature painting. I actually kind of want to be a terrain folk more than anything else.
You want to be a terrain guy?
Yeah, I kind of want to be a terrain guy.
Go to the pet store.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, so in Final Fantasy Tactics, if you have 0 HP and you're alive, you're actually in a very interesting state of being, where the way that dead is inflicted in the game is that if there is a state update and you have 0 HP, then dead is inflicted on you.
Uh-huh.
So, as long as you don't do any state updates, you're alive. The important state update... Position is not a state update, but gaining XP is.
I see.
So, the most trivial option to do is to revive somebody and then they heal themselves on their own turn. Or you just revive somebody and then they get killed again instantly and by an enemy, but you've reset the clock. But it is also very, very funny that you can revive somebody and have them walk up and punch an enemy and both of them die. Because again, anytime you gain XP, even if you're healing a teammate, it will kill you. If you don't have upgraded to 0 HP by the time the state update happens. Very funny set of tactical options to have in the game. It also turns out that there's a couple things you may have noticed in tactics, like that there are skills that are equipment dependent.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
I've maybe done about 2 or 3 missions in tactics.
Okay, never mind.
I've not beaten the game. I've not played it extensively.
Okay.
The reason being is that I was too brain fried at the time. My ADHD was too bad.
That's fair.
Now it's better.
That's fair. No. I was just gonna invoke some stuff that happens. That's like in-depth, not lore even, in-depth shenanigans.
Well, no, it's not lore. It's just talking about like game mechanics and how the game is set up, which I think is really interesting. I love that shit.
Okay, well, I'll just finish this thought then. So there are skills that are equipment dependent in the base game. That are just fully equipment dependent, and that like the skill just like doesn't work if you don't have the right type of equipment equipped. The game doesn't do a lot with this though. How it works is that just like certain skills only work if you have a sword, and you just take a sword. So they made a mage class, the sorcerer. I should say Seldia did. Seldia did this. That has 16 spells, but each of those 4 spells only works with a specific type of equipment. So the offensive spells only work if you have a wand equipped, and the healing spells only work if you have a staff equipped, and so on. And you have innate equip change on it, but equip change uses up a movement. So you actually can swap between which spells you're using constantly over the course of the battle, but you sacrifice your movement to do so.
That's really cool. I like that.
It's super cool. It's super
That is
cool.
that is a fantastic way to balance that. That's really good.
Another thing that the game barely uses in the base game, and it turns out is incredibly interesting if you get engaged with it, is that there are some abilities that are only castable if you have a status effect on you. That's the thing that you can do. You can tag it so that a skill only works if you already have a status on you.
And I'm assuming that one of the statuses is dead.
Dead is a status. They do not use that. They don't do anything that clever with that because the dead status prevents you from taking action. So that's a bit of a
Right.
killer there. But what they did do was they made a class that they can cast the best form of haste in the game that affects the most people, but they can only cast it if they're already slowed.
I like that. That's really fucking cool.
They've got a healing spell that only works when they're poisoned.
I like it from a mechanical standpoint, and I'm really curious how they could justify it, like ludonarratively.
Oh, ludonarratively, they are doing so little ludonarrative justification in this mod. This mod is
which is fine. But I'm just curious, like how you could take that and just justify it like within a narrative.
The closest that they've got for a ludonarrative justification for that one is a bunch of Zhuge Liang quotes. That class just has a bunch of Zhuge Liang quotes. It's really funny.
Okay. That's a dude's rock moment. I don't care.
Yeah, Saldia rocks. And yes, Blue. Grass is not actually super hard because you like Shark Ray said, you just kind of can buy grass and then you use glue. And not even like good glue. You use like Elmer's glue on the surface, and then you shake it
vigorously.
I remember when I went to do grassy bases, I would literally take the entire base and just put it in the bag with the grass. Just let the consequences fall where they may.
I think if I become extraordinarily wealthy via pure happenstance and totally non-nefarious means, I'm gonna do crazy things with like models.
There's some like really rich guy who's like huge into models. I think it was Rod Stewart. Has like an apartment-sized model train set.
Yes, that's what I would do.
Which is like not even actually all that crazy. That's just like an apartment. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, like I would have like great dude. Honestly, building a model train set from scratch is probably it's in my top 10 of my bucket list because I fucking love those things.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, go ahead, Shark. Go ahead. I'm curious to hear your story. I apologize for not being like as attentive to chat as I would like to be because I've got this whole like jeweler's mask on.
Wait a minute, who the fuck is that?
Who's what?
Oh, right. You're doing. How did you say it? Landsknecht.
Landsknecht. Yeah.
Landsknecht.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it properly.
I was just thinking that it was really odd for a Roman to be painted with blue and yellow.
It is. I'm not even sure if
just because you've been painting Romans so often.
Nagi has advised me that sometimes I should paint something that's not a Roman, which is fair. I might also paint.
I would listen to her advice.
Because, good lord, am I deep in Roman debt?
Roman debt.
Dude's debt.
How does it differ from regular debt?
Well, it's made of greasy guys with swords.
Greasy guys with swords.
Yeah.
Large scale battles with these models in a school gymnasium.
Okay, so I was working with the commission. Has their 3,000 scale model ship kits.
$3,000. So like 1 to 3,000 or 3,000. Three.
3,000 different models of different scales. Sharkray, that's wild. I am honestly kind of bothered that he used multiple different scales.
Yeah, I'm a little bothered by that.
Like, that feels just like a... That just feels sloppy to me.
3,000 fucking kits. That's amazing. Oh! That reminds me. Well, I was visiting the Smithsonian, right? They had a ton of these, like, metal model kits for, like, various buildings or, like, dinosaurs or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I think... I didn't buy any of them because they were a little bit too expensive. But I think if I had, I prefer having metal model kits rather than having plastic model kits.
Metal has advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But can you think how cool it would be if you had to weld together a Gundam?
Was finding the actual ships. That's fair. That's very fair. Yeah, because I did kind of think that was going to be an issue, was that, like, you were going to run into, like, especially if you want, like, lots of different distinctive ships, and, like, ship guys are crazy on this one. Ship guys are absolutely crazy on this one, because, like, they'll just, like, look at a model of a ship or just, like, a drawing, and, like, offhandedly they'll be like, oh yeah, that's, like, this specific battleship, and, like, I genuinely... That looks like a battleship to me. Like, I know enough about ships that I can tell, like, the difference between, like, a dreadnought and, like, an Iowa class. But, like, I could not tell you the difference between each individual Iowa class. Like,
I don't like those Navy vessels that that they're making right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like them very much.
Which ones, though? Are you talking about the Zoom Vaults? Or what? I'm
talking about, like, the newest ones. Like, the ones that have been made over the past, like, 10 years.
Do you mean the actual boats, or do you mean, like, the models of boats?
The actual boats.
Are we making new boats? I thought we stopped doing that. I thought we just, like, gave up on
we're making new boats.
I know that we've been making Zoom Vaults, but the Zoom Vaults are apparently awful.
They don't look right. I don't like them. It's like they try to combine the worst aspects of, like, Halo and... Oh shit, what's, like, a really slick looking... It's like Halo and Mass Effect, and I'm just like,
You're talking about, like, the actual USN?
I'm talking about the actual, the actual boats.
I mean, I can't look this up because my hands are a little bit occupied.
They're just...
double check.
I mean, I'll just describe them. They're like sinuous. They're like sleek. They don't have, like, the bulkiness, or they just don't look right to me. They look like something out of, like, Star Wars, but, like, with fewer greebles, and you got to have the greebles.
I'm still pretty convinced that you're talking about the Zoom Vault.
I have no idea. I'm gonna look up Zoom Vault and I'm gonna misspell it, and it's gonna be your fault.
Hell yeah. We love to encourage misspellings in this house, folks.
You're damn right. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's what I thought you had. Yeah, the Zoom Vault.
But there was another one.
I just feel like looks
there are others that are just that are like the Zoom Vault, but
the LCS.
They're more sinuous. Why are there no rails on this boat?
Hello, Humter. Yeah, the Zoom Vault. Yes. Yeah, defo talking about the Zoom Vault. I like how people are able to tell what you're talking about just by, like, the fact you're like, it doesn't have greebles. It's like, yes, it's the Zoom Vault.
You fucking nerds. What's the Lyndon B. Johnson?
I don't know why it doesn't have greebles. Like, I understand why, like, the render doesn't have it, but, like, I don't understand, like, why that kept on going, because, like, there are just features of a ship where increased surface area is good. Right? Like,
yeah.
And, like, doing something smooth is, like, the way that you reduce surface area. And it's just, like, you kind of want more contact for, like, radar detectors and stuff like that. And I don't quite get what's going on there.
Yeah, like the USS Independence, the LCS-2. That's more what I'm about. That's more what I'm about.
All right. Yeah, the LCS.
That thing looks like a fucking spaceship.
But yeah, the actual like hardcore ship guys, like they'll just be like, oh yeah, like I know, like that can't be the Iowa, that has to be the New Jersey, and I'm like, how do you keep track of this level of thing? Like I can.
Well, I can tell you how.
Well, it's because
There are way fewer boats than there are tanks.
This is true, yeah. This is true. It's just like, I feel like pretty lucky if I can keep track of like class versus class. But like individual ships, it's like, and again, like there's navies where that feels like more reasonable. Like if we're talking about like the IJN, if you're talking about like aircraft carriers of the IJN, they're all built bespoke. Like none of them are actually like clones of each other. Whereas the US is like, you know, 800 copies of the same thing, like basically came out of a printing press.
Yeah.
And like people are still telling the difference. I'm like, Jesus, like,
well,
I know who can do this. Also, hello, Space Circus.
Yeah.
You know who can do this pretty well?
There's also okay. So on Turi?
Yeah, Turi. Turi's a
I believe
guy.
it.
Turi's a USN guy.
Who could have foreseen this?
Turi loves them boats. Oh, geez, we're into ads.
Damn it. Damnation.
Damnation. I will just take a very quick run to the bathroom and I'll just be back. I'll trust
Do it.
Mr. Manser with
Do
the
it.
audience.
Am I entertaining chat?
Yeah, you're entertaining chat for the moment.
Okay, all right.
I'll be back pretty quickly. I hope.
Okay, go Piss King. Hello, chat. Those of you who remain among the land of the living, the land of the unadded. It's good to see you. I'm doing pretty well, Humpter. And I hope you are as well. There was something I was going to say, and I completely forgot what it was. Story of my fucking life. Oh, I'm just happy. You just got back home from work, so my weekend is starting. Dude, nice. My weekend starts in 6 hours or so. And then begins my final work week at this stupid place. I am so excited to be done working here. There'll be so much silk songing, though. Yes. Actually, it took me like 2.5 hours to buy silk song. And Mix, I know what you're going to say. Both you and Nagi are going to mock me that I bought silk song. But you know what? As much as Hollow Knight is the equivalent of cotton candy in video games, for what it is, I had fun. For what it is, I have fun, even though it lacks total thematic depth, even though it's kind of... Game's freaking long? No, it ain't. You can beat Hollow Knight in like 15 hours. It's not long at all. Well, Nagi, because I got it free on Game Pass. Oh, nice. Why is Nagi mocking you? Because Nagi has taste in video juegos. That's why. Mix just hates me. It's true facts. But as much as Hollow Knight is like the video game equivalent of cotton candy in that, sure, it's sugar, sure, it tastes pretty good, but there is absolutely nothing there. Absolutely nothing there. No, actually, Hunter, I will argue against that. I think Nagi is not too smart to enjoy things. She enjoys a lot. She wears her heart on her sleeves. And like her interests, like she is just like zeroed in on her interests. She loves it. It's just that whenever something, purports to be, one of her interests, or it's advertised itself as being one of her interests, and then it kind of does things that just make her really uncomfortable or just piss her off, then she just gets really, really fucking mad because they didn't execute it perfectly or didn't execute it well enough to her standards. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Why are we talking about the snake? What did the snake do?
Because I made the mistake of mentioning that she would make fun of me for purchasing Silksong.
Oh, yeah, she would.
There's nothing there. What exactly? I'll tell you. Hollow Knight, basically, the story is thematically dead. There's just fucking nothing. It's kind of just like, I really kind of fucking hate to say it, but it is kind of like baby's first Metroidvania in that it is technically competent for the most part, but it is about as standard and unimaginative when compared to like the rest of the Metroidvania offerings as can be. It is the equivalent of like Campbell's tomato soup.
I will say that I have not played Hollow Knight, and I'm not sure when I would ever get around to it because it's not a game that ever really struck my interest, and nobody's actually tried to hard sell me on it. Ever, interestingly. To me, it just looks like Super Metroid. Like, it just looks like Super Metroid.
Yeah,
I think the aesthetic is quite good. But
the aesthetic is good, but the aesthetic is effectively just the sugar in the cotton candy.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And so, like,
the slow drip of the problem with the narrative of Hollow Knight is that there's just nothing there. It tries to pull a Dark Souls without understanding why Dark Souls pull the Dark Souls.
I'll be honest, I was assuming it was pulling a Super Metroid while understanding exactly what Super Metroid was pulling, which is there's not really much there, right? Like, Super Metroid's a very thin game.
The problem with Hollow Knight, no. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. They try to insinuate that there's like a much larger world in Hollow Knight. They try to insinuate there's this big epic thing going on, and there's this epic past, right? And it just kind of it doesn't have the same allure, the same flair as Dark Souls. Because Dark Souls, like every single bit of lore, every single bit of thing that's like put in there, right, is pretty much all self-contained and referential to the theme of the game. Whereas I can sit down. In fact, I've sat down and I've played like 80 plus hours of Hollow Knight, right? I've done everything that's possible to do in the game except for one super hard thing that I just can't do because I'm not dexterous enough. And there's just nothing there. Path of Pain, yeah.
All right.
But you're going to see that somewhat, though? No, because like almost all of the events that are mentioned on like all the tablets and everything are literally true.
Yeah, that's going to be.
Whereas in Dark Souls, the item descriptions and stuff, you don't know if they're true. You don't know what the fuck's going on. It seems like half-remembered legends passed down over these like frickin' weapons and frickin' gods that it's just kind of there. Whereas like it's all very plain in the it's all very plain in Hollow Knight. There's just like it's like that.
All right, yeah. I mean, I like the color palette from.
The color palette's fine.
I mean, I'm a big fan of that kind of color palette.
A lot green.
Well, a lot black and white. Making some very embarrassing mistakes on my lines here.
Play both sides of storytelling. Can I elaborate, Sharkray? Well, I kind of think that like one of the how can I phrase it? This I don't know. Here's a great way to phrase it. For Dark Souls, there are how many fucking YouTubers, how many fucking like article writers, how many fucking online personalities and like whatever who attempt to analyze the story, the narrative, the game design, and all that stuff. There are hundreds, if not thousands.
Yeah.
For Hollow Knight, there's basically one guy and it's Moss Bag. And he kind of says everything that needs to be said. There's like no real interpretation. There's nothing. It's just kind of. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Not only both styles of lore at the same time, well, then they should pick one instead of pussyfooting around. But I will say this. I know a good bit about the history of the development of Hollow Knight, and the way that they built the game, it makes sense why it is the way it is. And it's because they had a pretty streamlined process for creating enemies, for creating bosses, for creating levels, and all this stuff. And it was optimized so that their roughly like 3 to 5 person team could knock out a game within like 2.5, 3 years. Because they spent about a day coming up, like per enemy design took, like basic enemy design, it took about a day to come up with the design, day to come up with the movement patterns, day to come up with the attack patterns, and then like another day to like program the thing. It was pretty simple once they got the flow down. But it kind of shows.
Taking your word for it again. I didn't touch the series, and
well, I mean, from a development standpoint, what they were able to accomplish with such a limited team, I think is pretty good. But it's also fairly clear that they went in with the desire to make a platformer, like to make a platforming Metroidvania with some Dark Souls-like elements.
Mm-hmm.
And almost everything else was kind of tacked on later, because the actual Hollow Knight, right, the player character, is from an earlier project of Team Cherry's that they made for a game jam, and they just liked the design so much that they just decided to use it and just kind of go crazy. Basically, vague gesturing in the direction of a story. Well, I mean, the thing is that like vague gesturing in the general direction of a story.
Tried and true method, baby. That's Thomas Pynchon.
Yeah, it just fucking works.
That's Thomas Pynchon, baby.
Thomas Pynchon, never heard of that fellow.
You've never heard of Thomas Pynchon?
Hello, Mix, thou art muted.
Oh.
No, I know. I dropped something immediately after I joined the call, so I muted myself.
Ah, good timing.
Nice.
I actually,
are you going to yell at me about buying Silk Song?
What's there to yell at him about? Like, I don't know. Like,
No, I'm pretty much here to talk about how there is a gigantic difference between what games like Hollow Knight do and don't do, and what games like Dark Souls do and don't do. Or better yet, like we could talk about games that Al really likes from back in the day, right? That I also played. Like point and click adventure games and stuff that have
click adventure
similar vibes, right?
Yeah. Bard's Tale, Solstice, Zork.
Wait a minute, hold on, guys. Gamma, is it your birthday?
Is it Gamma Day?
Is it Gamma Day?
Holy shit!
It's wait
another
for
birthday.
Wait.
They need to stop having people with birthdays.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Gamma!
Happy birthday, Gamma! I hope
that you may have many more.
To you. That's all you're getting from me.
Yeah, that's all you're getting.
Happy birthday to you.
His voice is much nicer than mine, so.
All right, your turn, Al. You got to sing the next verse.
Happy birthday to you.
No, it's the name verse.
Oh, happy birthday, dear Gamma.
Happy birthday to you.
And then we all three same time harmonize.
No,
3,
we are not
2,
doing
that.
Okay. We are not doing that.
Honestly, I don't even think my voice is that bad. I just have literally no training, so I feel really embarrassed.
Oh, me neither.
This thing. Yeah, but you do have vocal training, right? Like my vocal training is all like, try not to stutter so much. Right?
Oh, self-taught, baby. Damn it, in the corner.
I should probably ping that I'm here because I'm going to be here for a minute because I'm doing laundry and I can't go to bed until I finish doing laundry.
Fair enough.
Nice.
Fair enough. I am not happy with what I am getting done with this collar. looks super blue in a way that's very off-putting to me.
Who the fuck just pinged me?
Me, dipshit.
Mix goes, I've got to ping everybody. Yeah, who just pinged me?
No, see, it's your fault. It is your fault for having my ping roll on Nagi's server. That is your fault. I made it a separate one from everything else, just so nobody would have to get pinged by my dumbass if they don't want to. Yeah, it is a little bit.
You know what
weird.
I think?
Yeah.
I think people should get pinged whenever I go live.
See, I'm pretty sure I actually have you as one of the auto pings. Actually, no, you're not a ping. You're in the ping channel though.
There's too many ping channels on that server.
Ping, ping.
I mean, it's because I have them organized for the bots to do it.
Hold on,
right.
I'm gonna provide Ion with a little bit of help.
Goddamn bots. Hmm.
There you go, Ion. And I guess for that matter, Gamma, because it's actually for Gamma. Amusingly, I never text, so this is actually my first time having access to these types of emotes.
Yeah, you can actually just use standard emotes on, like, standard emoji on Twitch. Like,
well, it's not native to the interface.
No,
I am doing
not.
it via Chatterino.
Yeah, you can also just copy paste them.
This is true.
Like,
that's actually how that's actually how I did it for a long time. Was I would go to Emojipedia, and then copy paste from there, which is a very goofy way to do things.
I just have hotkeys for certain emotes, right? So that just copy paste the emote.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's a couple that are
powerful,
useful enough for that. I might get some use out of doing that with
I like the Yule log cake there. It's quite good.
Hell yeah.
I like Yule logs. Yule logs are like, they're way too fucking sweet, but they're good.
They are
set them on fire.
They're devastatingly sweet.
You know, the weird thing is Yule logs are based on a type of I believe originally Swedish cake. It's a Scandinavian cake, and those cakes are not sweet. They're like very, very subtle with their flavors, right?
Hold on. Are Yule logs like specifically American? Or are they?
So the Yule log is the Bouquet de Noël, right?
Yeah.
Which I believe is French originally.
Okay.
But the French stole it from the Scandinavians.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it.
And the Swiss specifically, I believe, right? Yeah, the Swiss and the Luxembourgish or whatever their fucking name is, right?
Luxembourgs.
And so the American version is even sweeter than the French version, but the French version is pretty sweet. They're the ones who added all the powdered sugar and like the candy to it and all that shit, right?
Yes, sugar's a really interesting food item historically, but I think we are getting a little bit afield from what we came here to talk about, or at least
it's the marzipan that makes it really sweet, right?
Marzipan actually does kind of hurt my teeth. I have a pretty high tolerance for sweetness, but marzipan does kind of like go over it to a level of like I actually cannot handle this.
So Hollow Knight and games and
so I have not played Hollow Knight, right? I'm the Hollow Knight's total novice here. Again, nobody has actually put in real effort into trying to sell me on Hollow Knight, which is kind of interesting for a game of its scale. And actually on Kara's the other day, Kara and Tohu were talking about how they thought I specifically would really dislike it.
You probably would, yeah.
Which I found kind of surprising, because like again, I look at it and I just see Super Metroid, and I don't hate Super Metroid. It's not like my favorite game of all time. I think it's like
it's not hard to explain at all. It's just that the appeal is basic. Look, funny bug, you fight things and explore, and it's open, and you explore, and you do things, and you explore, and you make up a story about it in your head, because there's no narrative.
I mean,
like,
well, I mean, I guess to me, it just kind of looks like Super Metroid had a real capture on a lot of people's brains for a couple of decades.
Yes.
And it's
that
really
in Symphony of the Night.
Yeah, Symphony of the Night. Well, and it fell out of the zeitgeist because, I mean, it's an old SNES game.
Yeah.
Like, and now Hollow Knight's
so
doing the same thing.
I was talking about this like 2 weeks ago on my stream, and because I didn't stream last week because I'm a loser. And the thing that we kind of came to, the conclusion that I came to anyways, was that the thing about Hollow Knight is that Hollow Knight was the first really successful Metroidvania, probably since
Symphony, right?
Symphony of the Night.
Yeah.
Or maybe since Metroid Fusion.
Okay.
Which was a GBA game, right?
Yeah. I just based on from like a more observer standpoint than like an internal to it standpoint, the cultural reach and impact is not really comparable. Symphony of the Night has so much more than
it does, and Symphony of the Night is the reason Hollow Knight exists, of course, right?
Yeah.
But you have to remember that we are talking about gamers right now.
Yep.
And gamers, when asked to pay attention to something more than 2 years old, lose their fucking minds if it wasn't part of their childhood.
Oh yeah, they get very upset about it. Yeah.
And so, specifically and explicitly in the case of Hollow Knight, I think that it was very well timed, because I think there were a lot of indie Metroidvanias in development, or that had like been released and not seen a lot of success outside of the Metroidvania crowd, right? Which is was a crowd of entirely 35-year-old men who played Super Metroid and Symphony of the Night on the SNES or Genesis or Dream or whatever the fuck these consoles were on. PS1, I think Symphony of the Night had a release on, right?
I thought it was PS2. Oh, it was PS1? Okay, yeah.
No, PS1, I think. Maybe Saturn as well?
It was on like several different consoles. So,
I think it may have even also been on the Wondrous one. No, it wasn't on the Wondrous one. What am I talking about?
But so, like, these are the people. These are like my contemporaries at this point. Are the people who are like, man, I miss Symphony of the Night. Man, I miss Mega Man X. Man, Final Fantasy VI was the best game ever made. Like these guys, right?
Yeah.
Those are that era of gamers who weren't really around in the way that they don't turn up in the way that new gamers do, right?
True.
Like the way that the post-Tumblr gaming crowd shows the fuck up as a fandom for things that they decide are worth their time is fucking insane. It made Toby Fox's career. It made Hollow Knight relevant. And it's the reason why itch.io fucking exists.
It's also, I mean, I would say that, we don't even have to stop there. Like, I mean, like, I think that that's a fair way to describe why Celeste is what it is, right?
I think, yes, and also Celeste in particular has something that Hollow Knight doesn't, which is that Celeste is a game about gentleness.
I thought you were going to say that Celeste is a game about something.
Well, it is, but specifically, Celeste piggybacks on this sub-vibe that exists within the indie gaming space, right? Less so nowadays, but like 5 years ago, this was like the thing, right? Oh, this isn't a game where it's about winning and failure and losing and and violence and killing your enemies and revenge, right? It's a game that's about overcoming some sort of trauma that you've faced in your life, right? It's this very like feminist core Euro comics.
It's Celeste also has this thing going for it where it's kind of like a descendant of like the Super Meat Boy and I want to be the guy kind of style games.
Yeah. But it's not like deliberately punishing and grotesque.
Yeah.
Yes, which is refreshing.
Which was refreshing for a lot of people, especially the kind of gamer who might not have been attracted to this genre because it was mostly stuff like Super Meat Boy. Like, it is something that people are saying in your chat right now. Ion's saying this, Shark Ray's saying this, right?
Thank you for relaying it to me, because I've put on... I'm 3 lenses deep right now. I can't see shit.
Yeah, no. So what they're saying right now is that like a big attraction, a big appeal point on Hollow Knight is the vibe, right? The aesthetic, and the superficiality. And they both say yes, it's superficial, but it's still something that I find appealing. And I think that's a very valid point to make, right?
Now that's kind of like has been my read from the outside. Like nobody's said that they. I've never really heard too many people say that they enjoy Hollow Knight's Story. The only thing I ever hear people say about the character is any of the characters is Hornet, and it just seems to be that people want to have sex with her.
People also like that the protagonist doesn't have a stated gender. They like that a lot.
It is in vogue these days.
Yes, but it's a bug. Like, I don't really see what's so amazing about this. It's not like the game has any deep social themes or anything, right? But specifically, right, what I wanted to say in response to the thing about the story, right? Nobody praises the story in Hollow Knight until you criticize it.
Oh, interesting.
As soon as you criticize it, suddenly, no, you're thinking too hard. Stop you're overthinking this. You just want everything to be like Dark Souls or something like that, right? Yep. Or the more common one, which is, well, Dark Souls didn't have a story either. And I'm like, were you paying attention? Every single time, I'm just like, were you paying attention? Because Dark Souls very clearly has a lot more going on than Hollow Knight does.
Oh, frankly, I was too busy trying to survive the Capra Demon to pay attention.
Capra Demon's a fucker.
Still haven't beaten him. Don't know if I ever will.
So I am probably one of the harshest critics of Hollow Knight because I
can see that.
I have to admit my bias here, right? It's not just it's not just about the fact that I'm not impressed by the ludonarrative composure of the series. Consonants of the series, right? It is that I'm not impressed by the vibe or the aesthetic. It pisses me off, actually.
Oh, interesting.
It's trying to be fun and cute and easy and accessible and appealing, and I hate that.
This is true. Mix has very clear emotional stakes that he thinks are the right emotional stakes. And I myself am agnostic on this kind of thing. I'm like a craftsmanship guy.
My real thing here is that if there is any violence in your game, it should be horrific. Your game should be horrific. And it should be tragic and horrible and incredibly gritty. I don't like making violence fun.
So I have been thinking about this because I am this is a thing that you and I have in common as a matter of how we were raised and the cultures that we're from, where we do want that. However, I end up thinking about this in the context of sport.
Yeah.
And I think that in the video gaming space, a underexplored thing that could be done would be to turn this on its head as a form of exploration. Would be if violence is horrifying because of its consequences. And many video games do shave off those consequences, and very annoyingly, the main game series that I think really approaches the fact that yes, violence is horrific because of consequences, but we've removed the consequences, so why would it be horrifying? Do you know what I'm thinking of? Because it's the worst answer.
I'm not quite sure, actually.
Borderlands.
Borderlands, yeah.
Borderlands.
God, I hate Borderlands.
Borderlands sucks so much. Borderlands is such amateur hour
Somebody
garbage.
read 2 Deadpool comics and then decided that they would make an entire game about that, and all the characters are just the worst written iteration of Deadpool.
It's dreadful, but it does do something that I think is kind of interesting, which is that if resurrection is a thing that is canonically readily available in universe, people are going to become recreational suicide bombers because that's not a real consequence. That's just goofy.
So Sharkray, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Al.
Go ahead.
But and I do not want to take over your stream, arguing with Chad about Hollow Knight.
I was actually going to ask you to go a little bit easier on Shark Race specifically.
Yeah.
I feel like you were going a little bit
fine.
there.
It's fine.
Yeah.
What I wasn't trying to be mean. It's just I feel very strongly about this, right? So here's the thing, right? I'm interested in those narrative consequences, but they need to be tragic and not enjoyable for the audience to engage with. This is my main thing as a critic, if you come out of it feeling good and horrible things happened in the story was not good enough at making you feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, so one thing that Ion said earlier that I wanted to interact with for a second was specifically second monitor content. Right?
Yeah.
Woman, aren't you supposed to be asleep?
Wait, who is this? Who's here?
Nagi.
Oh, Naga Runsky.
Diamante Paint. And she hosts it.
Yeah, Nogs. I'm doing a Landsknecht. I'm doing a Landsknecht. The next that Lands.
The Schnecht. The Landsknecht.
The Doppelsoldner.
She awakens. Okay. So sorry. What I was trying to comment on here is that I don't do well with content that's more appealing or has its value from being a passing interest while you do other tasks. I'm the kind of person who wants to give 150% of his focus to one thing at a time.
This means that he freaking hates my streams.
What do you mean?
Oh, I just mean that my streams are extremely second monitor content. I am extremely doing the second monitor thing.
I mean,
I am also messing with you, man. I also
no, it's a little different, right? Yeah. It's a little different because,
well, for one thing, you're on it, so
yeah, fair enough. No, the main thing is like with it. Look, live media is totally fucking different than like pre-created media. Right? Like a stream or a radio program or like a live broadcast or like live music or whatever. Multitasking while engaging with that is to me quite different, I guess, than multitasking while engaging with something that's curated.
Also, yeah, for Nagi's question, we are doing he's got halberd. He got big halb. He got big haul.
Oh, bird baby this evening.
So, Shark Ray, I should like be very clear here that I am not really talking about whether or not the game is enjoyable to people. It's not really like.
That's not really relevant to what he's talking about, yeah.
It's not really relevant to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where it stands in regards to its peers and to the overall body of art. Like, I specifically and explicitly compare Hollow Knight negatively to Blasphemous, one of its contemporaries in the genre. And the reason why I think Hollow Knight was much more successful than Blasphemous, aside from the fact that Blasphemous's aesthetic and appeal is much more off-putting because it's like really, really hardcore Spanish Catholicism.
I was about to say, Blasphemous is so freaking Catholic.
Right? It's like really hardcore Spanish Catholic, right? And I know there's a lot of people who play games and who especially play escapist media and who see one single Christian symbolism and go, nope, I don't want it.
This is true.
And refuse to engage, right?
It is This is a kind of interesting thing about the 21st century that I think we might not really be even like close to grappling with, that so many people's response to like anything that reminds them of Christianity in general, let alone specifically the Catholic Church, is like instantly traumatizing.
Yeah, I was like that when I was 12.
What was that?
I was like that when I was 12.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy given the type of Christianity
Brutal.
you grew up with.
Yeah.
You grew up with the Care Bear Christianity.
Yeah. The Care Bear Christianity. The why don't you care more Christianity.
Yeah.
My family is Quaker for context.
Yeah. That's some of the non-Americans might not be familiar with the Quakers, but the Quakers are it's of churches that might give you bad memories. The Quakers are a pretty unusual one. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. I actually just was very afraid of churches. Like, it wasn't really like meeting or like any of the Quakerism stuff that made me this way. I was just very afraid, probably because I watched a bunch of religious horror when I was like 7 or 8 that I shouldn't have been watching. I was very frightened of going into a church and being accosted by a priest who demanded to know whether I had been baptized.
Gotcha.
Right? It was like this weird social anxiety I had.
That's
made
a very
me like
strange one, yeah.
It was really weird. I was a very strange.
It's very specialized. Okay. Yeah. No, I do know this. That's very established. I mean, I grew up Catholic, and despite the fact that I just like don't believe in God at a very basic level, I largely have positive associations with the Catholic Church. To be honest, to me, it's like
community.
It's the religion of my community, and particularly like. I have a very good relationship with my parents, and it's their religion. So, and like my main association with them beyond like my parents is like charity.
Yeah.
And it's just like such a different vibe than like the Protestants that were around me. I was very much a minority Catholic surrounded by Protestants, as many American Catholics are, and it's just like such a difference to be like, okay, so like the question of whether or not you're a good person is like whether or not you do good things for other people and help them, versus like the question of whether or not you're a good person is whether or not you say the right combination of wizard words at the right time and have the right feelings. And if you ever feel in a way that I personally find uncomfortable, you are evil.
Evil. Yep.
Whereas like being evil in Catholicism is like being unrepentantly cruel to other people and never trying to make amends.
Or also just like kind of what you are innately if you don't take measures to atone for it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
it's like that's a big part, right?
Yeah. Can't seem to remember what type of Christian my family is. Lol. That's pretty funny.
I mean, no, it's not really bad. Honestly,
it's not really bad.
Like, that's about as much attention as it should be given. I say this as a theologist.
There's also a thing in American Christianity where a fair number of Christian churches really disclaim having any specific label.
Non-denominational Christian. Yeah.
And it's kind of a little bit similar to like if you are dating somebody and they're really insistent that you never put a label on what type of relationship you're having, or like never have a conversation about
a little bit. Yeah,
it was like, oh, this is like they are trying to get all of the benefits with none of the obligations. Like, this should make you suspicious. In my own take. But yeah, like there's definitely a fashion trend in a lot of modern American specific Christianity to be like, no, we're not Methodist, we're not Episcopal, we're not evangelical, we're just Christian.
We're just little guys.
We're just Christian, whatever that means to you, random Christian.
By the way, you owe us X dollars, and also never criticize any of our leaders who sexually abuse their own children and blah 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 blah. And
I mean, it's not like there's really any church that is completely
absolutely
not guilty of that, right? The Hindus are guilty of it, the Catholics are guilty of it, the Christians are guilty of it. In fact,
there's a lot of very Buddhist temples that have a very bad record. No, it's not a matter of like your beliefs. Like I keep on trying to emphasize this to people that like sexual abuse scandals in religious and political contexts, it rarely requires specific metaphysical beliefs, but it does often involve, but there's like a common linkage in claims to a higher emotional state and a higher sense of importance than what you could achieve in other parts of your life. And again, you can do that completely atheistically.
Yeah.
I think all the time about the Japanese
rationalists also.
The rationalists. Oh my god, the fucking rationalists. The new
Don't
atheists.
get me started.
No, that's why I'm trying to drag us away from the rationalists immediately, because it's like an intolerable topic.
Well, the thing I wanted to basically say before we got onto the Christian sidetrack, which I would actually like to get back to, it's very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
But it's just the thing about Blasphemous versus Hollow Knight, right? Because they are contemporaneous. They're both like 2019 games, right? Is that Hollow Knight is a standard issue Metroidvania. It's non-linear. It has traversal upgrades. You need them to beat the game. You progress gradually through the game. Blah blah blah. Right?
Yeah.
Blasphemous is not a standard Metroidvania. You can beat the game without a single traversal upgrade. You do not have to actually do anything.
Oh, interesting. I
Right?
didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, almost nobody does this because it's not a natural progression through the game. But if you know where you're going, you can start the game and speedrun the end boss without a single traversal upgrade, other than like the one you get automatically for beating the first boss. Right. And on top of that, Blasphemous has this very harsh and very religious aesthetic, whereas Hollow Knight is just kind of like cute. And it's also bugs, and weird girls like bugs, and Tumblr's full of weird girls. So like it's got that sort of vibe to it, right? It's like the kind of like perfectly engineered to be exactly what a certain kind of gamer wants out of a game. I'm still surprised that Hollow Knight did as well as it did. Because it was like really successful. It took a little while to take off, but it was really successful. And I would not normally attribute a game like Hollow Knight, right, to like accrue the kind of audience it did. Because the weird thing about Hollow Knight is that it doesn't have the kind of fandom that something like Undertale or like Ultra Kill has gleaned, right?
Ultra Kill. I do like Ultra Kill
Right.
a lot. I don't know that Ultra Kill had a big
It's a really
fandom.
good
The fandom, as far as I could, my encounter with the fandom of Ultra Kill is just Mirabelle.
Okay, well, you have to understand that Mirabelle is not unusual for the fandom of Ultra Kill.
Nice.
Right?
Good for them.
Yes, it is. It's all about Gabriel, okay? Gabriel and to some extent V2, but mostly Gabriel. Right? It's because Gabriel's voice actor is a fucking meme lord. Who made like 150 fucking videos just reciting Gabriel memes.
Good for him. That's smart.
It was really clever. I mean, he like really sold it for this game. Like he went really hard, right? And
yeah, Gianni rules.
Yeah, Gianni also acted in the Maxor video about Ultra Kill. And he once showed up on somebody's stream as Gabriel from Ultra Kill to scream at them.
So this is just kind of like a fun note about VAs before we get back to like the more substantial stuff about like the place of Christian horror in our society. One of those things I found really there's a VTuber who I don't have any personal interactions with, Melizande, who she got her start into VTubing because she is a VA for Apex Legends.
Yeah.
And
okay, I know who this is. Yeah.
Yeah. She plays Catalyst in Apex, and she got invited to a bunch of like VTuber gaming things, and she was online enough that these actually got to her, and so like she would like join people's streams with just like a little Fugi. And she has since gone on to become a full live 2D VTuber because she likes it. Like she liked the community. She liked hanging out with the VTubers and like doing the VTube thing. Amusingly, it's not really her type of game. It's not like what she particularly likes to play, but she wound up playing it. Oh, that's
pretty common. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was also really kind of funny to like hear her describe what the different VAs were like. And one of the VAs, the one who plays Vantage, did not know what Apex was beforehand, and like did not give a shit. Like she gets the job through her agent, and like she shows up to the interview, and like she's like and they're like, and like the people giving the interview are like, so yeah, we're going to cast you in Apex Legends, and she's like, oh, what's that? And they're like, yeah. We assure you it's a big deal, because this was like she was like the season 16 release. Like the game was like at its peak at that time. Yeah. And she's like, oh, okay. Which I think is like very, very deeply funny.
It's extremely funny.
It's very funny. It's very, very funny. And I've always kind of enjoyed that little story. And like the different VAs all have like very different relationships with it. The guy who plays Pathfinder is a huge meme lord, and like he doesn't really like streaming that much, but like he'll show up to streams to like be a meme lord, and let's like alternate between his regular voice.
Pathfinder's the robot, right?
The robot, the first robot that they had.
It's always the robots.
Yeah. So like and it's just really interesting. Like some of the VAs are like very are just like, this is a job that I do, and I like voice acting, and I don't really know anything about video games. I am here to follow the notes and follow the voice notes and do what I can with the character, and that is what I am doing here. And then there are some people who, like, again, like in the case of Melizante, completely changed her career. Via her interactions with it, which is neat. Okay, let me.
So
yes,
Al.
Yeah.
How much do you know about analog horror? Because
medium to low amounts. Medium to low amounts is what I'd say.
Are you familiar enough with analog horror to know that basically all of it uses very, I will call it surface level Christian symbolism?
I will be honest, I did not know that. When I've seen analog horror, it's tended to involve, it just tends to be a lot of like, I tend to see a lot of like Americana references.
That is the other thing that tends to exist. Yes.
Yeah, I see a lot of Americana references, a lot of like, you know, like tchotchke stuff. Like, what if your tchotchkes were evil? Kind of logic. So I can see how that gets into Christianity pretty quickly because, like, it's coming from the same cultural well.
Yes, it's so the big influences on analog horror are the late 80s and early 90s in the United States of America.
It's like Satanic
the media
Panic
that was
stuff,
Satanic Panic, but typically it's not framed in the way like something like Faith is, where it's like actually about Satanic Panic. It's more like, oh yes, also there's 7 figures standing in a circle, you know, like that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the very obvious, like, oh, it's the Nephilim, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, oh, you read about Christianity on Wikipedia.
I was about to bring up like on this whole question of not just analog horror, but like larger scale in the horror spectrum. How fair would it be to say that this primarily goes back to Bergman?
I'm thinking.
I feel like people can't stop making Seventh Seal references.
Ingmar, right?
Yeah,
Ingmar Bergman. Yeah,
people people just cannot stop making Seventh Seal references.
I do not think that this goes back to Bergman. What the fuck? Sorry. Okay. I do not think that this one goes back to Bergman, because the thing you have to understand about the people who create analog horror, stuff like Local 58 or what's the fucking one? Midwest Angelica, right?
Okay. Don't know that one. I did see Local 58. That was pretty fun.
Local 58 is, in my opinion, the best analog horror series that is the oldest view, which is really, really good. The second best is probably Gemini Home Entertainment.
Okay.
Because the framing device is really good. The framing device of Gemini Home Entertainment is that it's all these like old like collect entertainment group videos, which are like random things, like here's a wildlife documentary about the Midwest. Here's the story. Here's something about space and the planets. You know, those sorts of like edutainment videos, right?
Yeah.
That definitely were like quite common. The VHSs in like the 80s and 90s, right?
Yes, I do remember those. I do. Yes.
Gemini Home Entertainment, I believe, is about it's either Midwest and like the other thing that's really common in analog horror is comets.
Yeah.
Comets and celestial objects, and half the time they're like fucking space creatures of some sort or Satan.
Hell yeah.
I for folks who may be on the younger side and may not remember this very well, this was like a really recurring news item in the mid 90s.
Nibiru.
That like apocalypse cults that worshipped comets were like really popular for like kind of lowbrow reporting entertainment, and that's kind of what my read has been of like analog horrors, like kind of real core, is a reference, is like a mix of like referencing things that people were like people who grew up in the 90s being like, oh, this thing from my childhood, what if it was spooky?
Here's the crazy thing though.
Yeah.
Most of these content creators are not old enough for that.
Yeah. So it's like half
most of them
are
like 23 now.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
right? This is probably maybe the youngest skewing genre of content creation that isn't like TikTok, right?
Interesting. So
Like yeah.
So that means that these
Sorry.
people, when they did encounter analog anything, when they did encounter like VHS uploads, like they didn't encounter a VHS upload as a VHS. That is to say, they didn't encounter a VHS in their native formatting as like the forefront of technology and like the portrait of reality. They encounter it as like a degraded and corrupted form of reality.
The thing that I suspect goes on with a lot of these content creators, right? A lot of these kids, right? Is that these authors, I should say, because that's what they are.
Yeah.
Is that they come from Christian households that are like 10 years behind in regards to media because anything new is satanic.
Yep. And so they have the experience of like
so they grow
watching
up
like
with 1980s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff like that in like 2010, right? This is like your grow up media, right?
Also like the truly dire quality like Christian for Christian arts.
Yes, sometimes that as well. And Nagi, what's the one that you really like? It's Angel Hair. So Angel Hair isn't really analog horror, but it is the same genre of fiction, basically, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Angel Hair is about I think it's a young boy discovering that there's some sort of supernatural significance to the children's cartoon that he grew up with and imaginary friends or something like that. I don't remember Angel Hair very well, but it's actually pretty good. It's pretty well put together. And it definitely an adult discovers it. That's it, right? Retroactively. And it very much feels like a somebody who grew up in a very oppressive Christian household examining their childhood from the outside. I believe that one's made by like a brother and sister, right?
Okay. I mean, this makes sense to me, right? Because it's you know, these types of households, will. Oh my god, I'm trying to paint with. I took off the magnifiers and trying to paint without them is like giving me a headache.
Jesus.
Now. These types of households often have, for one thing, very, like you said, oppressive dynamics by nature. And so there's also an obsession that has been very true in American Christianity for a while. And I don't really know how far back the roots go. It might be older than our country. It's certainly back to the 19th century, of believing that basically any form of outside influence on your children is a malign influence intrinsically.
Yes.
And so like this means the impact that has on a kid is not merely like restricting what media they have access to, though that is a large part of it. A very large part of it as well is that they come to associate very innocuous things with terror.
Yes.
And that this also means that as adults, when they want to scare people, the thing that they want to try to convey to them, the sort of the thing that they're trying to work through is imagine that every single little goddamn thing in your life, your Lucky Charms are trying to kill you. Yeah. Right? That's like a
damn you to hell. Damn your soul to hell. Lucky Charms are trying to kill you.
Yeah, much worse. The act of being around the Lucky Charms, the cereal Lucky Charms, is worse than the Holocaust.
Yes. And so, Niano, I want to bring you into this because I know you have a lot of stuff to say about this particular topic.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and I don't want to. I feel like I've been talking a lot, and you were here before me, so you should speak for a bit. And I will keep my dumb mouth shut.
Nonsense.
Nano is recovering.
Is he?
He is suffering. He is suffering from sleepy boy disease.
Okay.
It's true, but I'm actually feeling awake now.
That's good.
Excellent.
No, it's terrible.
For the people who aren't familiar with this kind of cultural milieu, it's very much a society of, you grow up in a society where the default for anything in your life is that it is either something your parents gave you directly, or it is something that is trying to not just kill you, but kill you a million billion times over.
And this is, well, quite obviously, right?
Yeah.
Since everybody in this chat is an adult,
Yeah.
quite obviously, you can understand that this is incredibly abusive.
Yes.
Yes.
This is an incredible abuse to do to a child. Not just because you are limiting the child's experience and ability to, become their own person, but because it's an obvious bid for control.
Yeah.
You're treating the child like property.
It's an obvious bid for control, and it's inflicting a lot of harm. A lot of very obvious direct harm on a person. To do this to them, to just like every day
what's the harm compared to the salvation of the immortal soul?
I mean, right, this is
the justification.
This is where like this metaphysical disagreement winds up taking on a much deeper political and emotional and psychological weight. Is that like if you believe or don't believe in the immortality of the soul is going to change how you interact with this at a very profound level. And further, like I said, I grew up in this Catholic household where the real question of ethics was acts, was what you do in the world. And so, like, to talk about a person who is like feeding the homeless, but because they like are sick, right? Because they're Hindu or whatever. Like they are actually doing an incredibly evil act that is going to damn people to billions of years of torture. That is worse than the Holocaust each and every individual time they like go out and feed the homeless. Like that sounds completely insane to me. That sounds like completely and wildly insane to me.
I mean, I have significant disdain for the concept of the soul.
Yeah.
It is actually far more troublesome to me than the concept of God. Creationism does not bother me nearly as much as the idea that the intrinsic worth of a human life is something immaterial, indetectable, and undefinable. And that this thing is an essential aspect of the self that is impacted and affected by everything in your life in a way that you cannot in any way control or detect. And that it justifies every decision that you make, and that it justifies, every terrible thing that you do, or every inaction that you take, right? Or do not take, right? You have ads coming up, by the way.
Yep, we got ads. We're coming to ads. Yeah, run, folks, run. Yeah, it is kind of worth saying, right, that like the type of Christianity that we're discussing is pretty minoritarian and pretty recent, right?
Yes, indeed.
This is not like a. People talk about this as like they'll talk about themselves as having like a deep root, and then there's like I look at even like 18th and 19th century Christianity, it's like this isn't the same thing at all. This is very different.
I actually got to ask you something there, because I don't actually like I've studied this to some extent, but I don't really have like the same level of historical understanding that you do, right?
I have a lot less of a theological background. I just like have read social histories and have read first-hand accounts.
Specifically the sociology of this, right?
Yeah.
That I'm concerned with, not the theology. Like theology I can tell you about all day. Is it King James that did this? Or is it something before that?
Well, no, it's got to be later than King James, right?
Okay.
Like we're talking about like the turn for where this gets really wild is like the Great Revival, right? It's like the 1930s is where it gets like really weird.
Do you think? Okay, then in that case,
there.
I estimate that a big part of it is actually the Puritans leaving England because they were mad about the church not being puritanical enough.
Yes, that is I think a pretty fair point to look at, like where things. I mean, the thing is, like anything can be a divergence point, right? This is the thing. Like anything can be a divergence point if you look carefully enough and if you think about the causality enough, because the future follows from the past, right? So. That's not a bad one to look at, but again, like even like relatively puritanical, even original canon Puritans of the 1600s, this would have been the type of obsessiveness that we see would mark you out as unusual, though not unheard of, right? Because this is like why Rhode Island exists.
Yeah.
Is like even among the Puritans who left left England to come and make a new theocracy on Terra Nova, like even they had splits,
Right.
Even they had splits over that. But it's gotten increasingly weird, and a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here. Oh, we got a raid. Hold on.
Oh, nightmare. I got it.
No, we're going to ads.
Huge.
I can't snooze. No. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope that you
Enjoy
guys
your
get to
ads, Raiders.
be delayed on ads for a second here. Welcome in. Oh, we are model siblings. I did not know that we were model siblings. Nightmare. Oh my goodness. Nightmare Nexus. Thank you for the raid, Nightmare Nexus. My name for the Raiders, I am Almantas VT. I am an old man. I love old things. I do mostly calligraphy. Let me pull up a piece. This is what my handwriting looks like, folks. This is just my handwriting. I think I'm pretty good. But today I am painting a miniature. I'm painting a little guy. With a little Landsknecht. I like painting little historical minis. Now we're into ads. Do the Raiders get to see through the ads for a little bit? Do they get a little bit of mercy?
I have no idea.
I hope they get a little bit of
However,
mercy.
I will do.
You only hope.
I'll do you a favor here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's you got? What you doing? What is my mod doing? In case you don't, I'll keep on going. He can interrupt me.
Yeah.
You're an ad, but you'll wait. Okay. Boo.
Here.
Boo. All right. Well, I don't know. I've been rated like a minute. Into
Yeah,
the
it
so I
always
don't know.
happens, right? Here,
Oh.
but that's what I was gonna.
Oh,
do.
okay.
Sorry.
Wow, that's very kind of you, Mix. That's very kind of you. That's very generous of you.
I'm apparently being generous with my money today. So
Apparently. Twitch not giving mercy. No, yeah, it's brutal.
yeah, it's very
brutal.
frustrating.
But yes, Nightmare Nexus and fellas. Yes, I mostly do calligraphy. How was because how was Laser Tag Massacre? That actually sounds kind of delightful. I liked Laser Tag back in the day, back when that was a thing that people did more often. I enjoyed Laser Tag.
This is a Liminal Road game, isn't it?
I've got no idea.
Yeah, it is. It's by the same studio that made like Dr. Viscera, which is a weird game. So I know a lot about like weird indie horror games. Okay.
No, I know
like,
you do. I know you do.
Remember who my best friend is, right?
Yeah,
So,
I know what your job is. I know what your life is about.
Yep.
But yes. I am painting un guy little today. The mini guy. And I'm mostly focusing on the part that I wanted to paint. The best friend is Nagi Quetzali. Is Mix's best friend. And she is with us in chat today.
It's true.
In spirit, but not in form.
If she did not vanish to be an Uma Musume.
She got horsed?
She does 30 minutes of running after she gets up, right? And then like another 30 minutes halfway through the day, right?
That's good. That's good. Okay.
Yeah, no, she's doing super well. I'm super proud of her.
I'm still in recovery mode from my last respiratory infection. Don't run with respiratory infections, folks.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
That's how you like make the respiratory infection permanent. Permanently debilitating. But yes.
But yeah. Nagi is a dear friend of of Al's and mine, and Yano's as well, right?
Yeah. I don't know who she is.
Shut up.
This cat always lies. Yes, no. Nagi also actually
tells
does
the truth when you're lies.
Yeah, when you tells the truth when you're lies.
Yeah,
yes, actually.
well,
now you get my actual model back, because my sock model was not the model that I don't think I assume that when you say that we're model siblings, you are referring to Sensational, not to Saffron. Saffron made the sock model. This model was made by Sensational. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I assumed you meant Sense. Usually that's what people mean. I do have some model siblings via Saf, but they're just like literally also friends of Saf. So like we just like know each other from that. That's just like literally like a friend circle thing. Yes. Nagi does an itch.io roulette, which I've thought about doing from time to time, but I feel like I don't know. I'm lazy about playing games.
Just play all of the fucking whatever Superbox games. What the fuck is the name of this series? It's like this bizarre thing that just like shows up on itch.io's front page all the time.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Sprunky Incredibox, which like I don't know what the fuck this is. Like I refuse to learn because it's funnier not to know.
Well, but yes, for the Raiders, now that we're back out of ad jail, I mostly in my time, I do calligraphy, I do hand cams, I do play some games, but mostly I just do that when my hands need a break from doing very fine detail work. I think I've got pretty good dexterity, and I am the former professor thing is not a bit. I did used to teach sociology at the college level, but I do end up talking. I think I probably talk about history more often than I talk about the sociology at this point.
Fucking military history nerd over here.
I have become a military history nerd as I've gotten older. It's true. I am
the way of men.
As is the way of men. As is the way of men. Oh, you're not a patient man. I am. I am more patient than I am anything else. As I say, finishing graduate school is not a sign of intelligence. It is a sign of stubbornness
and desperation.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Incan Dreams, thank you for the follow. You still do it on stream anymore? That's fair. I partially am enjoying doing mini painting streams because I'm not very good at it. So that means I have a lot of room for improvement.
Feels like you're moving, right?
Yeah, I'm still in like beginner gains. I'm still in beginner gains right now. Still getting those easy skill ups. And it's a little bit contrary to my usual nature, which is I don't like to show people what I'm working on until I'm like near professional grade at it. Whereas here you're just seeing me like be a total scrub. The burnout is testing your patience. I am sorry. I will say Incan Dreams. I will say Incan Dreams that the most important role I had for the biggest advice I had about like selecting a major and choosing what to study is choose to study things you're genuinely interested in. Because the thing is like the most talented people in your class, if they are really talented at a subject but they don't care about it, they will get burnt out and they will get wiped out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They will lose. The people who have no talent but have genuine curiosity will win by the late stages.
Curiosity is the most important factor.
Yeah, curiosity is the most important part. Also, hello, Corvus Scribe. Also, I should say hello to the other raiders. I apologize for not getting in on that. Let me get back there. Hello, Incan Dreams. Hello, Branduanator. There we go. Branduanator. Hello, Treltor Skelter. That's a good one. Your fave Shut-in. Hello. Or your fave Shut-in. And of course, obviously, hello to Nightmare Nexus. I think I'm caught up on hellos.
We should throw them all in the Nightmare Nexus.
Yes. Incan Dreams, that's wise. That is wise. If it is something that you really care about and that you really enjoy the process of doing and that you ask good questions about, then I will recommend that's where you should study. Being talented at something will carry you through like the 100, maybe 200 level pretty smoothly. But once you get to the 300 and 400 level classes, it turns into a nightmare. To be talented at something that you don't care about, it turns into an absolute nightmare by the time you get to the advanced courses. And it's like not even getting that far ultimately.
Just don't be like me don't spend like 6 to 7 years studying theology and pursuing certifications in ministering, and then remembering that you don't believe in God.
Yeah, that's the thing that you should remember in like year
That's a
one.
stupid thing to do. That's a stupid thing to do. Don't be like me, okay?
Really, man? Really?
I actually did this. Yes, this was my
Dog.
first. Like, yeah. Well, sorry. I'm a rich kid. Okay. Like I got the privilege of doing this stupid shit. Don't be like me.
Yeah, that's especially foolish. I'm not gonna lie. That's
No, it was really stupid. I was genuinely interested, and I made some really good friends. But like, yeah, and then I power leveled through my communications course in like half a year, right? And I got my degree there, right? So
I think we might be about ready to attach to the arm, though I might definitely need to do a little bit more highlighting. This is actually a bad highlight strategy. This is a stupid strategy for highlighting. I need to do something different. I need to change.
So your fave shut-in. I was given advice. You said Phoenix, right? Phoenix. The advice that I was given in regards to computer science and coding is that if you want to code, do not pursue a computer science degree. Right?
Yeah.
It's Niana would know more about this than me, but this.
Nope.
Okay. Well, the advice I was given by an educator who specializes in training coders was pretty much computer science graduates don't get to learn how to code when they're in school, and they have to learn it after they finish their degree. You're better off pursuing something a little bit more
abstract,
like directly coding oriented, or yes, abstract, the philosophy of like data management or something like that, right?
Math is a good
math
one.
Yes, math is a good one. Statistics is really, really good.
Yeah. Logic,
statistics.
Oh yeah, Nightmare, absolutely. It is worth noting again, I am not a particularly good, and I'm especially not a fast painter. I am painting because I enjoy the process. I think that one's busted right now. I think I was
okay. I'll get you a manual link.
Yeah. I think I can fix that one pretty quickly, because what happened was like all of my commands got wiped out, but the underlying logic of the commands is still there. It's just the actual command itself got wiped out. So yeah, this one got broken. Create command. Hold on, we're just gonna do this very quickly. Also, a thing that people might not be aware of that I think is very funny is that computer science majors for the last 5 years have had one of the highest unemployment rates.
Yes, it's very unfortunate.
And history majors have had one of the lowest.
Yes. Which is, people say, well, don't go get a social sciences degree, but
that's what bosses actually want to hire.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what bosses actually want to hire. Our writing skills and communication skills are the important ones. Much more so than the technical skills. Because one of those things that is not that I thought was obvious, but has apparently become unobvious at some point, is that the technical skills involved in stuff like programming go obsolete really fast.
Yeah. Though they don't but the actual abstract skills that you build learning those skills do not. Most people who are good coders can just pick up coding languages super fast. At least again, that's my understanding. I have no STEM skills whatsoever worth speaking of. So
we are relying quite a bit on our friend Kari to guide us, and
she's so lovely. She's so lovely. She makes all these things. It makes it so that I don't have to think about this at all ever, and it's wonderful.
Kari rocks.
Yeah.
Kari rocks. Also very difficult to learn things from.
True, but very very good
IQ points up on the rest of us. So
yeah, except Nagi.
Yeah.
But.
Or you get really good at Google. Just vibe code
That's
everything. Just vibe code.
Yeah.
Just vibe code. The only coding that I actually know anything about doing is SQL, which is not coding. It's just knowing how to ask a computer. It's just knowing how to ask a question in a funny format.
Also, I wanted to say congratulations on choosing a interesting major, Ink. Creative writing is actually pretty useful as a skill. it's like actually pretty useful, especially if you like, you know, like have an interest in short stories or writing critically, right? Creative writing courses train you actually pretty goddamn well for critique. Oh, hi, Tori.
It's Turi. Hold on. Got another raid. Hold on. Let me
Run.
Turi. Yeah, I was about to say. Speaking of, we were literally just brought up Kari. Hello, Turi.
Oh, wait,
hello, Turi. What were we chatting?
Not Turi. That's the wrong person. My bad. Turi has a VT after his name.
Turi has a VT. Yeah, Turi's got the VT.
Yeah. I was like, wait, how am I following Turi?
Yes, Turi, what were you up to? What are you doing? Turi does know the computers. Turi is another person who knows computers. Another fella of the computers persuasion, of the electronics, of the electricals, of the machine. Another machine worshiper. And hey, Koi. Hello, Koi. Welcome in, Koi. That's it.
Hi, Koi. Yeah.
And there we go. Oh, yeah, you were handcamming. Yeah, you were handcamming. Oh, I thought this was another PC building stream. Okay. Yes, handcamming.
No, this was Rift Runners today.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
I have a picture to show you.
You can post it in chat if it's a link. Otherwise, I'm not really going to see it.
Hold on.
Is it in our DMs? Is it on side chat? Because I don't have anything.
It would be in DMs, but I will just upload it somewhere and post a link.
Okay. Oh, hey, I got a friend request from somebody I'm actually going to accept. Nice.
Nice.
It does not look like an art bot. It looks like RG Noir.
No way!
PC.
Oh yeah, I saw she was chatting here earlier.
Yeah. She was around. It was nice.
She's very smart.
Oh yeah. Nora's whip smart. I got the opportunity to brag about the fact that I was the one who found the model for her.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
But yes, okay. But yes, Turi is a smart fella. Loves boats. You actually did come up. We were talking about your love of boats and how it's such like an unusual form of expertise that like boat guys really can tell the difference between individual members of the same class in a way that's just like not reasonable, I think, for people who are into like even other types of hardware. And this came up because Sharkray, who might still be here, was hired for a miniatures project where they did where they filled an entire school gymnasium with 3,000 different models of boat. And just a rich guy who just loves miniature boats. And it was multiple scales. So it was like all sorts of different scales. And that was like the thing that like really struck me and like immediately grossed me out because again, I work with like human models. And so any Lee_SOA, thank you for the follow. So like anytime you don't have like agreements in the size of in the scale of the models, I'm just like instantly off put. That's like a much bigger sin than like using the wrong type of model entirely than like being like 100 years off or something like that. But in the case of boats, like if you want a Mikasa or something like that, it might only be in 1/1000th scale, and then you want Colorado, and the only Colorado is in 1/600th scale or some crap like that. Like, so you're just gonna wind up with like this weird random mix, and that's like strange to me. But I get that boat guys care about this. I get it. It's different priorities, different values, different aesthetic considerations. Yeah, Mix has been here. 3D printing to the rescue.
I am unfortunately here, yes.
Yeah.
It is a tragedy, I assure you all.
Train guys. Well, train guys care the most. I feel like train guys care the most about scale. They care the most about like the individual like makes. Yeah, Nagi is a 3D printerino. There's a fun side project to do, like a custom bespoke printings of individual boats for the real boat guys, for the real boat heads.
Oh god, that sounds terrifying. Actually, that sounds like a lot of work.
It does.
Actually,
It does. Yeah.
that sounds like
Well,
a
this is probably why
lot
this is
of
probably
work.
why there's an opportunity there, right? Like there's an economic opportunity where something's really hard to do.
True. Oh man, I have to go change my wash. I'll be right back.
Go wash, King. 3D printing is neat. I've got a fair number of 3D printed models on hand. I was going through my box of unpainted models before we got started, and I've got a 3D printed rat. I've got a 3D printed forklift. I've got a 3D printed wizard pondering his orb. Yeah, I do. Is that so surprising, Nana?
My God.
My guy.
No, my God.
Yeah. The orb is missing. He's 3D printed. He is contemplating, but he's contemplating his absence of an orb. I think the idea
That's
was
a tragedy.
I think the idea was so that you could substitute. You could put different things on the table. I mean, orb pondering has to be allowed on Twitch, or Hen of Mimi would be like banned to a million billion degrees.
Mm-hmm.
She's got the chicken orb, the chorb. Hello, Jukare. She got to contemplate the chorb. Just junkyard chortles. I mean, well, this is the thing, right? Like it's you know, from their understanding, it's all about it being satanic. It's all about it being evil. And like they don't understand what's evil and what's not. So yeah, they might mix up orb pondering with other pondering. Okay. Let's get in here. I'm also trying to get this chest painted up before I start gluing on other parts of the model, because once I glue on the halberd, it's going to be a real pain to get in here. It's going to be really miserable. So that's what I am worrying about right now.
You have to be miserable.
You have to replace the orb with something safe, like a magic 8-ball. Or like male presenting nipples.
I don't know about that.
Male nibble. Yeah, male nibble. The mibble. The male nibble.
It doesn't exist.
Gotta get in here. Yeah. Okay, I think I need
We must save it. We gotta save them.
We gotta save. What are we saving? What are we saving?
We gotta save the male nipple.
What are we saving it from?
Payment processors currently.
Payment processors. True. It does kind of suck that is just like a fundamental weak point in like every governing and economic principle we have as a society. It's just like you have all of these rights and everything, and then they just like kind of like disappear if the payment processors decide to get political.
Yeah, it's a tragedy.
Yeah. It's kind of messed up. Like literally like two companies. If two companies decide to get political and one of them has decided to get political, it's just like you just like don't have basic constitutional rights anymore.
I think that I think that we should just embrace the full consequences of citizens united, and if money is speech, and if a non-governmental entity tries to restrict speech in this way, I think that they should be completely obliterated and
I
or
think we should vaporize
nationalized.
them. Yeah, I think we should just nationalize them. Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, the case of one of those things is like, I do try to keep in mind that like it is only like 1,000 people who are doing it, and then on the other part is like, it does appear that the people who own MasterCard are actual true believers in just like right-wing censorship. Like they are actually just right-wing political activists on top. Like in addition, so it's not just like 1,000 people convince them. It's like 1,000 people convince some people to do something they already wanted to do.
Yeah, that's much easier.
Yeah. But yeah, I do think that it seems fairly straightforward that if like these are so essential to our basic running of services in our country, that makes them a public utility.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They want to kill me and my friends for the sin of showing up and having a nice time. It is not something I have a lot of patience for. What color should this guy's hose be?
Hose?
Yeah, his hose.
Oh, he's blue and yellow, right?
Blue and yellow for his puffer jacket. But his hose could be
puffer jacket.
His hose could be like white.
I think the traditional should be a lime green.
Doesn't sound right to me at all.
Well, I don't know nothing.
Yeah, they are private dictatorship bubbles, and like it's... Oh god, we can talk so much about the theory of that, and the theory of like what that means about our concept of freedom. Yeah, it could be a soft tan color. That's actually what I was kind of leaning towards, Shut-In. Nagi, I feel like you would know this, because you're European. You are European, Nagi. What is a color that makes sense for this guy's hose to be? Or a Landsknecht hosen to be in?
Unterhosen.
Unterhosen? We're thinking 16th century here. Yeah, that one. That one. What plan out the lenses to get different focal lengths.
Didn't they typically have their hosen painted in like basically inverse colors to the surcoat?
I can't quite remember. I thought
lime green, baby.
Emperor's Armpits proposes an earthy green. Same color as the coat. Hold on, the coat's different colors.
So, like, Landsknecht typically had like much more complex coats of arms than the one you have chosen to paint, right?
But, I mean, it's a miniature. I can't do like 5 colors.
Yeah.
Let's turn to gibberish.
So the one I've seen a lot is a sort of pinkish color, right?
That would be like washed matter.
Yeah, like washed matter. Yeah.
Okay.
Black is also common.
I'm literally just gonna look at my references right now.
Yeah, as is white.
Okay, that one's matching. These guys. The thing is, like this hose is like clearly like very flat. Hello, Giop.
Yeah.
Hello, Giop.
Giop.
Greetings.
Always good to see you.
That guy's got bare legs. I could go for bare legs.
I think a green would actually work.
I think an earthy green is one to go with. To be honest, I think.
Yeah.
I think
Agreed.
I don't think I need to even like do any mixing. I just need to. I think I use sick green. Yeah, bare legs like I have, because I'm hairy.
Right you are, sir. Right you are.
Shark Ray, it looks like there's actually a lot of options here. looks like there's quite a lot of options, and I feel like the answer to go with is probably less like what is the most historically meaningful, because it looks like there's going to be a lot of ties involved. Also, what the heck are you doing awake, Geop? It looks like there's a lot of. I kind of do want to do the bare legs just because I like the color I've got for the skin tone that I made here. But it won't contrast well with the little booties he's got on. So we'll do this green.
What color are the sleeves going to be?
So I was they'll probably match this actually. I was either gonna make them I was going to call either yellow or blue underneath the puffer, right? Because there's a puffer part, and then there's the sleeve underneath that. I was going to make it either match the puffer or a slightly washed out version of the puffer color, or whatever I use for the hose.
Okay. Yeah, because usually
Washed.
Washed out, yeah.
I do think with the blue specifically, a green would be a fairly good contrast.
Yeah. Now we've got the important part about a Landsknecht color scheme is to commit crimes against the colorblind.
Yes.
It's to oppress them.
My personal preference with Landsknecht is the bicolor, right? The bilateral like asymmetries that they did, right?
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's really cool looking.
You only said that because I'm here.
No, I got super into this because of Warhammer Fantasy back in the day, right?
Yeah, because the Imperial soldiers are heavily based
the
on...
Knights of the Blazing Sun specifically are based on Landsknects, right?
I was a Skaven player, so they're all just Imperials to me.
I didn't really play a lot of Warhammer Fantasy proper. I played a lot of Mordheim.
Gotcha.
So I had like 7 to 10 different skirmisher groups, right? So I had rats. I had knights. I had Sisters of Battle, the fantasy version of Sisters of Battle. I forget what they're called. War Maidens, I think. Sigmar War Maidens. I had my favorite was the Nurgle Plague Monks. I liked them a lot. They were fun.
Oh.
They were really fun too.
Hold on.
Oh, hey, it's Mosey.
It's Mosey. Hello, Mosey. Welcome in, Mecha Mosey. Do you got the shadow on this one?
I got this one.
Okay. All right. Hello, Only Features. Hello, bad_luck_Luke. Hello, and of course, obviously, hello to Mecha Mosey. What were you up to, Mosey? What were you up to? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and I am currently a VTuber, and very currently, I am painting a little miniature. I mostly do calligraphy, and I talk about history and sociology and other things that interest me, and I am joined today by my friends Mix and Nyanomancer.
Hello.
Hello. And for my folks, Mecha Mosey is a member of Entity. That is to say, she is in the same pseudo corpo that is friends of the show Bug VT in Morp Flagella and of course Inari Reiju. So Mecha is the fourth member of that team. Oh yeah, I can pull it off. This is hold on, my screen's all a mess. Yeah, this is my handwriting.
I think I'm in the way.
No, you're good. I am positioning, so that I did think about that. This was an anniversary message for my friend Luxuria, and I think I've got a more professional looking piece sitting around here. Yes,
Lux is pretty great, by the way.
Lux is pretty great. This was a commission from Turi the other day.
Ah, yeah, classic Turi.
Yep. So, folks, that's what I do, and thank you, Mecha Mosey. I have been working at it for a while. It has been a while of working on it.
It's true. This man works too hard.
Arguably. I certainly.
We gotta fix him.
I mean, the horrible thing is like being part of hustle culture means like no matter how hard you work, you always feel like you could be and should be working harder.
Yep.
That's why I don't subscribe to it.
Whereas you can like and subscribe this channel right now.
You can.
Well, you can't. I mean, I guess you can like it. I guess there's nothing I can do to stop you from that. Nothing that Twitch does can stop you from liking this video. They just won't acknowledge it in the metrics.
Yeah.
They will acknowledge your subscriptions and your follows.
Brought to you by viewers like you.
Yes, this is a public service stream. This is supported by viewers like you. I am kept in paints and inks by your support. Bad luck, Luke. Thank you for the follow. But yes, I am kept in. I get to keep eating bulldog and painting miniatures and. Yeah, I love bulldog. I love bulldog. It's the right level of spicy.
Yummy.
That's a little. It can be spicier. I like it a little bit spicier. But yes.
You and Nagi both handle your spice a lot better than I do.
I have realized that I am one of the I am high tier on the handling of spice.
Yeah.
Oh, Quinn's still here. Hello, Quinn.
Quinn. I'm gonna get confused now. It's like
I know.
There's
I know.
two Moes. There's two Moes too. I'm gonna be so confused.
Mix. I will tell you one off in DMs, but
yeah.
There's like multiple major repeating names among like my close friends. I know like 6 Quins. Before I got into VTubing, like Quinn.
I mean, if it's about my name, you can just say my name.
It is, but it also involves other people. So I'm going to.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
No, you have the same name as 2 of the other, like 2 different people who are in like my top 10 most contacted people.
Yeah. The one that I suffer from is the Chris's.
Mm-hmm, yeah, the Chris's.
I have 2 second cousins named Chris, who both spell their names differently. I have a tremendous number of friends named Chris, and like every time I meet somebody, it turns out that their name is Chris. Right?
Yeah. It's a very common name.
Christopher is like way more common, like for men, and Christine and Christina are both very common names for women, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even more so than my name, which was the most common name in the year of my birth.
Insane. You can you may post it, but do know that you may have to live with the consequences. Quid of paper. I live in New York City.
Not many can handle this.
Yeah, if you get banned,
the consequences are too great to bear.
That's fine, Insane. That's not that bad.
Yeah, that's barely even something awful.
That's fine. That's fine. You're fine. That's just a bit crude. Crudity is accepted here.
It's true. It's fine here.
Hora has asked me like 3 different times if he's allowed to swear around me.
Horatius.
Yeah.
Horatius has asked this.
Yeah. He's like, am I allowed to swear around you?
What a kind and considerate fellow.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Well, because I think folks expect that I am a lot more offended by swearing than I actually am.
You do have a little bit of the grandfatherly appeal,
I do.
But Horatius?
Well, I think he's
asked you. Yeah, no, he's being considerate, but he's asked you if it's okay to swear around you. He's like the most wholesome person I've ever met in my life. Like,
he's considerably cruder than I am. I do gotta say
he's crude, but he's crude in such a wholesome way.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
No, Koizetsu. Swearing is fucking awesome.
Swearing is I will confess that I am trying to reduce the amount of swearing I do, not because I think it's wrong, but because I think as a matter of like humor and presentation, it works better if I am much more sparing with it.
Yes.
I think
you do it because you think it's right.
I do it because I am blindly aping my true Oshi, my true inspiration, Fred Rogers.
Yeah. Good choice.
And like imagine if Uncle Iroh swore.
Yeah.
Like,
All right, done.
I mean, it
isn't it
pretty
a much
much
lesser
already.
character?
Yeah, kinda. I mean,
It's reduced.
like, the thing here is more. I think that the real advantage here is the unexpected nature of it.
Yeah.
Right. It enhances the impact. Right.
Mhm.
I am a bit of a chameleon with swearing.
Mhm.
I think you might have noticed, but like it's
Yeah.
not so much in person, just in general. But like when I'm around normal people,
Mhm.
my language becomes much less crude. And when I'm around internet degenerates, my language becomes much more crude.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, something I'm having to learn as the stream presenter is that it's important for me to maintain my own independent voice.
Yes.
And not just match the people around me. Because I am used to that, right? I'm used to being a person who just kind of tries to fit in to the linguistic grouping I am surrounded by. Corvus Scribe, thank you for the follow. And yes, yes, hold on a second. Yes, your fave shut in. I'm glad that you enjoy watching me paint. I'm glad that you enjoy watching me paint and yammer. This is what I am here to do. I like to do this.
Don't listen to him. He hates it.
This is a pretty representative.
He just
stream.
likes brush work. Someday he'll be
It's
watercolor
true.
painting.
One of these days I will. I have watercolor.
Yeah.
I have watercolor paper. Well, no, it's paper that could maybe watercolor very generously. Watercolor paper is pretty expensive.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's like dollars per sheet. Expensive.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You did swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States, which I don't think I have actually done.
Yeah, no, I just got nepotismed into this bitch.
Yeah. The thing to, well, Tyrone. There's actually that's kind of interesting. I would be interested in that because my perspective from a sociological and anthropological standpoint on swearing is that languages have taboo words, and it's a kind of thing that they just all have, and they're not like intrinsic. They just kind of change over time to suit the cultural norms and mores of a culture. And there's something to be said about what you choose to consider to be a taboo word.
I think it's. Mm-hmm.
There is something of a political element to this, right? Of like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, how acceptable is the N-word versus the F-word, right?
And that has changed even over the last decade.
Yes, it has.
In multiple directions at once, actually.
Yep.
Which is very interesting, right?
Yeah, we're certainly seeing a certain degree of cultural splitting in the United States. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I think it's kind of an interesting thing where, like, I think it's valuable to have words that are taboo because then, again, this is one of my favorite little things. Rules are, in fact, meant to be broken. Rules are meant to be broken, and so...
So the thing that I find very interesting about this, because I've actually done a fairly extensive amount of study into...
You know way more about linguistics than I do. I think that's...
Yes, but specifically the subject of taboo words.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And not so much just the taboo words, but particularly the element of swears, curses, vulgar oaths, this sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
Because it has long been a subject of fascination for me.
Well, and there's obvious theological implication as well.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
But the actual thing I'm getting at here, and that I find a very interesting sociological conceit, is that vulgarity and taboo are not the same.
True.
The word fuck is not even as taboo as sex is in American society.
True.
It has become denatured. There is a reason why many people will be more uncomfortable with the proper scientific name of things. If you say something like fornicate, right?
Mm-hmm.
It will make people more uncomfortable than the word fuck will.
Yes. Which is kind of interesting, right? In that, like, a major arbiter of what qualifies as taboo or not in our culture is what you're allowed to say in a movie. And the movies are pretty clear about this one. Like, there's no limit on how many times you can say fornicate in a movie other than the limits of runtime. But there are limits on the use of the word fuck before you start getting different restrictions placed on your distribution.
Restrictions, precisely.
Yeah.
And then you're The Wire, and you just write an entire scene where you just have characters say fuck over and over again. I love that scene. It's so good. Like, that's such a good scene. But the I find it really interesting, the differentiation between taboo and vulgarity.
Yes.
Especially because if you look at this as like a microcosm constant, right? There are words that exist as taboo that are not in any way vulgar, and in fact, one of the only way, or one of the functionally only ways to refer to something. The Hays Code was a fucking nightmare.
Yes,
I totally agree with you in Dreams there, right? I totally agree. But one of the ones that's very interesting to me is when you get into online communities, right? There are certain terms that are common parlance in mental health studies that the moment you use them, you will get chased out of the room with torches and pitchforks. Like behavioral.
Yeah, you had you were on this one last time here, and we had an illustration last time. We had an illustration of this last time that like because behavioral has these like weird contextual elements to it as a concept, where like and me and Mix had to have a very lengthy discussion about this because there's a lot of precision here in distinguishing behavioral and behavioralism in very specific ways, and that this causes the phrase behavior to mean different things in different contexts, even though it sounds like the simplest word on the planet. Such a simple thing. And I mean, Koya is pointing out some interesting historical ones as well. That Jewish American princess is a term that basically died out completely in the last like probably 15 years.
And like, another one. Are you okay with me using the G word?
Yes.
For Romani, right?
Yes, because people understand that you are using it as a slur to illustrate the concept of a slur.
Yes. Yeah. So another one that has died out really, really recently.
Yes, this was very fast.
This happened really recently, like 2017, 2018 recently, is when we stopped using this as a generic term to refer to a group of people who are definitely not called that.
Yes. This is actually so recent that a popular movie that people still refer to in very enthusiastic terms uses it constantly.
Yes.
Pacific Rim.
There are 3 songs I can think of titled Gypsy This or Gypsy That, Gypsy Heart, right?
Yeah. It's also the verb form of to be cheated, which is part of the reason why it is considered a pretty offensive term nowadays. Is that people are like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Yep. It took people It took me a long time to explain. Like, I used to have to explain this to people in like probably like 2007, 2009, right? Period. I was on like a bunch of internet forums, and I was having to explain to people, hey, if you're not going to say, like, if you'd be offended by saying, you're getting like, sorry, Jude, right? Finger quotes. Don't say gypped.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say that word.
Yeah.
It's not a good idea. Right.
Yeah, it's
I will allow that since we are discussing the subject.
You're getting Americanned.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good one.
And yeah, Koya's pointing out that this is a kind of interesting one where like it got denatured pretty badly. It has gotten pretty denatured from its more racist roots. And so people just like fully will not know this. That said, this is still kind of illustrative of kind of why this is a problem, which is that people will fairly frequently not recognize that this is a group of people that are still alive today.
Yes.
Yeah, the term trumping will never recover.
I feel so bad for the content creator Trump, the card games guy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's a Chinese American whose name is Trump because he plays trading card games and poker.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for that guy. But he kind of ran with it though.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Nagi saying Roma don't exist, right? Yeah.
Oof,
You'd know.
Oof, yeah. A group of people who, are still alive today and were victims of the Holocaust, and are facing quite a bit of racial discrimination in the present tense.
And mostly by Russia right now, but not exclusively.
I was about to say, I think my understanding is that this is a point of pan-European unity and agreement.
For the most part, I've heard.
By the way, did you know that Curtis Yarvin thinks that all Romanians are Roma?
I'm sorry.
Because they both have Rome in it, right?
Yep,
I guess people from Rome are also Romani.
Yep.
I am. Once again, I feel as though I must say,
so much.
I do not understand why people listen to him.
It's because he tells flattering things to fascists, and uses a lot of words to do it. He is very much a more words equals smarter beneficiary.
Mm-hmm.
This man would have had millions of upvotes on 2006 era, 2012 era Reddit,
like people who from Taiwan speak Thai.
Yeah. Roma as in the as in the ethnic group, the ethnic group that faces quite a bit of oppression here. Curtis Yarvin is an idiot. I just really need to emphasize this, folks.
He's really stupid.
You're just listening to him talk. I unfortunately listened to a 2-minute clip of him, right, just to see what he sounds like, dude.
I think there's an extent to which he's not a very honest man, because his wife is a bog standard white feminist. Lib is their wedding was donating to the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Yeah.
How curious.
There's an extent to which I think he's a grifter, but unfortunately he's if he does have sincere beliefs that contradict his grift has completely eaten them because it's so insanely successful. Fuck me, I have fucked up doing this guy's shoulder very badly. But words have changed quite a bit over time. I think this is not super. Had someone think I said miscegenation instead of mishuga? That's pretty funny.
That's really funny.
For people who might not be familiar with those words, because they're both kind of less used words, especially for any of our ESLers here. Miscegenation is the term for interracial sexual congress, and it was explicitly illegal in these United States for a very long time. And so it's a term of art. People will use it to refer to the hello diddle-doo. So people will use it in that context, right? We'll use it in that context.
Needs to see the word.
Yeah. Thank you. It's fully illegal in much of the United States for a very long time. Anti-miscegenation laws of various types it's a very specific term. It's a very, very specific term. You are correct. And The other word that that Koi was referring to is meshuggah, which is a Yiddish word which means foolish, and is also the name of a, I'd say popular technical metal band. I don't know if I'm willing to go to the mat to call them good, but I am willing to call
They
them.
have been recommended. I like meshuggah.
I like them too because they're highly technical. Closer to foolishness. That's true. A meshuggah is a fool, right? That's the personal.
It's what you would say with like. It's like the village idiot.
It's a village idiot. Yeah. I look like a meshuggah. Like
exactly.
You know, the meshuggah is the like
sort of the, you know, I'm a buffoon, right?
Yeah, it's kind of the personal version of it.
May I say something controversial?
Yeah.
I think it's a shame what's been done to Yiddish.
It is a shame.
You mean the way that the hideous con language has attempted to strangle it in its crib and largely succeeded?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. What a shame.
It's really frustrating to me. Like, look, I'm not going to get into Israel, but it's so frustrating. Like,
yeah, I'm going to get pretty political on here, but I think that's one of the ones that will get me fucking banned instantaneously if I'm honest about it. So
I'm just going to instead complain about the fact that the adaptation of modern Hebrew as a state language has done incredible damage to the Jewish diaspora's actual language, which is Yiddish. Right? Yeah. To the point where it's dead. It's just a dead language now. It has been strangled. It probably can't recover.
Here's my entire thing. You have a language that created the word chutzpah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chutzpah. I love
that. Ought to be kept.
Yeah.
just for that alone. Chutzpah is such a good word.
It is. Chutzpah is a very good word. Yes.
I love chutzpah. Chutzpah is one of those words that's like genuinely kind of difficult to describe to people, and it's so useful. I don't know if I would call it very widespread, and
I'm bringing it back.
You bringing back this. The C indicates a sound. Chutzpah. And I mean that's actually one of those ways that you can tell like a little bit about like where somebody is from within the United States is how they say it. They say chutzpah or chutzpah.
Or how I apparently mispronounced it, which is just
chutzpah. Chutzpah, which is cute.
Chutzpah is the.
I wonder where Nyano's from. Who knows?
It's like that's like the Midwestern version of the pronunciation, which is an acceptable dialect, actually, right? It's like
don't fucking compare me to the Midwest.
There's much worse places we could compare you to.
Yeah, I could.
I mean, this is true.
I could start talking about Arkansas
or Florida.
True. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Kara's going to bed, so yeah, we can shit talk Florida.
Chanukah.
Chanukah.
Pronouncing Hanukkah like it's a Street Fighter move. Chanukah.
Chanukah.
We are working on it, Kari. We are working on it.
Rosh Hashanah.
Also saying, hold on. What happened to the fourth wave is a great question. That's a great question, Tyron. I think the answer is that it never coherently coalesced into anything remotely recognizable is what actually happened.
The fourth wave were mostly concerned with video games erasing the concept of gender and how that video games should be made more as a vehicle to erase the concept of gender.
It's a very
kind
small
of what happened to the fourth wave.
I mean, as a person who was like in and around, well, I mean, the Sarkeesian thing is like that's more popular than like academic. Like within academic waves, within academia, people talked about fourth wave feminism and predicted it, and then just like it didn't ever appear. Just like
but yes, it is precisely Sarkeesian is a fourth wave feminist, right?
Yeah, and she's so fundamentally
one of the more tolerable members of that group.
Well, and it also kind of like highlights like the extent to which it's not like really an academic movement because she's a popular.
Yeah, it does.
Like nobody in theory nobody on the theory and academic side is citing Sarkeesian. Like no,
nobody's like they're not.
Nobody's talking about like a Sarkeesian turn in feminism. Like that's not a thing. Like
for good reason, because she really didn't do.
Well, she didn't do very much. She was a popularizer. Like she didn't have like theoretical insights that were like novel or interesting. She just applied some pretty simple second and third wave concepts to video games and made video essays. And that's it.
Made them more abstract, because that's really what defines the fourth wave of feminism by my studies, right? Is because it's like not really a very living movement. It really
kind of just like didn't really happen.
It just kind of didn't really happen. It was never really a movement. It was like this sort of philosophical response to critical media.
Yeah.
Is what kind of happened, and it was mostly about like gender and men and making things less social or something very abstract.
It didn't really get very far. It didn't really get very far.
And the fourth is just girl dinner, not gay house.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I think it's actually pretty fair to say that we are still just kind of living in third wave feminism, because, like, Butler's still just like the most important feminist theorist we've had since like Germaine Greer.
Yeah, I actually think in academia definitely, right?
Yeah,
but
I think there's been more waves. We just don't talk about it. I think we're on seventh wave.
Seventh wave.
Why is that? What was the sixth wave?
The sixth wave was the lo-fi girl.
Okay. And
the seventh is vaporwave.
So I should say that the most harsh joke I've heard about the fact that like fourth wave feminism never really coalesced into anything, it was never really recognizable, was fourth wave feminism was when like ISIS recruiters lied to women about how feminists working in ISIS was going to be.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Aziza. Sluts and girl. Yeah. Well, if you're asking for a radical turn, if you're asking for a radical break with the past,
but no, I actually have a lot of respect for fifth wave feminism because, like, it's very grassroots. That's the thing you have to understand it, which is very first wave.
Well, first wave was still very much a rich women's movement.
It was. My grandmother was a member of that movement, so I'm aware.
I know what's going on there. Yep.
But that is the thing about the fifth wave. It's definitely not a rich women's movement, right? It's definitely not. It is probably the most diverse feminism has ever been, both in terms of internationality and intersectionality. And most importantly, I think the thing that very much distinguishes the fifth wave of feminism from the first wave is sex positivity.
Well, that was something that was very present in third wave, to be fair.
It was, but only like it was coupled with like political lesbianism and a lot of stuff like that. Right.
Well, it's. I mean, the thing I always like to try to emphasize to people, something I remember having to like really harangue my students about, was like the sex negative feminism of the second wave, like lost, like super hard. It lost super hard. It was extremely unsuccessful on its own terms.
It did, but I do think that the third wave still had a lot of sex negativity in it.
Yeah.
I mean, and it still does, looking at how almost all of them became TERFs.
I actually don't know how many third wavers became TERFs. I'm sorry, like a lot of second wavers did, but I'm not sure how many third wavers.
A lot of second wavers did. A lot of third wavers did.
Okay, I'm trying to think of like which ones, because like obviously like Butler is like the anti-TERF strongest warrior.
No, okay. So here's the thing: academic third. Okay, you're thinking about academic feminists.
I'm very much thinking about.
I am not talking about academic feminists. I am talking about populist feminists who are part of the third wave, like Rowling.
Okay.
She is the most prominent and evil example here, right?
Yeah. And intellectually, she's very much a second waver. Like
intellectually, she's very much a second waver, but her association in her time period is the third wave.
That's fair. I understand that.
She was part of the third wave, and she was also part of the "Go fuck yourself, Margaret Thatcher" crowd, who were ironically very much like Margaret Thatcher. I
mean, the phrase for. I mean, what's the historical phrase for Rowling is blue Tory.
Yes, correct.
I'm sorry, blue labor.
So
Blue
yeah,
she's just
the
blue
third
labor,
wave was still the dominant wave of feminism up through probably 2012. I want to say.
Yeah, fuck Thatcher. There's definitely an effect. Any known TERFs were ever actual feminists? Well, okay, actually, Incan Dreams. This is the reason why the second wave is such an interesting. From an intellectual history standpoint, the second wave is the most interesting one to talk about because I tend to view it as a kind of Cambrian explosion where a lot of ideas were proposed and a lot of them were not very good. And this was a fight that was happening inside the second wave in the 60s and 70s over are trans women. Like there was actually a pretty famous one event where a lesbian group did a big poetry reading and a bunch of people showed up and they kicked out one of the founding organizers because she was trans.
Yes.
She was like supposed to be like she was supposed to be like the leader of like the MC of the entire fucking thing, and they kicked her out. The carpetbaggers, frankly, kicked her out. It's and so I'd say like Germaine Greer is the one that I like to highlight as like Germaine Greer, unambiguously a feminist, absolutely accurate to describe her as such. Also is a raging TERF. And it's really kind of interesting to see because it requires that if you read Germaine Greer's work and look for the transphobia in it, it requires a certain, her older work, not her newer work. Her newer work, she's very explicit about her transphobia, but in some of her older work, you have to kind of like look at it askance and be like, wait, so when you said this, when you were talking about this, you did not mean like women as a social class, you mean people who have vaginas. Very specifically, and it's very it requires like a very unintuitive read of her work.
There is definitely a splinter between feminists who think of being female as a essentialist thing,
that's the big
and
part,
feminists who think of being female as a social thing and a social position.
This is the biggest thing,
right?
This is the biggest division.
And most second wave feminists very much are on the biological, only care about the essentialist elements.
There's something what they get remembered for,
right?
And particularly in a negative light. particularly when we're
but
not being kind to them.
There's a lot of third wavers who are like this too.
Yeah. I mean, particularly if we're talking about like what like popular discourse was like in the 2000s. A lot of stuff that by academic standards was just considered outmoded and outdated got kind of trotted out and brought back again.
Yes.
And it's like I said, I think of the second wave of feminism as a kind of Cambrian explosion of ideas, a very, as Coy said, a throw spaghetti at the wall moment. And then when the 90s hit, people started going, okay, now let's actually like think about, did we mean what we said?
Do we need... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people did not survive. A lot of these ideas did not survive.
Yeah.
A lot of this is why I keep on bringing up Butler so much, is because Butler's actually rigorous. And
Butler is extremely rigorous, and that is why, you know.
And so in the second wave, you just kind of have this horrible thing happening where like the Combahee River Collective is pointing out it invents intersectionalism as a way of pointing out the racism and classism inherent in a lot of second wave feminist works, and then that just kind of floats awkwardly alongside the rest of the feminist movement without being able to like actually affect and like kill the people who are kill the bad ideas. Because again, this is, you know, speaking of this from a scientific perspective, science is a negative process. Science is a negative process where you disprove bad ideas, and this just like was not happening in feminism up until the 90s, and then it was happening very, very rapidly.
So here's a question for you, right? Do I need to tag out for Nagi so that a woman can come in here and be way more negative?
No,
you don't need to, because there isn't. We're actually still under cap right now.
Okay.
I believe the cap.
Well, no, I would say this. Being a cat, which is allegedly a feminine symbol, I count.
Nano is one of the girls. This is a known thing.
This is true. Certified.
Nano is in fact one of the girls. I just think it's very funny that Nagi would be like way harsher than I'm being, or you're being, or anyone's being here.
I think that people have probably caught on to the fact that I always want to be given, I always want to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I always want to assume best intentions. And in particular, when I'm talking about movements that I really dislike, I do like to, and particularly when I'm talking to an audience that may be unfamiliar with it, I like to give a relatively positive read of it, a relatively, not even balanced, but I like to steel man my opponents because I am so confident that they are so fucking wrong.
That makes sense. Right.
I'm just like, this is so stupid and so ridiculous that I don't feel like I need to tell people that I'm mad about it or that I hate it, because they should. I will get to the point where I'm like, okay, this is deeply wrong, but I do want to explain to people what the best case scenario is, because even under the best light, it still sucks. This needs more yellow. Even under the best light, this is still bad.
Yeah, I tend to. So my actual angle here, right, tends to be less any sort of specific ideology, because right, you know my ideologies well enough to know that this is not one of the hills I will die on, right? But my angle with these sorts of like movements with social groupings with social philosophy tends to be to remind the desire to remind people that there is no movement that is pure. It is wrong and generally just not a good idea to put your faith in a movement to be morally good. It is made up of too many people, and morals are very personal. Ethically good is a standard that you should hold any movement you associate yourself to. But yeah, there's no movement that's morally good.
But yeah, in case there's any confusion about this Ink and Dreams, I absolutely think of gender as a abstract social position, and that the fluidity over gender identification is an absolutely critical piece of other freedoms, and that people should be, even people who I despise, should be respected on their gender identity and how they want to be seen and perceived on those grounds, because the alternative is, frankly, to put it in highly moralizing terms, polluting to me. Like, frankly, it makes me a worse person. It makes me worse off. So I have
the way I view it.
Yeah.
If I fucking hate somebody, I hate them for the person that they are, not for the person I want to pretend that they are. Right? And like, so basically, like, I'm never good. Like, one of the grossest things that people do is when they're mad at a trans person, for example, they use the wrong pronouns as though
it's grotesque.
This is something that fucking libs do. This is something that leftists do. It's grotesque. It's disgusting. It's insulting, and you are betraying the entire ideology you claim to represent. Go fuck yourself.
It also, honestly, part of what makes me, again, in my spirit of trying to be kind and understanding to people as much as possible, where they're coming from, and this is why I think this is a stupid mentality to come from, and one that you should probably reject. They're coming from a stance of, I know this will hurt this person's feelings, and I just want to hurt this person's feelings, and I don't really care about what any of the other downstream consequences of hurting this person's feeling in this moment are.
I want to hurt them because they have bothered me.
Yes, this person has bothered me, and therefore I am going to just say things that I know hurt their feelings, even if they're not honest or sincere and do not reflect other values that I say that I hold. Again, I don't respect this perspective very much, and this is one of the consequences of having this perspective where you insult people by just describing them in ways they don't want to be described. Don't do this, folks. It will lead you down a dark path. I regret attaching the halberd as early as I did. I should have waited longer. And I realized after I put the skin tone on the model, it was just leather. It was just leather. So I've had to jaundice jaundice it up a little bit. But still leathery.
What a term.
What, jaundice it up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just need a little liver failure in my life, you know?
Yeah. Hello, Commander 456_. Hello. Good to see you here. Yeah. Well, and it's. I mean, by John Money. I don't know John Money. Who's John Money?
He was the dude who. He was
He very strongly associated a lot of concepts of gender as a social construct with sexual orientation, which is a pretty gross thing to do.
Oh, that's pretty goofy. That's goofy. I
am used to insight about a pretty unethical twin study.
Ah. Okay.
Also, Nagi is correct. It is a right-wing psyop. It is a regressivist psyop.
Yeah.
I can believe that. That sounds, because, you know, if for the amount of gender studies that I did, if I haven't heard of somebody who's like a major influence on the field, that's usually kind of surprising. If I have like no idea what people are talking about, that's usually like a bad sign for it being like particularly well accepted by feminists.
No.
True.
No, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying that like it probably didn't influence.
No. You're just Al Gender Study Montes. That's who you are.
Yeah. Al Construct Montes. Yeah.
You should have been a robot.
Yeah, that's the psyop that they're doing. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which is completely fucking insane if you look at like ancient cultures.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, I have run into I have run into people who are just unambiguously and unequivocally trans in a way that's actually pretty parsable from like Middle Kingdom Egypt. Like it's there's like even
earlier. Like,
I mean, once and like that's like getting like super. Entered Midway. Has anybody said Camille Paglia is a loser yet? Not yet, but I will say it. I mean, Camille Paglia is a loser.
True.
That's a name I've not heard in quite some time.
Yeah, Paglia is a fucking loser.
It's unfortunate because Camille Paglia is a cool fucking name.
It's fun to say. Yeah. I cannot deny it.
It almost sounds like it could be Camille Pagliacci.
I know, right?
She is a sad clown.
She's a clown, but an inferior one.
Camille's a man's name, and I'm a man.
Oh, dude. Speaking of nominative determinism, the Department of War is back.
Oh my god. Fucking embarrassing.
On the other hand, we might not have to pay taxes anymore.
True.
Yeah.
Specifically me not be paying taxes.
Yeah.
I may have been liberated from the IRS.
I technically stream, and most of my income is through streamers.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that plays out.
Oh yeah, I need to capitalize on that. I'll go live. I'll go live later today.
I'm not happy with these shoes. These shoes suck.
These shoes sucks and I really hate them. I wish they would fall off my fucking feet.
It's also sponsored by Slots. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble keeping with chat because of.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, chat's pretty popping, man. So
you guys are having a good time. I'm glad. But yeah, it's. Unethical twin studies. God, what a classic kind of guy.
Yeah. No, John Money did a lot of damage also. Not just to the fields that people mostly get upset with him about, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you know, study of gender, of body dysphoria and transness and all this sort of stuff, right?
Mhm.
He also did a fucking lot of damage to the understanding of human sexuality for a very long time. We're still
I mean, I
crawling
can-
out of that hole.
Like, yeah, like that's gonna happen.
Especially develop, yeah, almost like not the kind of damage that Freud did, but Freud did a lot of damage.
Freud did a lot of damage. It's when you are the founder of like a entire massive percentage of all of human social science, your ability to do damage
grotesque.
I would just say colossal. I would say colossal. It's
Yeah, I would actually say that that's pretty equivalent there, Coy. Comparing and contrasting John Money with King James IV.
the way I say Freud is correct for the record. Hell yeah, I'm just saying it like an American. Just American in it.
I'm going to destroy her. I'm going to headbutt her into oblivion. She corrects me every time I say this, like you just did.
But okay, I thought you were gonna say it in a different way, which would have been really funny.
No, she changes it every time too. I'm always wrong. No matter what I do, I'm always wrong. And when I say young, I'm also wrong. I'm just wrong. I'm just not allowed to say word.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's not young. It's Jund, and it's a fucking shard of Alara.
It is. It's
Shut
okay.
up.
It's okay. We've got a forbidden word for me on this channel for the same reason. So, and I'm just not saying it.
No, listen. That word. That's comedy. That's pure comedy. It's beautiful.
All right.
It's a phenomenal bit.
It's not a bit. I don't know what's going on, man.
It doesn't matter.
I'm
if it's
amused
not
now
a bit.
because you
it's
guys
a bit to me.
It's a bit to you. It's a bit to you. Yeah, sure.
No, that's Freud. Quite.
Yeah, that's a
Young would be more about the collective unconsciousness and how you actually aren't thinking.
You actually do have psychic powers, according to Jung.
Yes.
According
to Jung, you need to awaken the greater whole of your being by joining the Akashic records.
Yes, if you research the Akashic records, you can improve your Wi-Fi speed by 30%.
This is true.
This is actually true.
The wizard would know.
Yeah. Freud, the way that I would describe Freud is mostly that he made the incredibly bold and brave choice to go, what if being mentally healthy and being normal are not the same thing? And people have never forgiven him for this. But then he also tried to develop an entire theory of how all humans work based on 6 rich Viennese people with anxiety disorders.
Yes, I was going to say an incredibly small sample size was how I was going to put it, but yes.
Yeah. An extremely small and extremely biased sample size. And so the way that I tend to put it is that he asked some pretty good questions and got some pretty bad answers.
Yes.
And
then just ran with it. He just went, fuck it.
Well, I mean, considering he was kind of like the first kind of dude to like ask those questions.
He was the first kind of dude.
He could have had more academic rigor. I'm not going to deny that.
No, it's more that he was the first one to really publish his research and get attention for doing so.
Well, there's somebody else who I would say who did a lot of that, who was both asking similar questions and got there firster. But that person was an even bigger piece of shit at a personal level, which is Rousseau.
Oh, who?
Yeah, Rousseau.
Rousseau's a trash fire of a human being. It's actually kind of shocking how awful Rousseau is. Like
which Rousseau? I know
Jean-Jacques. Jean-Jacques.
Oh
Rousseau.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah. Staggeringly horrible person at an individual level. It's pretty incredible, and not even in like a remarkable
does he
way.
have it behind the bastards?
Not yet.
Then it can't be that bad.
Oh, is that how we're judging things now?
They didn't have Adolf Eichmann until like 2 months ago.
Himmler just got one, so prior to... I'm not going to finish that.
No, they've rarely gone into like 18th century bastards. They've done a couple 19th century, but
Maybe
not
they'll
very
run
many.
out of 19th century and 20th century bastards.
I don't think they will. There's way too many.
The 20th century, the problem with the 20th running out 20th and 21st century, well, particularly the 21st century bastards, is that the 21st century bastards are being published faster than are being invented faster than they can keep up with.
True.
Nature Boy's a trip.
True.
You know what? I don't even know. I don't want to know.
Oh, and I'll tell you. This one's fast. This one's fast and easy.
I just said I don't want to know.
Yep, that's why you're getting it. This is your responsibility as a wizard. This is what your responsibility as a wizard is. Nature Boy is an Instagram influencer who really all that he did was he was exceptionally physically fit and good at doing like the sexual availability parasocial dance. And he parlayed this into creating a sex cult in, I believe, Honduras.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah. And it's particularly striking in that he doesn't really have anything that qualifies as an unusual or remarkable thing about him. He's just kind of like a guy who is hot and good at the algorithm. The one belief he has that like is outstanding, and other than that, he's just like doing like basic hippie nonsense claims. The only thing that really stood out in it was no pooping in toilets.
Oh yeah, I know this guy. Oh yeah, I know this guy.
It's breaking.
I didn't know he's called Nature Boy, but I know this guy.
Yeah, you're breaking a compact with Mother Nature by not just like pooping on the ground.
You know what? He's actually right.
Yeah.
Like Will Eisner's a
Because if you think about this, what it does, what shitting on the bare earth actually does, is that it briefly opens up a connection via you and Mother Earth. Because, you know, sometimes you got like, you know, sometimes it's a bit long.
I'm gonna remind everybody that Niano is a wizard.
And wizards don't have
And Mother
abs.
Earth can only communicate to men via their prostate.
I see that tracks. Yeah,
Okay,
that's why you're interested. Okay, it's your other set of interests. I got it.
Yeah.
Don't you fucking start with me, bird boy.
Okay.
The world, I ask myself that question every day.
Okay, I've gone 2 ad breaks in a row without running to the bathroom, and now I'm a sock.
I was impressed.
Go Fist King.
Breaking my usual rules here. I also need to replace my water. So I will be back in a few minutes, but I will let these men vibe out.
Ow.
And prostate to prostate communication.
Oh God, don't.
Man, I hate that I had a mental image of that and it was horrible.
Listen, I'm gay as fuck, but like
This is true.
Also, I'm like what, like 13 years older than you?
That's whenever two dudes like flex their kegels at each other. That's what happens.
I hate you both. Must you make everything licentious?
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I couldn't hear you over my virtue ethics.
I'm gonna headbutt you until you like fall over and my skull fractures. Like it's not like there's anything valuable in this thing. So
Oh, now you're just gonna reenact that one scene from Invincible. I see how it is. You should read better comics.
I mean, Invincible isn't very good. You're right. The show's pretty good though.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I have thoughts about that comic because I read all of it like earlier this year.
Yeah.
And it started off pretty strong, meandered for a long time, and it ended pretty well.
Yeah. Started off very 2000. So the thing you have to understand about Invincible is that Robert Kirkman's actual philosophy with superheroes is that he's trying to create Spider-Man. Right?
Failing?
Yes.
Why would you want to make Spider-Man again? Spider-Man's good.
Because he really likes Spider-Man. That's the thing you have to understand about comic book art.
Well, then write for Spider-Man.
He did.
Do it again.
He wants to do his own thing, right? He's trying to do.
Oh, then don't make Spider-Man.
Okay, listen. You have to understand what I'm saying, okay? He wants to create a new character who serves a purpose similar to Spider-Man in that he is an enduring character who you can take across the entire journey of a lifetime.
Okay.
That's what he is trying to do by creating Spider-Man. There are two kinds, well, three really, but there's two primary kinds of comic book writer, okay? There's comic book writers who
Number
like
one.
Spider-Man, and there's comic book writers who like Superman.
I was going to say Batman, but yeah.
No, it's Superman. Batman is Spider-Man style, right?
Oh my god, is this the fucking Calvin and Hobbes comic?
Basically, yes, but not precisely. It's because there actually is a third category. X-Men fans.
Oh.
So
Those could go either way.
the Spider-Man story people, right? The Spider-Man authors. They want to tell stories about characters who are superheroes going through some shit. Spider-Man, Daredevil, Batman. Sometimes the stories are more thematic, sometimes the stories are less thematic, but broadly speaking, they're character drama set in a real or real-ish world, right? Then, secondarily, you have these Superman-style comic book writers. Superman-style comic book writers want to tell you stories about things. They want to weave to you a mythology where larger-than-life figures clash over larger-than-life like problems, right?
Right.
Your Supermans, your Thors, your the Hulk, right? This can be darker or lighter, right? Like the two prominent examples I would give is that Robert Kirkman is a Spider-Man style comic book writer, and Grant Morrison is a Superman style comic book writer.
Alan Moore is also probably a
Alan
Superman
Moore
guy,
is
right?
definitely a Superman guy.
Oh, I'm the tall socked. And here's Anari.
It's an Ari!
Anari.
Hi, Anari.
Hi, Anari. Did
Anari,
Anari get the
it's
shout
good
out?
to see you.
No, I'm doing it now.
Thank you.
So I was caught up in my explanation of how there's only really two types of comic book writers. There's actually three because there's also X-Men comic book writers. And what you have to understand about the X-Men comic book writers, right, is that they just want to write X-Men.
Okay, fair.
And they're just gonna go and they're gonna go write X-Men and they're gonna write their version of X-Men, and it's going to be one of like 20 different X-Men books that is running at any given time, and it will probably have Wolverine in it. That's what you need to know, okay?
I understand because I can even at my far removed from the comics world, I was still able to parse this out from osmosis.
Yep.
Because they're so obvious that this is what they're about.
The other two kinds, because you missed it, are the Spider-Man writers who want to write stories about a character going through some shit in a real-ish world. And it could be like lighter or dark or whatever. It doesn't matter. Spider-Man, Daredevil, whatever. Right? Invincible. And then you have the Superman style comic book writers who want to write stories about larger than life figures clashing over larger than life ideals.
Okay. Yep.
Right. So Alan Moore, Grant Morrison.
Yeah.
And then X-Men writers just want to write X-Men. They just want to write X-Men, and they want to write X-Men forever. And the soap opera will never end.
I would say I respect it, but if I'm honest, I kind of don't. So.
X-Men is at its best when it's fucking wacky as shit, and it's not allowed to be wacky as shit for more than like a year at a time. My favorite era of X-Men recently was when the X-Men learned that mutants couldn't fucking die.
Oh.
Like, literally, they just couldn't die. They could always be resurrected. Because of some fucking timey-wimey bullshit with, like, a magical island or something.
Which
it was
very
really
funny
weird.
Because it implies that, like, the part where they're mutants, where they're mutated humans, is actually, like, only a very minor component of what makes them stand out so much.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, the mutant gene is like, what Yakub did to create white people.
I liked, there's actually a series of comics that you'd both probably quite enjoy.
Okay.
Which is Earth X, which basically, which was written in like 1995, I think, or something like that. And It is basically an attempt to bring an end to the Marvel universe in like a contained way. And tie together basically like all of the ideas from the mythology of the Marvel universe at the time into like a final battle, basically into a final occurrence. And one of the big revelations in this book is that mutants were intentionally created by the Celestials, who also created the Eternals. And mutants are basically the human version of the Eternals, right? Whereas the Hulk is the human version of the Deviants.
All right.
Which this is Jack Kirby shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's basically like this is Zoroastrianism, basically, is what it is, right?
Dude.
And remind you
Jack Kirby,
stuff, right?
Jack Kirby was too cool.
Jack Kirby was too cool for school. Yeah, except for a couple things, but mostly he was pretty fucking cool.
Wasn't he the objectivist? I don't remember.
No, that's Steve Ditko.
Okay.
Ditko, yeah.
Jack Kirby was the incredibly liberal Jew.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was cool.
Yeah.
He was the guy.
Kirby's insane.
He was. Yeah. He's so good though. Like Jack Kirby was the guy whose creative vision was, what if there was like a woman coming out of a television and her arms and legs were in the wrong place? And she was being thrown at you by a gigantic muscular man with a mohawk and an eye on his chest. That's Jack Kirby.
Inari is not supposed to be on vacation. She is on work travel. She is doing perhaps the most not vacation thing you can possibly do at the moment.
That's right. He did invent the dots.
Yeah, the Kirby dots, the Kirby crackle. I love the Kirby crackle. It's so good. Oh, Inari, tell me about it. I don't get time off. I have a day that I'm supposed to take off, and usually I get halfway to the gym to work out when I start getting bombarded with messages about how the world is exploding.
Oh, just send them my way. I'll take care of it.
Yeah. All right, I'll start DMing you, Nano.
Oh, God.
Actually, sure. Why not?
I mean, I do DM you all the time. So.
Yeah.
It's true. And I don't respond once, and then you cry.
So true.
By the way, the answer is yes, and no, you're going to have to work for the rest sheet.
You did tell me that.
I'm repeating it because I think it's funny. Okay, so it's not that funny. All right.
Tough crowd.
Tough crowd, no applause. Listen, when I win the lottery on Saturday, if people don't applaud me, they will die.
Okay.
Cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Cool story, bro.
I just received a DM. It's a planet Earth and a stick of dynamite. My God!
Bitch ass fuck. I swear to God.
Who was it? Was it me?
No, I'm fighting with a website. Don't worry about it.
Fighting with the website.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying the joke of like, oh, sorry, was I the one who did this? Was I the one who DM'd you? Let's.
Where's the earth-shattering kaboom?
Oh.
Just use chi like a self-respecting cultivator.
Oh yeah, this is true. I'm cultivating my chi right now.
Why doesn't anybody use like epsilon or something? Or
epsilon?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So I have a very small thing, a very very small thing, which is Metal Gear Delta.
Oh no! Don't get me started on that.
I mean,
I have very
I'm
strong
actually
feelings.
Started. I've got some strong feelings. I think that you'll be fairly similar to me on the stronger feelings. This is the dumber part, though. Oh wow, this paint sucks. Why am I using it? I should throw this one away. The part where
just eat it. It's in a tube.
It's literally got lead in the name.
And
gross.
Oh, Insane Asylum wants a good boy. Good boy.
Melatonin feels like I have a wooden board nailed to my forehead, dude. I know what that's like. I don't even need melatonin. All I have to do is just Oh shit, that's right.
What's right?
Oh, okay. So the last time I was on like day shift for a month, and that was whenever I was on a sabbatical. For like the first week, I felt okay, and then after that, for 3 weeks, I felt like absolute trash, and I slept for like 12 hours a day every day.
Dreadful.
What if it comes back? What if it comes back after Friday, after next Friday?
What if? What if?
What if I what if I relearn that I'm in fact not a morning person? What then?
It would be fucked up if you were a morning person with the kind of schedule you keep.
I'm an anytime person. Because I wake up and I just go. That's a lie. I lay in bed for an hour.
I mean, I think, like, does anybody not do that other than maybe Al?
Yeah, I was about to say, I get out of bed pretty quick.
I need to get better at that. I need to get better at that.
I've got, like, really low blood pressure, so it's actually, like, just not something I'm capable of. I wake up and then I'm just like, for like an hour before I can even move.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to be consistently late to work.
Yeah, based. It establishes dominance.
Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of establishing dominance, I'm never punished for anything I do at work. I'm gonna miss this place for that alone.
It's
Never
so
fucking punished. Someone else got fired for the funny incident I talked about.
Mm. But not you. The never punished.
No,
guy?
But not me. Not me. Yeah, I got a raise actually.
I do remember this. Yeah.
It's literally within an hour after putting in a 2-week notice, just let's get this guy a raise. Why not? It's fucking crazy.
Well, I guess they only have to give you the raise for one pay period.
2, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they backdated it.
Oh, nice.
Trying to
Yeah, now I
convince
get
you not to quit.
$60 instead of 30.
I think they're just giving a little bit of walking around money. If I had to guess, with my knowledge of office environments, having worked in some office environments, this was somebody in management is using this as a way to tweak the nose of another person in management.
That tracks.
They're like, this is a little bit about Nano, but the actual motivation is that by demonstrating that Nano was like a highly valuable employee that was being underappreciated, blah blah blah, they get to thumb their nose at somebody else in management who thought differently.
Probably the CEO.
Yeah, probably. Guys, we guess we do need you. Let's see if a third of a Switch 2 convinces him. Exactly. This is...
What do you mean a third of a Switch 2? Are you kidding me? A 3% raise is hardly a third of a Switch 2. God.
Imagine getting your payroll denominated like that. in like used goods. Like...
I actually did that this morning after spending like $20 on like an okay lunch for myself. I was like, once I quit my job, I'm only gonna be able to do this about, oh my god, 10,000 more times. Okay, maybe not 10,000 more times. Was it like 1,000? Hold on,
Like
I get the math fucking wrong.
$1,000.
Yeah, no, I'm able to do 1,000 more times, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it really highlights how minimal of a luxury that actually is.
Yeah, I just want an ice cream and a boiga. It's sobering, and this is why I need to win the lottery so I can never be sobered again.
This is his recent fascination, you see. I said this is your recent fascination.
Okay, listen. It's a mental exercise trying to figure out a way, if I win that much money, to see if I can keep myself sane.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, that's a different question.
And I think I've got it.
Okay, actually, hold on.
I think I figured out.
Yeah.
I have the strat. No, go ahead. Someone said hold on.
No, go ahead. I was struck by a very stupid idea.
Oh, hit me with it.
Okay, the very stupid idea that I was struck by, other than like repainting this model, which looks like trash right now, is TTRPG or other video game, where you start off with you win the lottery, and then you lose the game when you go insane. And so the gameplay loop is doing things to fend off the demise of your soul.
This is just like needy streamer, overload.
Oh, I haven't played that, so maybe I'm just.
Also, I don't think the model looks that bad, actually.
Well, I've got there's just some like flat out misaligned. Fuck it, way too wet.
Yeah, but I figured it out. Here's the strat, okay? So according to the Powerball site, if you take the cash payout, you're left. In my state, I'd be left with $485 million. So the strat is this. I create 4 trusts, basically. One, which is $300 million, that will be designed to keep roughly anywhere between like 50 to 100 people that I'm fond of content and safe for the rest of their lives.
See ya. But yeah, keep going.
Then of the $185 million left, $15 million will be put into a trust that I cannot access aside from the interest payments. That's my yearly salary. So assuming like interest rate, a return rate of like 1%, that'd be $150K a year that I would just have. That's my income. Which would be more than enough to live anywhere on Earth except for Hong Kong.
All right.
2 of the remaining 170 million, 30 million would be put into another account that would be the discretionary gift account. I could not use the money on myself, nor could I. Actually, no. I wouldn't be able to use the money on myself. It had to be spent on other people. And then of the remaining 170? Of the remaining $140 million, that would be the business investment fund.
For investing in businesses, I assume?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, kind of. I would take horrific advantage of all the fired game devs and try to create an actual good game dev company.
Yeah, okay, that tracks. You've been saying that one for years.
Yep, I'll just go around and be like, hey guys, you all were fired. That sucks. Anyway, work for me.
Yeah, makes sense.
My name's not even going to be on the titles. I don't give a shit. I don't want credit for what you do. I'm just the money guy.
Uh-huh. See, this is the problem with liking video games. You do things like this.
No, this is my problem for liking people.
You're just becoming Gaben.
I'm Gaben.
No, Gabe bought yachts.
Okay, but that's like, I guess, yeah, sure. I don't know. He seems to still have not gone mad with evil power, though
he bought yachts.
He has not yet done the thing that he needs to do at this point in his history.
You're right. He needs to create a brain chip. Wait.
He needs to create a Visa competitor.
I don't even think $2 billion would be able to do that.
That's true. It might not be enough.
That's like his personal wealth. Though admittedly, with all the yachts he owns, it could be higher. Oh yeah, another thing I would do if I won the lottery, I would very loudly explain all of the tax loopholes and everything that I'm using to keep as much money from the government as possible, so as to incense people to change the laws.
He needs to invent random restrictions to arbitrarily follow it. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, he's got to invent his wizard rules.
Oh no, I'm not. Listen, I'm not creating a cult with $300 million. It's just a trust that is going to ensure that the people whom I choose, and once I choose them, they, can't get out of it because I can't like sever their, whatever. They get it in perpetuity.
Yeah, it's the people who you detect the divine light of God within. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And who come to see you as a great figure and savior for providing them with a greater...
Oh God, are you kidding me?
Coward.
This is how I already see Nano.
True, you're pretty great.
Oh no. Oh God. I don't want to be known as Nanomancer the Great. That means they're going to be on behind the bastards in 100 years.
I mean, you're a cat. Of course you will.
Take my meds? I took my meds already. We're good.
Okay, I can disable that one.
In fact, it's the fact that I'm on my meds. I'm getting delusions of grand... Actually, no, I don't get delusions of grandeur.
I do enjoy having that redeem.
I would very much like some of your theoretical money. There's a problem. There's a problem with that. I don't know your full legal name, address, and whatever your bank information is. I'm not saying give that to me.
But he's not.
See, the problem that I'm detecting, the problem that I probably get the most out of this is that I'm pretty sure that some people in my family would be not rightly pissed. They would be overly pissed that, they wouldn't get an overlarge share when in fact have to share it with like 100 other people.
Oh, yeah.
108.
Of course.
Go with 108. It needs to be a holy number.
And also they would probably be like, why can't I touch the money? Why can't I use it as I wish? And I'm like, well, you can't. There are stipulations to it. You get a stipend. That's it.
Stipend's still free money. Like,
dude, I've been living on a stipend for like...
Well, yeah, I worked it out.
Years.
I worked it out. $300 million. If you got like a 3% interest rate.
Bro, I could live incredibly happily on like probably outside of America anyways on like $25,000 a year.
Well, that's good because the stipend that I worked out to keep the fund growing and to reinvest in itself would be roughly about every person would get $50,000 a year.
Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, that's like twice as much as I get from my stipend. I'm gonna miss this thing, man. I'm gonna miss having literally no cost of living and like $24,000 a year to do whatever the fuck I want with, basically, right?
True.
I'm gonna be sad about departing.
Also, I probably would start a VTuber agency with like $20 million and a.
You'd start a VTuber agency and you wouldn't allow anybody in it.
No. I'd start a VTuber agency and I'd just be like, listen, guys, I don't give a fuck.
No, like, you don't understand, though. The only way to protect your VTuber agency from inevitable collapse is
to have zero
not to have any VTubers involved.
It's true.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, you know what I would. Actually, you know what I would do. I would free. Oh shit! What's like the one big media organization? There's a lot of streamers in it now. Starts with like an M or something.
I have no idea.
One?
It's
because Mad Scientist
Mythic, right?
Mythic.
Okay. Right. Mythic. We don't talk about MSM. We don't talk about them.
Dead, man. Like,
yeah, I know. Oh, trust me, I know. Mythic.
Oh yeah. Kari. VShow is the one corpo I've ever applied for. So yeah, I'm in.
Yeah. Kari wants to know, Niano, that if she buys VShojo at auction, if you want to join VShojo.
Dude, absolutely. Yeah. I'd love to have. I'd love to.
That would be the
tie myself to a dead brand. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be the funniest thing that could happen. Honestly.
I think it would be especially funny to have a boys only VShojo.
Yeah.
Finally, V Shonen will be a reality.
Yeah.
No girls allowed.
Anybody. We're just like no, just. What do you mean? Why would VShojo be girls? What are you talking about? That's anything.
Oh god.
Actually, one thing that I was thinking about, speaking of buying contracts in debt, I was actually thinking about how easy it would be to just buy up like a lot of people's debt and then just completely just be like, nah, it's good.
Yeah,
don't worry about
Jubilee
it.
does that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I would use that to loudly proclaim how the system is broken. Please stop doing this to people.
True. Laundry. I return in a moment.
Laundry. Also, think it'd be really fun to slather myself in gold paint.
I think
And then suffer the same fate as the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz.
wasn't that like not true?
Yeah, but I'll make it real for me. After all, I have to go insane.
That's true. You're contractually obligated.
Mm-hmm. But seriously, I just want to figure out ways to avoid getting my head kicked in by a horse every day for 40 years.
I don't lend money and throw the department to the mob.
That'd be funny.
Miss Busters did disprove that. Yeah, the Wizard of Oz set was incredibly dangerous, but not because they're like painting people, but because like they thought a person
The drugs, baby.
Yeah, they thought a person who had a BMI of 18 was too fat and made her gave her a diet of cocaine and cigarettes.
What a wonderful time to be alive. Where we're going back.
How many eating disorders can we give this 15-year-old girl?
How many are there?
Well, I'm sure that there are some we don't have names for yet.
We're going to invent a few just for her.
Yes, they were Incan dreams. That was my understanding. Stop hanging out with gold chips. Gold chip.
Listen, all I'm going to say is this. If I do end up winning the lottery, I'm probably going to disappear for about a month.
I mean, I just do that whenever I get stressed out.
Well, it's not about that.
I mean, I would.
It'd probably take me a month to... One, it'd be for, personal safety. Two, it would probably take around a month to set up, to get all the trusts and all that stuff set up properly. And then three, once I'd finished everything, nobody would have any right to be mad at me. Well, they'd still probably try and contest it somehow. And
Yeah,
I'd be
I
like, you
just
guys are
disappear
stupid.
for a month for the fuck of it.
Well, that's what I do after I have the money secure.
Yeah, fair enough. The truth is, I'd go about 2 days, and then I'd check my DMs, and then I'd be
incredibly guilty.
back. Yeah, yes, I'd be incredibly guilty and spend all of my time for the next 3 years trying to make up for it. That's exactly how I am. Yes, you have me pegged.
This is true. I would get so big that I would forget everybody.
But just in a literal
Kari,
sense of big.
you know such interesting people, Kari.
I
Huh?
don't know
Who?
she's talking
What?
about.
I knew
Oh,
one
yeah.
guy who won the lottery and set up a recurring annual rope bondage art exhibition.
I mean, I feel like in the
That's
case
a
of
really good idea.
in the case of Kari, there's a sampling bias.
There's totally a sampling bias. It's more
I could
just
just
that
be really fucking weird.
doesn't mean that people are less interesting, though.
Yeah, true.
I just know a bunch of fucking webcomic artists from the 2000s. So,
I'm sorry.
yeah, I know. I am too.
Man, I'm still fucking pissed at the stay still, stay silent lady just got fucking Christianity'd.
It seems to happen weirdly often with the webcomic authors.
Yeah.
Just beautiful art, interesting storytelling, great characters. Oh, sorry, I'm an evangelical now. I have to just fuck it all. It's sinful.
Yep.
Deeply abusive ideology.
Yep. Evangelicals in particular.
Yeah.
Oh, Oh, right. That's one thing I would do. I would set up shrines to Bastet all over the United States.
That's a good move.
It does spit in the face of God, so I'm in
Also,
favor.
Huitzli Pochli. That's the hummingbird guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I create shrines to him because I like him.
What about Camazotz?
I would build bat boxes, yes.
Yeah. Bats are good. They eat mosquitoes.
Oh, there's also a really interesting project that I didn't know about until today. There's this one group whose name I forget, who is trying to restore all of the lost coral off the coast of Florida.
Okay, good, dangerous, scary game right there that they're playing.
Yeah, they're
I
doing
wish them luck.
a really good job, actually.
Oh shit! I'd kind of gotten used to from talking to a couple of marine biologists when I was younger. Younger as in like middle age still. That like that coral was just like, it's just like gone. Like it's just like you just need to accept that like it's just like not a going concern.
No, they've been making remarkable progress.
Good for them. Good for them.
Because they're using some really interesting like growing methods. Like for example, branch coral. Actually, no, for all the corals, what they do is they create these like buoys that have these like sticks on them. And they put like several dozen pieces of coral per stick.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than just growing, two-dimensionally, just up and like wide, right? They instead grow three-dimensionally in all directions. And they just snip cuttings of those and then plant them on like acceptable rock faces.
By the way, people should check out Gravy.
And it's going really fucking well.
I'm actually really surprised because my understanding with coral was like the big limitation was not just the temperature, but the pH.
Yeah, no. I mean, there are problems, but the thing is that a lot of aquariums have samples of coral that grow and thrive successfully in captivity, and they use those as like
seed.
Yeah, seed, and then they use those to grow coral in the wild, and then transplant that coral onto diminished reefs. It's really good work.
Real horse _JPEG, thank you for the follow. Also, we are getting ads.
Real haunts.
Real haunts.
People should, in fact, check out Gravy, by the way.
Yeah, Gravy's a good lad. I like Gravy a lot.
Gravy. Greetings.
Gravy is the kind of fellow we need more of in this world.
It is very true.
Tender-hearted.
Really good at video games. Like, really good at video games.
Yeah, if you want to take a break from watching me be really bad at video games, you can take a look at somebody who's good at video games.
Gravy's very much the kind of guy who you watch, and it's like kind of just like hanging out with your friend who's just like way better at games than you'll ever be. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
and
pretty
not
awesome,
a jerk about it.
Actually.
Gravy is never
he's not a jerk about it at all, right?
Gravy is never a jerk.
No, he's super nice. Like,
fucked up, really.
It's fucked up.
Irresponsible.
Like, irresponsibly nice, yeah.
You cannot possibly be this much love in one man.
Okay, I didn't prime this arm properly, so I have to reprime it. And
isn't that in a couple of weeks? Yeah. The endless mode.
Hashtag get gravy laid. But the endless mode. Endless night rain? That feels like a scam to me.
I think that particular mode works by like the further you get, the more rewards you get. So get as far as you can.
It was just kind of hitting me to think about like all you can like an all you can eat buffet, but it's that's night rain. Nagi, you already hate how much night rain you've played. You already complain about having played too much night rain and how it's been a waste of your time and has ruined your life.
Oh, no,
all video.
Nagi, it hasn't ruined your life. What it's done is it's given you a fresh perspective.
No, it hasn't. What are you talking about?
It's given her the fresh perspective of exactly the perspective she's been shouting about for almost a decade.
Okay,
okay.
It's more like just
I'm
since
trying.
Sekiro came out, but yeah, it's when did Sekiro come out? It wasn't a decade ago, was it?
Actually, I wonder if I can make a better John Sekiro for $50 million.
Yes, easily. Sekiro's problem is all just that it tries to do way too much and it's way too hard. Like, the tuning is too hard, right? It does not really advance the game.
So what I'm hearing is that the actual question is create a series of studios, right? And give them different budgets and see how low somebody can go before they stop being able to create a better Sekiro.
Yeah. Given that Punch-Out is a better Sekiro, right?
Yeah.
Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is a better Sekiro. I don't think it's that hard.
All right, Incan Dreams, have a good night. Thank you. Have a good night. I'm just glad. So not all new games are bad. Not all new games are bad.
No, I was praising Blasphemous like effusively earlier. Blasphemous is great. I really like Mouth Washing. I like Signalis a lot.
Oh yeah. I give those devs a lot of money, specifically for Signalis. I'm like, listen, you guys deserve it. Go make a game.
Yeah, no, it's mostly like I actually wonder if Al would like Sekiro, because as far as I'm concerned, there's two types of people, and there's people who like Sekiro and people who don't like Sekiro, and it says nothing about them in any other way other than that they like or dislike Sekiro, right?
How do you like rhythm games, Al?
Mediocre.
You'll either like or hate Sekiro.
This is the reason why I haven't really been too bothered with worrying about Sekiro too much. Is that like I know that like my actual opinion on rhythm games, because I've been playing rhythm games since like DDR off and on, is like they're fine. They're fine.
How do you feel about Rhythm Heaven?
I haven't played Rhythm Heaven.
Okay.
I don't have a straw.
Osu?
What was that?
Osu?
Osu I think is neat, but I actually have not played it. The only rhythm game I got into that I played any decent amount of was One Finger Death Punch.
Okay, One Finger Death Punch.
I did like One Finger Death Punch.
Osu ruined the hands of a friend of mine.
That game fucks you up.
That tracks completely. That's like the least shocking thing I've ever heard.
I mean, it's just like, if you're going to tear apart your hands, like, become like a grandmaster at the piano.
Yeah, basically. See, and Gravy, I remember you talking about this before, and well, I definitely understand your perspective. I actually feel the opposite way about Sekiro. I want it to railroad me more. I feel that I have too many choices that don't matter because all that matters is parry correctly, right? Same problem as Lies of P. I'm a person who wants to basically become a vehicle for whatever the game wants me to do when I play a game, right? There's no point in like creative expression to me if I can't be creative. So, where the fuck did that just go?
Yeah, I tend to be. I don't know. I tend to think creative expression is a question of like, does it work with the game and does it succeed on the terms of actually enabling meaningful creative expression?
From a ludological and sociological perspective, that is absolutely correct.
And like, and so I try to be. I get very surprised when I talk to people who believe that all games should have like at least like World of Warcraft level of freedom to them, or they're not good. I find that like a very surprising and strange perspective. And I do know people.
That's like no freedom at all. Like from a sociological perspective, if you're not playing meta builds, you're an idiot.
True. Well, I mean, they're allowing for like you can just like be a fishing guy or whatever. Like,
Giop, you're so right for this.
How are you going? True. The question is, how are you going to fish when you can't level up because you don't have gear?
Right. No, but like compared to, but like I am very again, invoking my like least popular game that I love, Opus Magnum.
Yeah.
Right? Like Opus Magnum has like very little range for like any sort of expressiveness in it. Extremely open-ended range for problem solving. But very little range for like what you can do in the game. Like you are an alchemist building machines. Like that's it. That is the game.
So the
machine.
But
the angle I come at this from typically is, well, I'm a fighting game player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you play fighting game, you pick a character and you play that character, and there's a correct way to play that character, and there's skill expression within playing that character, but it's more about how you actually execute what that character's toolkit is, rather than defining the toolkit for yourself. And you don't get to just not use parts of the toolkit and play the character well, almost always, right? In a well-designed fighting game, anyways. There's badly designed fighting games where you just don't press like 6P, because if you press 6P, you die, right? But in like a well-designed fighting game, you have to apply your character's entire kit in order to play the game, and the kit is predefined for you, right? I suppose, like, I know a lot of people really value their self-expression and their agency within the course of a game, right?
Yeah.
And I think that is a very valid way to engage with gaming. But how I personally engage with gaming, because I'm not really much of a gamer, right?
Yeah.
Is wanting to see the game expressed. What I'm typically looking for and seeking out is a game that has a correct execution, and the game to be a puzzle to execute that.
Sybil!
Hi,
Hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil.
Oh, Sybil.
Beloved
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know why I was an old man.
You're always an old man. And you become young via magic.
True.
So I mean, here's a. It is amusing to me that Warcraft, like there are people who have become so obsessed with World of Warcraft, with old school World of Warcraft via the private server community, that on release, classic WoW actually felt completely and insanely different from original WoW, just because of the presence of so much metagame knowledge about how to play the game. And Koya is talking about minimum true gold setups, which is not something that I am familiar with, but sounds funny to me. Is that
I don't know what true gold is. I'm scared to ask.
I'm assuming that this is some sort of equivalent to like a minimum percent run, like a low percent speed run.
Okay, I think I need to clarify. I don't want to know.
That just feels like an invitation to me to ask more questions. That's
no.
probably Opus Magnum. Oh,
yeah, I was going to say
Opus Magnum.
That's not a Warcraft thing. That's Opus Magnum.
Okay. I was kind of interested in that, like a Warcraft thing of like how far can you get in raiding, but only have like this total amount of gear. Least possible part. Yeah, you can make true gold. Yeah. I mean, that's. I prefer to optimize for speed in Opus Magnum, but I also recognize that optimizing for speed is kind of like the lazy man's game compared to doing space optimization, which is completely insane.
The thing is with WoW, by the way, the answer to your question is that depends on the expansion.
Okay, yeah.
And then after that, it's actually like a really small amount.
Okay.
Because in Classic, you actually just really need your tanks to be geared, and nobody else actually matters, because as long as the tank doesn't die, you can kill the boss. Nothing has mechanics.
Okay,
right?
So I regret to inform you all that every time I hear the word gear, I now just think steroids. So I'm just imagining tanks just being, fucking. I know it's correct.
It's actually accurate. Yeah.
But I'm just imagining, these just like massive, betitted, just dudes.
See, I was expecting you to go in a different direction with that.
What?
Well, you said massive and betitted. So I was like, I was expecting you to like talk for the next 20 minutes about like, Red Sonja type characters.
20 minutes. You think I could wax 20 minutes about chainmail bikinis?
Yes.
I
Yes.
could. Actually, I could go for hours about chainmail
Yes.
bikinis.
Yes. Yes. I
Because,
think you
see,
could.
here's the thing. I can argue both perspectives.
I mean, the truth is, there's nothing wrong with chainmail bikinis. The problem is when there's chainmail bikinis paired with like full plate armor, right? And it's divided along strictly the lines of female body types and male body types. What you need is Conan the Barbarian.
We need a Korean MMOs.
Well, yeah, Red Sonja is from Conan's setting.
It's from
but what we need, we need are Korean MMOs.
Okay.
Explain.
The reason being is that Korean MMOs allow dudes to be slutty.
Well, yeah, but so does like actual fantasy these days, right? Like World of Warcraft, you could be like turbo slutty as a dude.
I think it's kind of interesting.
Shut up.
People have complained about the mostly weird right-wing guys have complained about the death of cheesecake art in like cheesecake fantasy.
That's because they don't know what to look for.
One is because they don't know what to look for. Two, I think it's fairly trivial to point out that the biggest danger to cheesecake fantasy art is the availability of just flat-out hardcore pornography.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, listen.
It's the fact that artists are just fucking perverts and will just draw like actual porn instead of cheesecake.
I'm shoving around my chair. You've incensed me so hard. Listen.
Yeah.
The real problem is this. The real problem is that nobody fucking understands the point of cheesecake. No one understands it. These chuds don't get it. They're chuds against cheesecake, even if they don't realize it. You know why? It's because cheesecake is designed for titillation. It is what it accentuates. That's what makes it good.
Sure.
I'm not fighting you on that one.
It's like having a window into the cheesecake box where you see a delectable strawberry atop, but you don't see the rest.
So, Niano, I'm going to remind you of something.
What, the strawberry is a sexual symbol?
No.
Okay.
Also, yes.
I'm going to remind you that the chuds don't have imaginations that function, and they need everything to be a literal depiction, or they can't actually like follow through.
This is why they fucking fail. This is why they fail.
Yeah, I was going to propose a much more depressing perspective. Which is that they don't actually care at all. They're just simply not being sincere.
Oh, no, they don't.
They're simply and completely not being sincere.
But they also don't have functioning imaginations.
True. But things can only exist in... They cannot be titillated. Okay. They can only be political.
Hold on. I must explain to Blue. Blue, cheesecake in this context is effectively lewd, kind of over-sexualized depictions, usually women, but it can be men, I think. I think we can broaden the term. Huh?
It's called beefcake when it's men.
Okay, you're right. All right, so cheesecake is it's like lewd. It's not like straight. It's more erotic than it is like porn. But the thing is, it's like it leaves elements to the imagination. And of course, what you can imagine is always better than what the creator can deliver in most cases.
I will also make a point that part of what is happening with cheesecake is that it needs to be non-pornographic enough that you can put it on like semi-public display.
Yeah, right? You can put it on a cereal box and kids will eat it.
There is cheesecake that has nudity, but it's like Greek statue nudity.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Frank Frazetta is the best example.
Frank Frazetta, he was more interested in just the sinuousness of the form. That's what sells it in that regard.
Well, this is because Frank Frazetta's goated.
He's also just a real man.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like Frank Frazetta is a crazily good example of exactly what I was talking about. You look at the men that Frank Frazetta drew, okay?
Yup.
God.
Also, look at the monsters that Frank Frazetta drew. He knew also the horses. He knew what he was doing. Okay?
Yep.
You have to understand. Frank Frazetta's art is all sexually charged. All of it. He draws a knight in full plate riding a horse into battle. That shit is sexually charged, okay? It's just what he drew.
Yes, and it's just it's the composition. It's like everything feeds into it. Whenever the chud will demand tits and ass.
The chud specifically wants the inequality.
Yes, that's true.
Because,
Yes.
as I believe you were saying, was it 2 days ago, Al?
Probably.
Men and subjectivity and objectivity.
Yes, I was talking about this quite a bit. Yes,
I found that very insightful and very entertaining.
yeah.
I liked that conversation a lot.
Yeah. Suggestive and naughty, and it's Frank Frazetta is honestly like a legitimately kind of funny artist to talk about and think about because he's like so influential and in such like a specific way. And there's a part of me that's just like really tickled by imagining like Frank Frazetta like not like what if Frank Frazetta's just like not horny in his private life at all?
Yeah,
Just,
I
like,
mean, he
was a wife guy.
He was a wife guy.
He was a wife guy. That's true.
He was absolutely a wife guy, but keep in mind, artists are all horny all the time.
I have to confess. I really want to be a wife guy.
Well, we knew that. We knew that. It's not like a secret.
Everybody who's met you knows that.
No, you don't understand. That's my deepest, darkest secret.
Really? Oh, well, that's pretty impressive, actually.
You are an open book, then, my sir.
I hide stuff in the cover.
Plus, there was that time Frank Frazetta drew a snake. That was pretty good. That's actually one of my favorite compositions from him, by the way.
Locking in, trying to clean up the lines.
I need to study this guy, so I need to study Frank so I can emulate him.
Yeah, no, Frank Frazetta is the kind of artist you want to be.
That's definitely the kind of artist you want to study. Yes.
Isn't that why you're one of the girls? Nice.
His colors are so...
Oh, his color work is amazing. I love his color composition.
Oh shit, I'm fucked.
What?
Oh, you'll be fine. You can learn how to do this. It's more tonal than anything.
Okay, but listen.
You don't want to.
How can I create good art if I don't understand value?
I don't know. Grayscales.
Marxism.
That's value.
Marxism also, yeah.
Marxism? Oh yeah.
Marxism. Yeah.
Just change your starting class.
It's just labor theory. You can replace understanding color value with labor theory of value.
This is the nerdiest fucking.
Just learn color theory, you bitch. I can't see them.
You actually don't need to see color to understand color theory.
I have a disability.
Oh, so just use an AI to make up for it.
Oh God, shut up.
Okay, Al. I wasn't going to tell you. I wasn't going to tell you this, but you were going to be one of the 100 people that I would bless with $300 million. And I need your address. Because I have to deliver the paperwork in person, you see. If you hear an unlocking noise, that's not me opening my sword case.
I think it's 9218 Northeast 38th Street, Yarrow Point.
Yeah. That's correct.
You said color theory, you can create art without only that knowledge? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's a famous pianist who was deaf or anything.
Talking about Beethoven?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, DJ Beethoven.
That was the syphilis that made him good.
Yeah, true.
Okay, you got an answer there. We got a personal improvement plan here.
No.
Listen, syphilis is pretty treatable these days, so we can do syphilis on, syphilis off training, like bulking and cutting.
Oh God!
I'll just let it mildly eat away at my gray matter. Yeah, you're right. My fucking God. Jesus. Fucking Christ. Oh.
Microdosing syphilis.
Actually, wait, I gotta see if Nagi gave me any books on color theory. Let me see.
Okay.
Molly Bang, what a fantastic name. I gotta get back into art. Oh yeah, Color and Light. There we go, James Gurney.
Oh, Gurney's really good.
Yeah.
You're doing Karate Kid with syphilis? Sure, why not?
Oh my fucking god. No, wax on, wax off. That's what causes the syphilis. Anyway.
Yep. Yes, sirree.
Did I love that I can just say the most heinous shit at work and there's no one around?
I know. I'm gonna miss you having. I'm gonna miss you having a job that you have so little respect for.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry. I assure you, almost certainly, whatever workplace I come across, I will retain this deep disrespect.
Good work.
They will get exactly what they pay for and not a bit more.
Okay, gotta refocus this camera. Because I'm
kind of curious. What if they pay a lot? Then what do I have to do? I can't give them what they pay for.
Probably not much more, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Give them 100% of what they ask for, but only for 6 months of the year.
Yeah, that's actually how you do it.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to go crazy. I cannot get this guy's arms to line up in a way that makes me happy.
I can do that.
That's supposed to be high.
Or, and hear me out, I could win the lottery.
Really on this lottery train. Which is fair. Like, this is like most Americans just like plan in life. Average American plan.
I'm just interested. I just want to know if it would make me go insane. That's the primary thing that I'm curious about. That's why I have to win.
You wish to virtue test yourself.
I stand by my idea for lottery winner simulator.
It's not a bad idea.
I think that'd be a really funny game. It's got to be done like an Animal Crossing style.
There's Bodega was playing like a horror game that's done in Animal Crossing style earlier today. It's pretty cool.
Which one?
Disco Pup.
Yeah, I've seen that one. There's a couple of them actually. There's
I'm not
another
surprised.
one that's like a more of a like a creepypasta influenced one, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not surprised that there's multiple hanging around because like the conceit's not that complicated at the end of the day.
Nah,
like
it's like
the inspiration's not like.
It's
really
so weird how many examples there are of these like Animal Crossing but spooky, this but spooky, that but spooky.
I mean, one of the more famous something awful Let's Plays was Animal Crossing but horror.
Oh yeah, no, that's probably why, right?
Yeah.
In the same way Sonic the Hedgehog is such a popular source because, you know, creepypasta, right? Tales of Doll and all that garbage. Tales of Doll isn't even good, by the way.
What exactly inspired people? What exactly inspires people to just make Sonic? Like, why was Sonic like the creepypasta sort of thing? Like, is there just something horrific about, you know, a dude just running?
No, it's because the people who write these were young, shut-in Christian boys, mostly. And guess what they like? Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's because of people's hyperfixation on Sonic the Hedgehog. I think that's all it is like Sonic.
So what you're telling me is that if H.P. Lovecraft was born in 1985...
Oh, undoubtedly, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. He would have had there would be a HP the Hedgehog, 100%.
Oh,
HP the Hedgehog.
We got a raid. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Zeki. VT. How are you doing today? What were you up to, Zeki? You're just chatting. What were you chatting about? But yes, Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am currently anime online for money, and I mostly do calligraphy. I do lots of hand cams. I mostly do calligraphy. This is what my handwriting looks like. I'm pretty proud of it. Well, that's You do something for 15 years or so, you get pretty good at it. Today I am painting a miniature. I'm painting a little Landsknecht. And I am joined today by my two friends, Nyanomancer and Mix.
Hello.
But
Hi
yes,
there.
yes. How you were playing Black Desert. Excellent, and then you yapped. I hope that you had a lovely time yapping. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. If you would like to stay a while and listen, you are perfectly welcome to do so. We were just speculating on what would have happened to H.P. Lovecraft if he had been born in 1985.
Mm-hmm.
You think
He'd be
he'd
a
be
Sonic
really into it?
creepypasta writer.
Do you
Fine.
think he would be an Eminem fan?
The rapper?
Ooh,
Yeah.
I think so.
This is an important question.
I think so.
I
Is it question? Is it a bad thing to be an Eminem fan?
I should also say
Not-
hello to let me say hello to all the people who came in.
Please
hello
do.
Chu Rolls, hello VCL Green, hello Geeky_Beach, hello Choya, hello Zeki VT, and hello to all the other raiders who came in.
I love Shoe Roll. That's such a good name.
It's a very good name. It's a very good name.
It rolls. It's very nice.
It's very good. I think that H.P. Lovecraft would be. I actually don't know that he'd be an Eminem fan because I think that it's very, very likely that. So H.P. Lovecraft's kind of like defining feature as a person. The reason why he is what he is a deep fear of anything that is uncontrolled and unfamiliar.
Yes.
So I think he is I listen to everything but rap and country guy.
Okay, I could see that.
I do think he would be really into MCR.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
about to say that. Genuinely, I was thinking that. I was just waiting for the right
No.
time. Fuck you.
So my actual question here is: would the mountain goats fucking exist if H.P. Lovecraft had been born in 1985?
Oh,
I would say probably not.
I think not. I think you're right about that.
I don't know who the Mountain Goats are. I feel like,
You've
Dude,
done
they're
damage
my
to-
favorite band.
Yeah,
I've
you've done
told you this
damage
so many
to-
times.
You've done damage to me.
yeah. See, I knew it. I knew it. I've exposed my ignorant ways.
Your country bumpkin ways. You'd see him at an MCR
Yeah.
concert. Yeah.
You know, that Jesus is the baddest.
In general, though, you
You know the
shouldn't
saddest-
accept anything. If H.P. Lovecraft does it, is usually a bad sign. We are. This is.
Do you know what the worst thing in the universe is? Is that despite being born and raised in the South, I can't do a good Southern accent anymore.
I've noticed your diction is too good.
The secret is to relax your tongue. And
Hey
leave
y'all, it's me
open.
again, Podunk VT.
Yeah, Podunk VT. I can't really do the Podunk accent. I end up always sound like Froghorn Leghorn. I've
Yeah,
I've got
The issue is that I have to go into like a high pitched nasal register,
Oh.
and
Yeah, that tracks.
I can only do the Planter Aristocrat.
that's just from watching Larry the Cable Guy when I was a teenager.
I see.
Yeah, no, I'm much more limited than you. You're in general better than me at voices. God, this paint is not sticking here for shit.
That's true.
You are in general a more vocally expressive person than I am, but the Southern just washes off his body over the years. Yeah, I'm limited to
Yeah,
like,
that sounds right.
I am limited to, again, like I said, a Froghorn Leghorn impersonation. At best.
I mean, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah. At best, I've got the
Boy, I
Daniel
said
Craig.
boy.
Got the
Boy,
Dan-
and I said, boy, you get back in that car there, boy. You don't step out of line.
Yeah.
So you're getting it. You're getting it. It's coming back. It's coming back. You know.
Yeah, but that's like
He's doing a character.
that's like Mississippi, Texas.
Yeah.
That ain't like
I was-
rural Appalachia.
Yeah, I can't do rural Appalachia. I can't do that one.
You know, this is going to be a controversial take, but I think that mass media is ultimately detrimental because it standardizes accents.
I mean, this is well known. This is well known. Almost all of us speak with an Iowa accent right now.
And I think that is a damn shame because that is like the only worthwhile thing that Iowa's ever produced.
I mean, corn.
The Iowa people are pretty good, I would say, but
the people of the Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, it's named after a fucking Native American tribe. So
yeah, the Kiowa.
Yeah, the Kiowa.
I don't know quite why we dropped the K sound, but here we are.
For this. So my favorite thing is how upset people get about Kansas and Arkansas.
It's worth being upset about, but yes, go ahead.
Don't.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They're not etymologically related at all.
Ooh, I did not know this.
Arkansas is the name of a indigenous peoples tribe.
Okay, all right. Bangin'.
Right? And Kansas comes from a completely different tribe.
Ooh, nice.
That was not even the term for the Arkansas tribe, right? It was a name used by the Algonquian, I believe, Crean tribes for the Arkansas, right? It's very weird. It's really weird how, so the thing you got to understand about indigenous peoples in the United States, right? Is that this shit balkanized as fuck.
Yeah,
rock.
It's actually pretty crazy. I think one of my favorite things is that the lingua franca for trade for much of North America was a sign language, plain sign talk, because yeah, sure, you're going to get Uto Aztecans and Zuni speakers on the same page. Fuck off here, man. And so that I always thought was really cool. I always thought that was very, very cool. And one of the ones I really remember was looking at a linguistic map of the Americas, and California by itself has as many languages as all of Europe combined.
Yep.
It's pretty intense. Yeah.
I gotta steal the sign language thing.
Yeah, plain sign.
So
yeah, it's good. It's good.
That's gonna become the common language in a fantasy setting.
It's pretty good. There should be more of that, honestly. Genuinely, you'll get called woke, but it's a good idea.
I'll get called what?
Woke.
You'll get called woke.
Oh, I can't hear them. Make some sign language.
Yeah, fair enough. What's that? I can't hear you. I cut off my ears.
Here's one. Here's an insane way to handle this, Mr. Nano. Here's a fun one. Only dwarfs bother using auditory language because they live underground and it's hard to see things underground, so they use auditory language. Everybody else relies primarily on sign languages.
That's pretty good. It also makes dwarves a little bit more other in this setting, which is something I think they should generally be.
Yeah, and you can't just steal Glorantha dwarves. I mean, you can, but
you can. Glorantha's pretty good, right?
God, how's this guy so chipped? Nothing's sticking to him. I'm
making a terrible assumption. Actually, I'm assuming that all the peoples in a fantasy setting will have hands.
Nagi, I do not think a single human being on the planet can imitate your accent.
In my city, people fart the alphabet. Fuck off.
She's just trying to piss me off now.
Well, she fucking missed and hit me.
That's just how ants work.
That's probably what she's referencing, to be completely honest with you.
I'm still really amused by the theory from the theory about Star Wars, that Star Wars characters are actually bees.
Yeah.
Well, because they're the gender imbalance on screen in Star Wars is so extreme, right? And the only other supposition is first of all, there's a really extreme gender imbalance in terms of the people we see on screen. And so when they talk about Leia as a princess, they're being actually hyper literal. Like she's a queen bee. It's she's going to have broods of thousands of young when she matures.
I remember something kind of similar, but in a very different direction. Where I forget what this setting was. I think it was some anime setting or something, right? But the term princess by one of the cultures, right? Referred to somebody who was capable of killing an army by themselves.
Okay.
Right? all their terms of nobility were like, this person can kill you with their bare hands. That's why we let them rule, right?
Mhm.
This person can kill everyone that they see with their bare hands. That's why we let them rule, right?
Mhm. Okay.
And then it's sort of this, and then you have a character who's like a typical, like, dainty, shoujo anime princess.
Mhm.
And all these gigantic, Fist of the North Star warrior men are just terrified of her, even though she cannot fight at all.
All right.
Because she introduces herself as a princess.
Okay. That's
Which
good.
is extremely
Dude, I'm just imagining it now. Walks into like either the tent of the leader or the main like house of the leader, right? For like a given like area. Just goes, he was like, "You who dare intrude upon my presence?" And then just, I'm Princess Dot. And then the dude, eyes widen ever so slightly. The new type, like, what's
Yeah, it's the what the fuck from Cromartie.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
The Cromartie reacting face, right?
Yeah. You did
I love
inadvertently
Cromartie.
remind me. Cromartie rocks. I need to rewatch. I haven't watched it since it released, basically.
I need to watch it.
It's pretty rad.
It's really good. I will say, certain parts of the dub are a little bit dated.
Yeah,
That's why I listen to
Funny,
sub.
but dated. The dub is really good, genuinely.
Yes,
But
Okay.
but you reminded me that one of the small reveals in Star versus the Force of Evil that's very funny early on is that Star, the cute Disney princess ass main character, is a parasitoid wasp.
yeah, that was
She
also
is?
Brightburn. Yeah, Brightburn is the other thing that did something with the parasite wasps, right? I
Wait,
think that's really interesting.
Is she like an alien or something?
Okay, the basic plot of Star versus the Force of Evil is that Star is a princess from a magical fantasy alternate dimension, and she gets she is too much of a troublemaker. She is really irresponsible with the magical powers that she has access to. So she gets sent to a normal human high school, basically functionally on exchange, to just learn how to chill the fuck out.
All right.
And she it is worth saying, the actual plot line, the A plot line of the entire series is a rom-com. Like that is what the plot is. At a functional level, it is a rom-com. That said,
Okay.
there's a specific element of it where, these are teenagers, teenage rom-com, blah, blah, blah. There's an episode about her getting horny, as,
Of
girl
course.
horny. And the way that this is expressed is that she grows insectoid wings and starts kidnapping boys and putting them in lockers, and like fully, like, to eat them and parasitize them.
It is
Damn.
important to note also that this type of wasp is
Visually, she's a
Well, it's
butterfly.
like-
Visually, she looks like a butterfly.
yeah.
But this is how a parasite. This is like how. Like,
it's also a
yeah.
cuckoo.
So this is
right?
what Muhammad
Yeah.
Ali
It's
meant
like
by.
it's like a cuckoo, right?
Yeah.
This is what this type of wasp does.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cuckoos!
Right. Yeah.
Cuckoos.
Yeah.
Dumbass
Cuckoos are a deeply cursed thing to know about.
Yeah. Yes. By the way, Al, I need you to answer. Like, can you check DMs or? Are you
Oh
not
yeah, I
able
can
to do
check
that
DMs right now. Thank you.
Could you check DMs and answer this question for me in DMs?
Yes, Roger.
Don't answer the question. Evade. Don't respond.
Thank you, by the way. Just wanted to
You're
make sure I
welcome.
got that out before I fell asleep or something.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask a follow-up question.
A follow-up question. Do. Private streamer Discord.
Private streamer,
Do.
Yeah. Okay, because I think I answered the wrong question. You asked me a question, I answered a slightly different question.
Yeah.
Now you, the viewer, will be intrigued and stay for more. You're being manipulated every hour of every day. Your attention is the greatest thing you can give.
So it's like reverse Truman Show. Is that what you're trying to say?
I have no idea. I'm just saying words.
So true, bestie. And hold on. No, I'm gonna answer this. I gotta answer this follow-up question because I actually have to look.
Okay, you know, actually,
I
think it'd be extremely funny to like write several books that end up being pretty good, and then whenever I ask, like, "Hey, man, why did you do this?" Oh, you know, it's words on a page, man. Just imply that I put absolutely no thought behind any of it.
I do enjoy telling people that I don't know how to read in Twitch chat. And Tyrone, Tyrone, this was like episode 3. like Star is not a long show. Star is not a long show at all.
The thing I've noticed about these like sort of like rom-com supernatural hijinks sort of like anime influenced Western kids cartoons, right? That have been existing recently is that they really don't have a lot of, I don't want to say they don't have patience because that's not really what I mean. They get to the point real fast.
Yeah, no, they are direct.
Very direct.
Yeah, it's because they know that they're on extremely thin ice, so that they'll be canceled within 2 seasons.
Yeah, I'm still impressed.
There's no time.
Falls actually got to like do the entire show.
Gravity Falls was particularly impressive because they were not producing things at a remotely fast rate.
No, they weren't. I think Gravity Falls is like probably like the best in class there. That's generally my opinion.
I gotta watch it.
It's very good. You'd very much enjoy it.
Oh no, it's very nanocore. It's very nano-coded.
I just want to know exactly how much of a Tumblr sexy man Bill Cipher is.
Oh, like at least 150%.
Yeah, like
Nagi actually did enjoy Amphibia, right? She got like hooked on watching it because I think there were like 2 episodes of it on like one of the flights that we took.
Okay. I watched only the first season. I really liked it.
Amphibia?
Yeah, Amphibia.
Is this the second time today or the second time in 2 days?
The second time this stream.
Oh my god. I thought I was okay, because I was like, wait a minute.
This is completely independent, though. Mix was not prepared. He was not coached.
Yeah, no. It just, I mean, it was Nagi who brought it up.
Oh yeah. Nagi.
Damn you, Nagi.
Yeah. Nagi was also not.
You're my personal schizo demon.
So with Amphibia, right? Nagi and I are generally in agreement that the 3rd season is the best season of the show. Because it goes some places. My general takeaway on Amphibia is that it's Precure. It's just like Precure. It's just a Precure show. It's like a Precure, Amphibio or something like that, whatever the fuck they'd call it, right? I don't know. Precure Splash Frog, something like that. I don't know. Like Precure shows have weird fucking names, okay?
Yes.
One thing that is definitely very cool about Amphibia is that it would not be the show that it is if it was not Asian, right? If it was not like Asian American, right?
Yeah, it was very
specifically Thai.
It's very specifically located in Thai American culture. Yeah, it's
yeah,
which I think is a neat. I think that's good. I think that's a good thing to do.
It's extremely good.
Like be specific and give a shit.
That's pretty poggers.
But yeah, I've only watched season 1 so far. Okay. Of Amphibia. I really liked it. I watched it when it came out. And I really liked it, and then I've like thought about it since then, and I am the slowest person about watching television shows.
I've noticed, yeah.
Like
me too, buddy. Me too. I'm right there with you.
I find it like I can't just like vibe out and like watch random TV. Like I cannot do that. That is not me at all.
I go through phases where like I get very tired. I like get kind of like burned out of like trying to actually do things, and I just consume a tremendous amount of media. And then I go back to reading like 1 book a month, right? Yeah. You read much more frequently than I do. I would imagine that you probably read faster than I do.
It depends a lot. I read a lot more slowly than I used to be honest. Like I've gotten older, and a lot of that is just like when I was in graduate school and younger, it's like I gotta finish books because I need them for my research, right? Like I gotta get through like 3 to 4 books per week just in order to keep up with like research demands. And I don't have to do that, so I kind of just read as fast as I want to. And I burned through, it might be the more accurate word here. I burned through like an entire book that I started like yesterday afternoon. I finished it like hours before stream. It's like about 24 hours to finish.
Was it good?
Book. It was okay. This was you actually I'll run this one by you because you might find this kind of interesting. This was Anne Leckie's The Raven Tower.
Okay,
I have actually read everything by Anne Leckie. I think I actually have read 100% of her major published works. I think this was the weakest of hers by a pretty fair margin. I think Leckie's kind of like MO in her stories is that she makes a really vast suprahuman entity. And then tells a pretty human drama largely through the lens of that superhuman entity. So, like her main series is a trilogy called, Ancillary Justice, Sword, Mercy. And the main characters in that are basically like culture ships.
Shit, I know that book series.
Yeah. The narrator is functionally like a culture ship. Much weaker than a culture ship because culture ships are completely insane.
Dude, I fucking love culture ships. They're so fucking stupid.
They're so stupid. They're amazing. Culture's great. But it's much more scaled down from that. It's still like you are talking to this like distributed superhuman intelligence that is talking to hundreds of people simultaneously and can move faster than light and all this stuff. Zeki VT, thank you for the follow. Also, hello, aliens wear sunglasses. That is massively...
I was about to say.
Massively stronger than any individual person could ever possibly be, all this kind of stuff. And then it's still fundamentally like a pretty like sci-fi romp mystery kind of story. And Raven's Tower is functionally a fantasy version of that. It's rather than it being a spaceship that is composed of hundreds of enslaved humans who have been like neurally yoked into a greater mind in a kind of horrifying way. It is told from the perspective and narrated by a god, a Shinto god, basically, a powerful Shinto god. Really even more than a Shinto god, a Spirit Island god. The patience and strength of the hills is the narrator, who is a weird rock.
A local god, right?
Yeah,
it's
a local god.
It's a locus, a divine locus.
Genius loci.
Genius loci is different, but yes.
He's a big rock who can grant miracles.
Yeah.
And
that's actually very Pacific Islands, is what that is.
Yeah. He's worshipped by like reindeer hunters. I have a good sleep, Koisetsu. And what I would say is, and so like it's also kind of told as like a double narrative story, as many fantasy novels are these days. I think, and this was more of an experiment from Leckie than her other works have done, where the Patience is telling a story about a prince and his retainer and a succession dispute that's all happening in present tense and is very tight and blah, blah, blah. And then Patience is also telling a much longer story that goes back millions of years about his own life as a big rock.
That could be cool.
And eventually the stories intersect.
Okay.
The thing that I ultimately my ultimate verdict on it, I published the review on Goodreads, is that the gap in quality between the story, the personal story about being a god and learning what it's like to be a god, because like he doesn't actually know how to be a god. He's just alive. for millions of years. He doesn't understand that he is anything other than just a rock for millions and millions of years. He doesn't get it, and he has to be taught this by humans. Humans teach him that he is a god and how to be a god. So that story...
That's kind of cute.
It is cute. It is cute. That story is pretty interesting. The story about, like, the prince and the succession dispute and all this stuff is actually really fucking boring and not very
usually is.
Not very well executed, and I spent pretty much every chapter about it just, like, racing through it to try to get to the next chapter that's about, like, rocks and looking at the like a rock who likes looking at the stars all the time.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of have a similar complaint with the Mistborn series.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And that I think that the tale told from the epigraphs is far more interesting than what's going on in the present.
I agree in book 2 and 3.
I mean, the first book, don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. I like the first book quite a bit, and I like the series. I just think that, you know, actually exploring what made the Immortal God King, you know, the tyrannical Immortal God King, you know, actually, you know, why he did the things he did. I think that'd be much more interesting.
I don't. I think it's completely irrelevant information that it and giving it to the audience just makes another story about a big, powerful man.
And I don't think I need to defend my bona fides as a person who actually loves small stories. I don't think I need to. The best book I've read out of the last 4 is by far and away Greek Lessons.
Yeah. I mean, it's Handcamming, so...
It's Handcamming. She deserves that Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize is lucky that she accepted. Handcamming's so good. But, like I said, it's a kind of...
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Handcamming's
She gives credibility to them, not the other way around.
Yeah, this is a case of her elevating the award, not the award elevating her. Yeah. Damn.
All right.
Handcamming is serious fucking business, man. And so it's just like it's the just a succession dispute, blah blah blah, scheming uncles, scheming nephew. The characters aren't very interesting, and she's doing an experiment where part of the logic of the setting is that if gods make a declarative statement, it becomes true. And if they make a declarative statement that cannot be made true, the god just fucking dies. So
yeah, this is very modern fantasy.
Yeah.
What if God was like a computer?
I'm actually more annoyed by the fact that it turns out that it's like the idea that like the gods have to be extremely careful about what they say is like an interesting constraint, but it turns out that the limitations on what they can quote unquote make true is mostly just how much mana they have.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking stupid. That's bullshit. I hate that.
I mean, that's literally just out of Pacific Island mythology, right?
Yeah.
That's just how it works for the gods of the Pacific Islands, right?
All right. Yeah.
That's how Hawaiian mythology works. That's how the big god of the volcano. It's about how much like nature juice they had is when they explode, right? Mm-hmm. And exploding gives them power and stuff like that, right? It's like I'm radically oversimplifying it because I'm tired.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
yeah, so it's. Yeah, the drama between these like inhuman intelligences is actually kind of interesting. But the drama between the human level characters is not. Again, part of it is this experiment that she is doing to talk entirely in second person, and also the person doing the narration is a god, and he's a very calm god, even by the standards of the gods. The other gods like make fun of him for being overly cautious. All the time. He will like sit on a question for like 15 years before answering it, kind of person. And
I mean, he's all the time in the world. Why not?
Yeah, he's got all the time in the world. But like, he's not in a rush. And if he makes a wrong statement, if he makes a factually ridiculous statement, he just dies. So he's like, no, like I don't need to be. He's already billions of years old. because he's a rock. Like,
Yeah.
he remembers trilobites. He's not in a rush. And so, like, when he is describing what is happening with this, the succession dispute plot line that is the kind of like A plot of the story, it's all second person. It's all very, very like cautious and circumspect.
Mm-hmm.
Like, characters' motives are never like actually like given omnisciently, which is
Right, because he could be wrong and then he dies.
Yeah. Which is experimentally, hypothetically interesting, but Lucky just, I don't think, could execute on it.
That tracks.
That is about what I got out of it. I wanted to like it more, but because Anne Leckie has occasionally had some real victories as a writer. There's a sequence in Ancillary Sword where she spends like almost 100 pages on funerary practices that rocks. Because, there's a murder mystery going on, but, in order for there to be a murder mystery, somebody has to die, and somebody has to bury the body.
You are such a history reader, I swear to God.
I know. I love these details about people's lives. I love these, like...
See, here's how I feel about this, right?
Yeah.
I want all these details... No, actually, I want all these details. I just don't want them to actually be explicitly detailed. I want them to be there, and I want you to have to fucking work it out from the behaviors of the characters that you are privy to from an external perspective. Because I am a psychologist, and I am a psychology reader. So what I want is cognition and examinations of behavior and how behavior is shaped by external and internal factors.
I think there's ways to be clever about this in multiple directions. I don't think that there's one answer. I think that what Lucky did with that was pretty good, in that it winds up being mostly about like the conflicts between multiple different cultures over what they consider to be an appropriate way to honor the dead and what are appropriate obligations between the powerful and the weak.
Yeah.
And so you have to get deep into the funerary practices because it's all about a colonial government and the ways that they are disrespecting and not the people they're overlords of. And it's also a lot of character moments. It gives a lot of opportunities for character moments as they deal with being trained in new funerary motifs and new funerary language, and how they manage that. And I thought that wound up being quite neatly handled. It's, again, to me, it's all a question of like...
I only read the first book in this series, which I don't think is Sword.
I think it's Mercy is the first one. No,
yeah,
Justice.
I think
it's either Mercy or Justice.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't read this one.
That's fair.
So I can't judge the.
I think overall she's like an okay writer. To be honest,
I was not especially impressed, which is why I stopped reading.
I was not especially impressed, and then a friend insisted, and then I read the second and third books, and there was out of 800, 900 pages, there was one sequence that I thought was really good, which I've been relaying, and then otherwise I thought it was just kind of fine.
Why can't fantasy writers learn to write like less?
Because it will make their readers really mad.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why AAA games are hundreds of hours long.
Are they?
Yes.
What's your theory?
People want to get their money's worth.
I have a more cynical theory, and this has more to do with like games as a service type games.
Captive audience.
So what you're saying is books as a service.
Well, not captive audience, but capturing the audience, right? That is, if you are
books as a service.
If all you are doing is playing Apex or World of Warcraft, that means you're not playing Fortnite, right? Or mouthwashing. It's about keeping you there, which is the only way I can make sense of it from a business standpoint, because otherwise it's fucking stupid. Because the ideal consumer, from a game company's perspective, logically it would be the game consumer that is satisfied with paying a lot but not playing very much.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if it's not at least somewhat, right? A factor of overcorrection. Because I do recall there was a period of time in there, 2013 to 2017 or so, when everyone would bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch endlessly whenever a game was under like 70 hours long.
Oh yeah, for sure that was a factor.
And
yeah.
Yes, but that's because people thought they were being cheated out of their money.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
Which is stupid.
I was going to acknowledge that, yes. To be fair, they were.
Well, yeah, they were, but not for the reasons they think.
Yes, because you are also being cheated out of your money by playing Trails of Cold Steel. Those games are like fucking $70 and they're like 700 hours long and nothing interesting happens at any point in the entire game.
Brutal criticism.
It frustrates me because I actually like Zero no Kiseki and Aoi no Kiseki, right? I think those two are actually pretty good games.
Mm-hmm.
Cold Steel is just like particularly bad. It's like the Xeno saga of the franchise.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna insult your favorite one, okay?
Xenogears?
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
I'm going to specifically make it clear that I think that this is like the Xeno saga of the Trails series, right? The new one is better because the protagonist is a Kamen Rider for some reason. I don't really know why, because I think they're just trying to do like the full circuit of every single fucking popular piece of media in like Japanese history.
I mean, why not?
Why not?
Like,
why not?
Yeah, you gotta understand now. This series started out with like, yes, it's like kind of like Monster Hunter except with orcs and stuff, right?
Okay. So giant, like 40-foot tall orcs. Got it.
More like there's a horde of orcs and you have to go with the guild, right, to go solve the problems, right? And then there's like ancient cultures and stuff, right? Very standard RPG fare, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second game in the series, or rather the second series in the series, right? In the franchise. Set in the same world.
Second sub-series of the mega series.
Yes.
Okay.
Is about crime politics in fantasy Los Angeles.
Okay, that's a twist. Yeah. That's a bit of
the twist is the government is corrupt as shit and the criminals aren't actually all that bad. That's the twist.
Nice.
Some of them are pretty bad, but not all of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
The third game in the series is a giant robot military academy harem anime.
Okay.
For some reason that escapes me. I don't really know why they chose all of these things, probably just because it was what was popular at the time that they were developing the game. It very much resembles a lot of like light novel plots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not, that's Trails of Cold Steel. It's not very good. And the fourth game is about a guy who gets kidnapped by an evil organization and gains the power to turn into a monster and fights for justice. It's literally just Kamen Rider.
This is kind of interesting to me because this is like I don't know this series for shit, right?
Yeah.
I've heard of Cold Steel for like 2 seconds before it. We've had this conversation. I didn't even know how large the series was. It is amusing to me to take like such radical shifts in what you're doing narratively between games. I generally support that. And it is kind of interesting. That's like what the promise of Final Fantasy is that has largely been unrealized.
Yes, I was about to say. It's really unfortunate to me. Final Fantasy doesn't really do large narrative shifts between its games. It's done that a few times.
There's new characters and plots and stuff, but it's still generally like within a certain like tonal set of restrictions.
Final Fantasy has become a genre at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
and it's just different takes on the same genre. Whereas like, so the one thing I like about Final Fantasy 13 is how different its setting is from like its peers. It's not especially good, but
it's bad.
Different. Yeah, but it's different. It's very modern in a way no other Final Fantasy game really is. With the exception of that weird one about the people with the name who are named after playing cards.
Oh, Aikido 13?
Yes, sure.
At least that was its original name. I don't remember what the fuck it was changed to.
Type 0, I think.
Yeah, that's it. And of course, that's also part of the Fabula Nova Crystallis, which was supposed to be Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
That one and 13. I forget what it was called.
But yeah, for the
It
most
was the one that became
part,
15, and it would have been much cooler as 13 too, or whatever.
yeah, for the most
Because
part,
Nomura was cooking,
yeah,
and the woman had a sword, and also had a purpose in the
just,
plot, other than
like, you gotta understand.
Other than woman.
There's two things. There's two things that Nomura loves. Okay,
Mhm.
it's women with swords and really obvious magical girl references that are also like lesbian subplots. Okay, those are the two things that Nomura loves, and they keep stopping him from doing it, and it pisses him off.
Mhm.
Also,
Imagine-
musicals. He also likes musicals.
Does he get to do those at least?
No.
They're not giving this guy anything.
Every game that
No.
he has tried to make since Final Fantasy VIII, he's wanted to be a musical, and they won't let him do it. They wouldn't let him make Kingdom Hearts, the Disney crossover, a musical.
That's just goofy.
It's just sad. Kingdom Hearts would be so
Well, yeah, he's in the
better.
game.
Yeah.
I know.
Donald, don't! That fucking scene gets me. I hate Kingdom Hearts, but holy shit, Donald Duck casting Zeta Flare is the funniest fucking thing in the world, okay? Like, it's just funny.
It pissed me off. It pissed me the fuck off.
Uh,
Luckily, the GOAT, the king of all dragons, Bahamut, managed to reclaim his throne in Final Fantasy 16.
Bahamut's a fish, though.
Okay, but fish of scales.
Fair. They also turn into dragons if they climb a waterfall, so.
Exactly.
We can
Don't test me, brother.
associate.
Don't test
Yeah,
me,
we can
brother.
pre-associate. No, but my favorite thing about Kingdom Hearts, right? Like, actually, and I just don't like Kingdom Hearts, okay?
Mhm.
But my favorite thing about Kingdom Hearts, and both of them are from Kingdom Hearts 3, okay?
Right.
That Scully from Monsters Inc. has a power level that exceeds that of entities that can destroy planets. And
This
that
is true.
Woody from Toy Story also has a power level that exceeds the strength of entities that can destroy planets.
This is also true.
It's just very funny to me that being talked down to by Woody is the equivalent of being hit by a black hole.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
Imagine the power if they'd actually gotten Tom Hanks to do it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The speech is basically along the lines, Al, just for your reference,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Of Woody telling one of the generic emo anime boys who make up the antagonists of these games that nobody's ever loved him.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And that's why he's a loser. Like, it's like, holy shit, dude.
I mean, given the character he's talking to, yeah.
Yeah.
Genuinely kind of sad.
And the Scully thing, I don't know if you've seen this clip, right? But
No, I haven't. The only Kingdom Hearts clip I can remember seeing is the one where Mickey gets stabbed.
yeah, that's really funny.
It's very funny.
Hey fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness? No, but
Is he stabbed?
yes, in like Kingdom Hearts 2, I think.
What the fuck?
I
I don't remember that at all. Damn.
But okay, so there's a scene in Kingdom Hearts 3, okay? Where they're fighting some anime guy, one of the Organization 13 or whatever the hell his name is, right? In Monsters Inc. land. And there's a bit where Scully just grabs the guy, picks him up, and then runs like halfway across the factory, throws him into a door, picks up that door, throws it into another door, picks up that door, throws it into another door, and that's how they beat this guy. It's just so stupid. Like, it's so dumb.
It is.
I
But it
genuinely
works.
believe that I would really love Kingdom Hearts if the entirety of Kingdom Hearts was just generic and embarrassingly like dated anime edgy boys getting styled on by classic Disney characters. That would just be really, really funny, and I would very much appreciate it.
I am not getting the trick to eyes today, my lord.
Ah.
I really
need to
wish.
do like a whole like session of just like nothing but faces, just like 8 different faces with none of the rest of the model. Because I do not enjoy doing faces, and I am not making progress on getting them to look like anything other than absolute.
Dude, every time you adjust that light, it looks like fucking Satan is entering your room.
Rocks.
It's awesome, actually. It's like super spooky. I like it a lot. Hey, Nagi. Foley technique. Yeah.
Oh, JC Pete's.
I wish Kingdom Hearts was real, because if Kingdom Hearts was real, that would mean that James Wood could grow and change as a person.
Yeah, true. That would be nice. I'm really mad about that one. Not as mad as I am about Kevin Spacey, but I'm pretty mad about it.
I'm furious about Kevin Spacey too, but goddamn.
I haven't watched Monsters Inc., but I have watched Baby Driver. So as soon as you mentioned Monster Inc., I actually thought about Kevin Spacey first.
Yeah.
Well, no. James Wood is specifically he's fucking Hades.
Yeah.
He's Hades.
Hades and Hercules.
Yeah.
Also known as Disney's Superman.
Yep. What the fuck?
What?
Huh.
You never thought about this before?
No, never.
Okay.
Listen, the amount of things that I haven't thought about before would startle you.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh.
Given the number of things that you can think about in the universe, and the number of things you have thought about in the universe, proportionally, you just have never thought about anything ever.
This is true.
See, I strongly disagree with that.
Well, you don't
because I had a dream where I had all the information and all knowledge of the universe stuffed directly into my brain.
Okay.
Yeah, you described this to me, and you described it as a nightmare.
It was a nightmare. It was horrifying.
I was just hoping you were going to make a joke about it coming to you in a dream, right?
No, that hasn't happened in a while.
I disagree with that, because I had a dream where, like, it was totally radical, bro.
Dude, I'm going full young on you, all right?
I'm mad at you.
I'm building shrines to. I'm building shrines to primordial gods out of toothpicks and pencil erasers.
How the fuck did I get black? Sorry, I am.
No one can stop me.
Fucking off here. No one can stop you, but you must ask yourself: should you stop you?
Why would I?
Because you might not like the results.
I was made to make gods.
I mean, as I always mention, my favorite setting is Glorantha, and I've always enjoyed the defining moment of hubris for empires. The thing that makes an empire more than anything else is they attempt to create living gods.
And mushrooms grow on dead things.
Yeah. They
just Glorantha things. Hashtag.
Just hashtag Glorantha things. Yeah, it's super good.
I'm not sure if I can name a favorite fantasy setting, actually.
If you had asked me about 3 years ago, I would have said it was the Cosmere from Brandon Sanderson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the tracks.
That's it.
But I'm souring on it.
Ooh, what's causing
I've been soured.
Too much is being explained.
Yes, he's giving in. He's giving in to the fans.
Mm-hmm. Because there was an event, in his most recently published book, Isles of Ember Dark, there's an explanation as to what exactly happened to a god that was killed about 8,000 years ago or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like it. I didn't want to know that. I didn't care to know it.
Okay. Yes, I understand.
It makes sense in the plot because it's necessary for just one event, but everything else, I'm just like, oh, fuck off, man. I'm really not looking forward to whenever he finishes the Way of Kings and then Mistborn Era 4 or whatever, and then he starts talking about how they actually killed God 10,000 years ago. I'm not looking forward to that. Because there is no way Well, okay, there's like maybe a 0.5% chance that it is as cool as I think it's going to be, and that pisses me off.
Sybil, I feel like in the VTuber space, as a matter of politics, I'm not allowed to choose a favorite fantasy creature. There's a real stiff competition. However, this does propose that we could do a favorite fantasy creature Olympics.
Would that be like the Laugh Olympics?
Yeah.
Or wacky races?
I was thinking kind of like Kaiokuma's like Find Me an Oshi competition.
I see. Did they find him an Oshi?
He kind of just changes it all the time. He's Oshi henning professionally.
Tracks.
I don't think I've ever been it, but I've seen like 5 or 6 then. Yeah, tier. Yeah, we got to tier the Civil.
He's Lu-booing it.
Down B.
God. Lubu really is one of the funniest guys.
Lubu is pretty
the Dynasty Dynasty Warriors and Romance of the Three Kingdoms really upgraded his legacy.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yep.
Because he was just a fucking gifted warrior, but an absolutely horrific administrator.
Well, and an incredibly terrible political instincts, right? Like that's
yes.
Do you guys have a favorite historical villain upgrade in like pop culture?
Historical villain upgrade. Are we talking like?
Yeah, I got no example to talk about here.
Like it can be either like more serious, like somebody who historically is taken much more seriously today, or is like mythologized in a way that they weren't, or it can be something completely ridiculous, like what Japan has done to Oda Nobunaga. That's one of my favorites, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good choice. I think I just literally chose the wrong arms for this set of
like literally a demon from hell who cannot die. Like that's just like the funniest fucking thing to me. Also, the final boss of any given Team Ninja game.
Mm-hmm. The one that actually, I mean, this is not like a historical villain so much, but I am very annoyed with the rewriting of the legacy of Zhuge Liang.
Okay.
If you read the romance, he is like, and this is the version that most people are familiar with, he's this super virtuous, super intelligent, master strategist who is like the only thing that keeps the state of Shu alive for generations until his death, and then like he is the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you read the record, which is the much more historical document that the romance is based on, it's pretty unambiguous that Zhuge Liang maxed out at like pretty good. Like he is pretty good at defensive operations and internal logistics, and he is very poor at external logistics, intelligence, and offensive operations. He is just fully incompetent at them. And so he just like comes out as like a okay leader who Liu Bei has an exceptional amount of affection for because they have similar literature tastes. And that's kind of it. Like that's really it. It's I can't. I'm really struggling to come up with a character that's like remotely equivalent to this in the modern world, where it's like this is a person like we generally recognize as like has some strengths, has some weaknesses. Okay, actually no. Here's one. Imagine if 200 years from now, people thought that all of physics from 1900 to 2000 to like the present day was all the work of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, that's a really good one. That's a really good one, actually.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to think about that. Damn. New fear unlocked. Thanks, man.
And yeah, and so it's pretty. That one's one that kind of gets under my skin because it's like so fetishistic and weird, and like as much as I enjoy Paripikome, like come on, man, the dude's like not that special. Like, he's just not that special. And it is actually really funny that even if you like the lesson that so many people get about Liu Bei from the romance is like how honorable he is. It's like very obvious in the text that he actually fucking sucks. Like by any reasonable standard. He's just an asshole. Like the kingdom of Shu doesn't lose because like the unrighteous prosper while the righteous are hoisted by their own petards. Liu Bei's a fucking jackass. Like
I'm kind of blanking on like historical villains or people of that nature who like were kind of upgraded or.
I mean, Cao Cao basically gets upgraded to like Satan.
Oh yeah, Cao Cao gets upgraded, but the only example that's really springs to my head is like a dude who has in fact not been elevated, but has just kind of been like, yeah, this dude was kind of extraordinarily scary, and everyone was kind of right to be afraid of him, and that's Chinggis Khan.
Okay. I thought you were going to say Vlad Tepes, and I was like, actually, that's also fair. I mean, Vlad Tepes is another one who goes to get upgraded from being like...
Oh, of course he gets upgraded.
And maybe but I mean,
it's just like, I was more trying to think of like a dude who was just, just like, no, he actually was as bad and as effective as people said.
Oh, yeah. Genghis is... Genghis's reputation is largely deserved. I do always feel like pointing out that a piece of the of Chinggis Khan's story, of Temujin's story, that that gets kind of like underplayed and like left alone, is like, I honestly don't think, I think it's actually quite possible that the Song Dynasty could have just not fought the Mongols and it just would have been fine on both ends. The Song Dynasty is like, has perhaps the worst diplomatic record of like any country that lasted more than 5 years. Like a Nazi Germany level of incompetence at external policy.
Oh shit! Who was the fucking Shah who made the fatal error? I can't remember his fucking name.
Or
yeah, the Shah. Yeah, the Kharizmian Shah.
The thing that always stands out to me
what a fucking idiot.
The Mongol like military legacies, people people be like, oh no, like the Mongols like had to conquer everybody. This was just like an internal need, and everybody was just in their way. And
no,
that
like, wasn't
we
at
have
all.
we have records of states that like negotiated with them in good faith and didn't go to war with them. Like it's a thing that happened several times. Like
I mean, like the one conceit that people could genuinely like pull from everything is that Chinggis kind of did believe himself to be the king of the world, and everyone should just submit to him.
Yep. Cole Bounds, thank you for the follow. The funniest moment to me in the Mongol conquest is when they go into Russia. And first of all, the Russian states are so radically unprepared for dealing with the Mongols by comparison.
I love this. I love this so much. It's so funny.
I know you love this. It's so funny. Like at the same time that they're invading Russia, they're also invading China, and like the same tactics will take like multiple years to take out Chinese fortifications, and then in Russia it's like under a week.
Yep.
Which is very funny. But the part about this that fucking rocks is like Russia is divided up into a bunch of princely states, a bunch of like city states with princes that are quite small, and they're all very mutually hostile towards one another.
Isn't that a principality?
Yes, you're correct. Yes, the Principality of Rus, the Principality of Novgorod, etc., etc. Those would be the big ones. There's
Principality of Kiev.
Kiev, etc. And the one that is the funniest is that everybody like the Mongols come up and they go, if you give us tribute, if you give us money, we will leave you alone. Right? They come up, they're mugging is what they're doing. They go, if you give us money, we'll leave you alone. Yeah. And if you don't, destruction upon you. And everybody goes, no, fuck you, we can stop you. And then they get destroyed. Except for Novgorod. Who Novgorod just like, we'll take the money. We'll take this. We'll just pay you off. And the Mongols leave. And then what Novgorod does is they then send out messengers saying that they've defeated the Mongols in battle, and that they are uniquely talented at warfare. And then they just go to war with all the other Russian states around them.
And the Mongols just like, the Mongols know that this is going on, and they're just like, okay,
not our problem. We got our money. Who gives a shit?
I mean, they gave us money. Who cares? We got
What a
a booty.
ridiculous, what a ridiculous story.
I just love that shit.
Just
That is
lying
pretty
so
funny.
brazenly to all of their neighbors.
I mean, in a way, they're right.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah.
They are uniquely gifted at warfare. They know when to engage.
They know when to hold them. They know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Exactly, Sybil, exactly.
As long as I get paid, as they say.
Speaking of folding,
Are you folding?
Good night.
I
Mix.
need to go to bed.
You need to fold your laundry, brother.
I finished that.
Okay, good, good.
What do you
Go to
think I've
bed.
been doing for the last hour? Like,
I don't know,
I'm-
man.
Damn. That's a lot
Anyway.
of laundry.
yeah, oh, I'm giving away like half of my clothes. So I had to wash them
Oh.
and get them prepped, right? Yeah, I don't wear this shit. It sits in the bottom of my dresser collecting dust.
Do you have any good
Like-
coats?
Not that I could give you.
Damn. All right. I tried.
So, sorry, man. Like, the truth is, the stuff I'm giving away is like sweaters and t-shirts.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Right. It's because that's the stuff I don't wear, and also most of it doesn't actually fit me, and it will fit me even worse when I actually like build muscle, upper body strengths and stuff. Right.
Dude, you're gonna be terrifying. I swear to God.
I don't think I can be scary. Anyway, I will talk to you later.
All right, I'll talk to you
Peace.
later.
Bye bye,
have a
guys.
good
Nice
night.
to see you, chat.
Yeah, yeah. We have been deep.
All right, it's time for the Nano special.
What's the Nano special? Is it taking your meds?
Who the fuck was that?
Who the fuck was that indeed?
I love saying that every time. It cracks me up.
You know what they say.
I'm sorry.
At least
I
somebody's
can't
amused.
help it. Yeah. Listen, if I'm amused, I'm winning.
That's what life's about, baby. Winning.
Oh shit! I haven't been sending out reports. Fuck.
Hold on.
Oh, they're gonna yell at me for this. But what do I care?
What are they gonna do? Fire you?
Apparently, they'll just give me a raise. Never punish Nano. Holy shit. How does he keep getting
all of the
know.
things that are all the punishments that are supposed to go to Nagi? All the roars are supposed to go to Nagi. Go to you. All the punishments that are supposed to go to Niano go to Nagi.
Damn. I don't think she's been fired recently, though.
Well, there's. I'll leave that one alone. All right, Tyron. Have a good
Peace.
night. Have a good night.
Have a good weekend.
Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point. This is the weekend stream.
Curious. I'm curious. I'm trying to think of like European guys. I'm thinking of Oh yeah, no. I got a guy. It's oh fuck. Who is the Oh my god. Was it Canute? I think it was Canute. King Canute.
Mm-hmm.
From Vinland Saga. He got massively upgraded.
Canute the Great.
Yeah, he got upsold super hard.
Still haven't read that.
Vinland Saga's
I hear good things. I hear like uniformly good things. That
it's really good, and we're actually that's what like my next book club is going to be about whenever that happens.
going to be about Vinland Saga.
We're going to be discussing it, and one of the people involved absolutely fucking hated it, and I have no idea why. They've refused to elaborate.
Who would this be?
Huh?
Who hated it?
I shall not say
Well, there's only so many people
until the
involved.
time for maximum drama.
Okay, fair enough.
But it was just really, I was just like, I was genuinely surprised. I was like, what the fuck? How? And I think I know why, but But I've been hooming and hawing about it ever since. I'm just like, I would have thought this would have been right up your alley. But no. But I know why I like it. I know why I like it. It's because the author has pondered violence in similar ways that I have. And that makes me very happy.
You're feeling affirmed.
I feel like I'm onto something. That I am, in fact, the master commander and a genius. Because like I keep saying, I keep on stumbling across ideas that other people have thought of who are way smarter than me have got up, and I'm like, huh, what does that mean?
Maybe it means you're smarter.
Maybe it means they're stupid. And I'm dumb too.
So I was having this thought the other day, because I think about this fairly frequently. That I am unimpressed with IQ as a conceit, and I was told, and I don't know how true this is, that supposedly IQ 70 is about where you get to people who are permanently illiterate.
Yeah.
And I think that this speaks to something of a problem with IQ, at least as in terms of like particularly looking upwards from there, because the commensurately, right, the gap between somebody of IQ 100 and IQ 70 should be similar to the gap between somebody of IQ 130 and somebody of IQ 100. And
which that does not appear to be the case.
That does not appear to be the case, right? Like the idea.
So what you're saying is that like IQ is less of like a bell curve and more of like a logarithmic scale.
Well, I mean, it is a bell curve because we forced it to be a curve. Like we forced it to be a curve.
That's how it's purported to be.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's not.
I generally think there's actually not a lot of variation in human intelligence, to be completely blunt. Like, I just generally think there's not like a lot of variability. I think most humans are about the same level of intelligence. And there are differences in terms of what individual people know. But those variations are not like linear. Yeah. And they're not straightforward, and they're not innate, which is something that people often assume. It is worth noting
interruption. IQ is useful for identifying learning disabilities.
This was the purpose of it. This is the stated and explicit purpose of it. IQ as a test was never intended from its original conception in the early 1900s as a way of distinguishing like people of exceptional merit. That was never part of the goal. And so the fact that it is very poor at that task should not be surprising. It should not be surprising.
It's apparently surprising to all the fuckasses who
are very proud of their IQ.
I'm in Mensa, therefore you should worship and grovel at my feet, you stupid fool.
Those good people are very.
And I'm like, bitch, I could beat you to a pulp.
Stephen Hawking was extremely.
Who's smarter now?
Stephen Hawking was extremely correct in pointing out that people who brag about their IQ are losers.
This is true.
And like I said, from having been a professor and having worked with a lot of people who did not finish middle school, I don't think there's actually a lot of variation between human in human intelligence. Cav! Oh my goodness, Cav! Good afternoon, Cav. Good afternoon, Cavalier. Hold on, I need to give a shout out to Cavalier because this is another person who has an upcoming model updates.
Shit, dude! That reminds me. I was getting what you just said. I was getting tearful the other day. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did I spell that?
Continue gassing at Cav. No, continue gassing.
No, I'm just trying to figure out did the shout out work?
Oh yeah, it worked. I'm seeing it.
Okay, because I'm not seeing it, so I was like, I couldn't tell if that worked or not. But yes. Cav is a very talented artist. I think that she does very calming, good streams. I like her work a lot. She is very similar to me. She is one of my favorite people to raid out to for this reason. That she is also.
Yeah, go live right now. Save him.
Yeah. The also older, also very brown, also also vaguely and abstractly owl themed. Though she's a little bit more explicit about it than I am. Yes. Well, Cav, I have to. You had to gas up the homies.
This is true.
This is about honor. This is about honor in VTubing.
Indeed. Swinging back around.
And honesty. Honesty in VTubing.
Swinging back around.
Yes.
I was getting genuinely tearful about just like the upcoming food insecurity and all that stuff that's probably going to hit the U.S. soon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all this, just there's this complete wrecking of all the social programs and stuff like that.
Yes, it's pretty scary.
Because I was thinking, just like how many skilled and gifted people are going to be fucking cheated out of providing something genuinely awesome to society and to the world. Pisses me off.
Worth being mad about. As I've quoted it several times in here, but as Stephen J. Gould said, back in the day, Stephen J. Gould was a biologist who died in the 90s, I believe.
Either late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah. I find myself less concerned with the folds and changes of Einstein's brain than I do with the certainty that people of similar talents have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops.
Yes, exactly.
And this is one of those things that I keep on trying to emphasize to people is like, particularly with like math, it's really obvious, but it's also pretty obvious with like other forms of science and art. The people who are going to produce the best work are not the people of the most like natural ability, and like the greatest possibility of being the best at a subject. Those people are not going to come from you're not going to be able to tell that from a person's birth status. You can restrict somebody out of it through injustice. You can use injustice to restrict a person from ever having the opportunity to become a great scientist. But that doesn't mean that like that the people who are the children of great scientists will become great scientists. It just doesn't work that way. It's very random, it's very anarchic. And so part of and parcel of, if you want to have a society that produces great science and great art, you need to have a very widely distributed education system. You need to have a very open and widely distributed education system because you never know where your next Einstein is coming from.
Exactly.
And this is... social mobility winds up becoming such an incredibly important part of running a society like this. And you'll hear arguments from a certain type of weirdo that, no, but that comes at a cost in stability. But what they do not provide evidence for is the evidence that lower social mobility societies are actually more stable. That's the thing that is often lacking. And they will cite societies, and what ends up happening is they'll cite a society like my favorite bugbear, my favorite one to shit talk, Sparta, one of the least...
Oh, don't get me fucking started.
I will get started for you. One of the least socially mobile societies in all of human history, with one of the most restrictive, rigid caste systems we've ever created. And Sparta was fighting off existential civil wars like 5 times in 100 years. Like, they had American Civil War ass events like multiple times in less time than the United States has been around. Your faith.
Honestly,
it's a very fetishized society.
I think if these weirdos actually wanted to kind of show a point or whatever, they should honestly probably point to ancient Egyptian society.
Oh yeah.
But what they won't recognize about ancient Egyptian society is that, for the most part, people were treated equitably and fairly under the law.
that is the thing that they're very uninterested in. Yeah, is the principle of Mott. You know, they are.
Yep.
Mott
as well as the fact that
their
if they don't give the workers bread, they won't work in the pyramids.
Yeah. You got to give them bread. You got to give them beer. You gotta.
One of the first recorded strikes in history was over beer.
I know, right? It rocks. I think I did a horrible job on this model, but maybe my standards are going up.
Well, I mean, Okay, listen.
It's heavily
listen,
fetishized society.
listen.
You hear about them all the time in the news. You hear about them all the time in school. Several of our really important sources for understanding the classical world really gassed up Sparta really heavily. And it's actually a kind of a funny thing because it requires... Like, if you only do a kind of quick read of Xenophon, it comes across as, like, super cool, because Xenophon loves Sparta. Xenophon is an Athenian he is not writing about Sparta to document what Sparta is like. He is writing about Sparta in order to do political lobbying in Athens to make Athens more like Sparta. It's kind of like if your understanding of Canada was entirely from people trying to make arguments about how the US should be more like Canada. Right, like how accurate would you really trust
using the Book of Exodus to examine Egyptian society.
Yeah, which they did for a very long time. Which they did for a very, very long time. And so sorry, I just noticed there was a cable that was loose that shouldn't have been. And so the So you get this. One of the things that I think really stands out when you look at Xenophon is that even Xenophon cannot hide that the underclasses of Sparta, the phrase that he uses, not just the Helots, the Periakoi as well. That if you talk about the Spartiates around the Periakoi, which is the second class citizens of Sparta after the Homioi, who are the actual like full Spartan citizens. If you talk about the Homioi around the Periakoi, the phrase he uses is, they could not hide from their faces that they would gladly eat them raw.
Oh. Oh, what a beautiful statement. Oh, that's so good.
Right? Like, and that's like...
Also,
yeah.
Also, it seems to me like reading that book you recommended me about soldiers throughout like the
Soldiers and Ghosts
to like 2nd centuries. Soldiers and Ghosts.
Yeah, Soldiers and Ghosts rocks.
It also appears as though Xenophon was also kind of very much so mocking Sparta for their rigid command structure.
Yeah. So actually kind of the other way around. In the case of Sparta, Sparta had regulations enabling the exposure of infants if they were deformed, which is actually a standard part of classical law, which should be rightly horrifying, I think, to everyone. That this was also part of Roman law, for example, and much more liberal Rome. This was a pretty standard part of the law. Like if your baby comes out all fucked up, you can just kill him. And what the Spartans did, though, that just stands out as interesting is, so Spartan society is about 90% helots. 90% of people in Sparta are slaves. And the homioi are the people who are the full actual Spartan citizens. And then there's the periakoi in a second class standing who kind of just get written out of the records in general. And the helots are, again, functionally the actual people of Sparta, right? This is 90% of the people. They are doing almost all of the economic activity. They are fighting quite a bit of the warfare because you can't fight like Sparta just needs them. They are functionally the actual Spartan state. However, the Sparta is actually ruled by the Spartiates, by the homioi, and one of the religious duties of the Spartans, of the Spartan ephors, which is their priesthood, one of the religious things that they do every year is they ceremonially declare war on the helots. So, putting that in terms of the American South, that would be like the American South just declaring war on the concept of black people. on a regular basis. And where this goes is that the Spartans practiced a form of going the other way around. They would go around, Spartan youths were tasked with going into the countryside, with going into Messenia, where most of the Helots lived, and killing any Helots they found that were particularly healthy, that were stronger than usual, that were more handsome than usual, that seemed to be good leaders. They were doing a deliberate form of dysgenics to keep the Helots down.
Mm-hmm.
So, so when they talk about Spartan school, it's not training, it is hunting, right? It is hunting Helots.
And it's also forcing young boys to undergo horrific physical and mental torture.
Yes, absolutely. And there's actually an interesting thing about the linkage here between a past society and a modern society, a modern social practice, which is that part of the Spartan school, right? Part of that Spartan school that you saw being where they killed the wolf in 300, what they actually would have probably been doing is killing a scared peasant, right? Would be executing a scared peasant. And this is a thing that modern child soldier practicing militaries do, is forcing one of your child soldiers to act as an executioner as part of their joining of the military, because by social rupture, you have now turned this child into a murderer. You have now socially ruptured them from any standard of norms that they may have held outside of the military, and thus have made them fully dependent for their sense of esteem and belonging on the military that they have been recruited into.
Yes.
It means that for a Spartan, having now killed a Helot, often in cold blood, it's not just desensitization, Dark Remag. It also means that for the rest of your life, your options are to buy into a system whereby Helots are functionally non-human and their lives are worthless, or to live with the guilt that you actually killed somebody.
Yep.
And not in combat and not honorably. That you either did an act that was profoundly dishonorable, or these people are not human. What are you going to choose?
The one that causes you the least psychological distress.
Yep. No, that's history. That's history. I tend to highlight Sparta as an exceptionally evil society. I really have a lot of antipathy towards them, and a lot of antipathy towards anybody who talks them up in the present tense. It was a society that was not good at its own tasks. It failed by its own standards, and by any sort of reasonable outside standard, it was a true nightmare society. It was good for 50 people at a time. And
those 50 people were really busy getting themselves killed in warfare.
Yeah. Imagine Omelas, but there's actually only the kid is happy and everybody else is as miserable as the Omelas kid.
Yep, 100%.
That's what we're talking about here. Like inverted demographics Omelas. As far as I can tell, it wasn't even all that good for the people at the top.
No.
Seems like one of those things I always like these very unequal societies. I don't even feel like they're that good for the people on top. And I mean, even in our present tense, I am not actually that envious of our richest people.
No, they seem like they're
deeply miserable.
All deeply miserable and just fucking insane.
I am fully 100% confident that I am more loved than Elon Musk.
Oh. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah.
I think that is probably the single most devastating thing I've ever heard anyone say about him.
I think most people are. I think the average person has a better life than Elon Musk. I think on average you are living a better life.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're not being kicked in the head by a horse every day.
Yeah, exactly. That honestly lives in my head. It's just very, very stuck in my brain.
It's
really rattling around inside there. Yeah, they can't. I mean, this is a thing, Sybil, also, is like, there's definitely, I'm pretty confident there's some percentage of insanely wealthy people who are just, like, happy to be incredibly wealthy. I've never gotten the impression that Steve Wozniak is a miserable man.
Well, no. And that's because, just from, like, everything I've read and everything I've heard about him, it's because the dude is not motivated by money.
Mm-hmm.
He's motivated by passion.
Yeah.
And he deeply loves computers.
Yeah. Jack Dorsey, I don't know how... Jack Dorsey, I think, is doing all right. I could not tell you if Zuckerberg is happy or not, because I don't... I can tell you. I'm diagnosing him from afar. Mm-hmm.
He's a deeply miserable person.
I was going to diagnose him with P-zombie syndrome. Like... That guy might actually be an automaton.
I think he's just a genuinely miserable, genuinely disgusting man.
Oh, fair enough.
Who has the blood of hundreds of kids on his hands.
Thousands.
If not more.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Do you know the story about what he did with Sri Lanka?
Hit me with it.
Okay. So, Sri Lanka has been in and out of civil wars for a while, and is a very unstable country. There's a lot of problems happening in Sri Lanka.
I remember this now.
Sri Lanka has a very divided population of Buddhists and Muslims, among other populations, but those are the two largest. And Buddhists, extremists, some right-wing Buddhists in Sri Lanka were organizing pogroms and slaughters, and that is to say genocide, against the Muslims of the Sri Lanka via Facebook.
Yep.
And Sri Lanka was trying to shut this down, and there were specific groups that they were trying to get banned off of Facebook, and Facebook would not give them the time of day.
Mm-hmm.
Facebook would not give them the time of day until Sri Lanka banned the entire Facebook domain from the entire country. Region locked it from the entire country. There were Facebook representatives on the ground in Sri Lanka within 24 hours.
I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I was ever responsible for facilitating stuff like that.
They were actually even worse in Malaysia, where it appears that they were actively facilitating murders against Muslims. I think it is actually the least frictional standpoint to believe is that Zuckerberg actually wants to just kill all Muslims.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm going to put us on the snoozer train because, Myanmar's another one. I'm going to put us on the snoozer train. We're not going to get that ad break because I've finished my model. It has been 8 hours, which feels like a good amount of time for streaming for me. I am trying to get my sleep schedule back in order. I have been failing. There's me Discord. And I think this guy turned out kind of okay, but I think I couldn't get the paint to stick to the model reliably. Nanomancer. I will shout out the Nanomancer, but hopefully people were clever enough to see that his name was in the title.
No one ever reads titles.
They should read the titles. We put work into those, folks. Usually I make mine less insane. Usually I make mine less... My first instincts are almost always substantially more insane than what I go with. And then I'm just like, no, somebody who's just like randomly walking through the category should be able to tell what the hell is happening here. But I think that we are...
I strongly disagree.
Well, that's because you're a more... You're a better artist than I am.
Nah. See, here's why you're better than me. You're actually doing shit.
See, I'm thinking like a teacher. I think my course description should be like at least slightly coherent. But yes, who should we? I'm going to take a look around. Who
Behold,
is
the gandering commences. Almantas the gandering.
I could raid myself. I could raid. Oh, now people are playing Silksong. People weren't playing it earlier.
Well, yeah, they couldn't buy it.
Yeah.
I
Everyone was
tried to
playing
buy
Delta.
it for 2 hours.
Everyone was playing Delta. That's what I saw.
I mean, it's a packed week. I mean, I'll be honest. So far, it appears as though anyone who plays either of them, a mistake.
So we could raid my sister, who is playing Silksong. No, she's playing Base Hollow Knight, not Silksong. Sui is playing Silksong, and Sarah Yoon is playing Story of Seasons.
I like Sui.
Not Sari.
Did you say Sui?
No, I did say Sui. Sui is playing Silksong.
I like Sui.
Let's go to Sui's. All right. There's Sui. Let's put up the raid messages. I am going to be back on Monday at 10 p.m. US Eastern. That is my normal stream time. And that's what I've got to say for myself. I might do a game night on the server over the weekend, probably Helldivers 2. Really depends on how I'm feeling. Really depends on how I'm feeling. Depends also on how tomorrow goes. Tomorrow looks like a messy day for me, and I don't actually understand what's happening. All right. Thank you all for being here. Hold on, where's my raid messages? Where are they? If you don't have my emotes, that's the one to use. If you do have my emotes on like my bot, that's the one to use. Have a lovely night, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, yes, subathon at the end of the month. I keep on forgetting to mention this. Subathon at the end of the month. We're starting a subathon in around the 20th. I need to nail it down, but we are doing a subathon this year. I've got a new model and everything.